It all started very suddenly. A strange man appeared in front of him and said something quietly with an evil look. Apparently, this guy who was standing in front of him came from another world. The guy was already very shocked to be here, and after these words, his mind went into a real mess. He looked around. All the nearby houses reminded him of the Middle Ages, and people were wearing clothes appropriate for that time. He didn't see a single car or any other vehicle from his previous world. The man waited for the newcomer to get at least a little used to what was around him, but he didn't even know where to start his explanation. But he had to say something because he could see the panic in the newcomer's eyes, so he asked him to calm down and just listen to him. But instead, the younger man began to nervously take off his shirt, which surprised him even more. He told him to just calm down, not to take off his shirt. Only later did he start talking about this world called Area. Sword fighting and magic are everyday things here. All kinds of monsters, demons, and any other evil spirits are hidden in this dimension. Here, all this is not a fairy tale, but an everyday occurrence. No one would be surprised if they met a monster in the dark depths of the forest. They would just pull out a sword and deal with it. This world is a battlefield where everyone competes for survival. This greedy world calls different people from every world to its door. And the first place to this call is Genebis, a city that symbolizes the beginning. A local asked the boy if he had ever studied martial arts or magic before, to which he shook his head and said he had never done so. The older man turned around and said that he was supposed to be classless now. This definition interested the younger man, who understood and immediately added that he would explain this term to him later when he was in training, but for now he asked the younger man his name. The boy stuttered, barely able to say his own name. It turned out that his name was Lee Sun-min. Well, since he had already met him, he couldn't just leave him. The man offered to discuss everything at the table with food because he realized that the boy was already hungry. The boy thanked him. He was touched by such kindness and immediately ran after the man. As they walked down the alley, the older man asked if Sun-min was thirsty and handed him a flask of water. He approached him to take some water because he was really thirsty. When the canteen was in his hands, Sun-min shouted out loud words of gratitude, even though it was all very strange. It was the first time he had seen such a reaction to ordinary water. The young man wanted to take a few sips of the coveted water to quench his thirst a bit. It could hardly be called a little because he had filled his cheeks and was already thirsty. But instead of gulping it down, Sun-min simply spat the water right into his guide's face, which he definitely did not expect. His eyes immediately began to burn, and he fell to the ground clutching his face. The man screamed loudly, and the younger man added with satisfaction that it was hard to act like an unsuspecting child. In fact, Sun-min knew perfectly well that the goblin's paralytic poison was inside. The boy knew that when added, this poison does not change the color or taste of the water, but gives it a slightly fishy smell, and when it gets on the tongue, it starts to burn a little. Apparently, if it gets into the eyes, it can be compared to severe torment. Apparently, this man thought he could easily deceive the naive new boy and sell him into slavery. Now, the older man thought that this was not a new player at all and knew as much as he did. But the boy denied his words and said that he was new here. He had just arrived and was now classless. With all his strength, he punched him to finally put an end to this abnormal. The shoe was hard, so the blow was very painful. Despite the fact that Sun-min was new here, he said that he already had 13 years of experience in such cases. A second later, he had a sharp weapon in his hand which the newcomer always kept with him. The next moment, he stabbed him. The main rule in Area was that one should never trust others, because everyone here could be a traitor and an enemy. When the man was already lying there without signs of life, Sun-min took everything he could from his pockets. He didn't have much money on him, just 1,000 eri and a single dagger. It was better than nothing, of course, but his body looked completely different now. That was why he had checked it earlier with such great surprise, because what had happened to him now looked nothing like it had before. He couldn't find a single scar or pumped-up muscle. Sun-min had definitely gone back years when he was first called to Area. But now he was more certain that it was because of that thing. His name was Lee Sun-min, and he was a C-rank mercenary at the time. He lived an ordinary, classless life and tried to earn as much money as he could to get by in this world. And because he didn't have any special talent, he couldn't get to the top. He spent all his wasted years trying to change his unfair life. And one day, he managed to catch a glimpse of opportunity. Sun-min found a dungeon that had never been touched by human hands before, and this was his chance. He managed to find a treasure chest while he was wandering through the underground passages and opened it with great hope. but there was only one small stone inside. Sun Ming didn't know how to use it, but he carried it with him all the time. And then the regression stone was activated, and he had to move back years. It was this system window with this simplification that appeared before his death. And after a short amount of time, Sun Ming fell back into childhood. Considering the stone, one can understand that this thing brings its owner back to the distant past of his life. At this point, an idea came to him, and he hopefully opened the status window to look at something. But the information he found was nothing to cheer him up. He was still classless, had no special abilities, and had no skills either. Unfortunately, nothing had changed since the last time. He had some expectations, but his statistics remained the same as when he was first called to area. This regression was not necessary at all if all the indicators were similar to the previous ones. Despite the fact that he had experienced death, strange as it may sound, Sun Ming remembered all the years of his past life well. Not all the details remained in his head, but he could clearly recall the main points. In a few minutes, he managed to reach the tall door. He knew this place like no other. The House of Big Bones. That was the name of the place, and there were things he could do because he was still classless. People from any world can come to Area. These doors are open to everyone. For example, you could meet magicians, martial artists, and many others. But to be honest, most often it is the classless who get to Area. People like himself. It sounds so-so, but it has its advantages. These people are pure and have the opportunity to study in any direction that interests them. But although it sounds very cool at first glance, it is the only advantage in their situation, because such people are at the very bottom of the Araya ecosystem. Since they don't have any unique abilities, they usually die in agony due to the terrible conditions and their inability to fight. The conditions in this world are harsh, and many of these classless die before they can do anything. The protagonist was also classless, and managed to live like this for 13 years as a C-rank mercenary. Throughout his life, he had to go through numerous bullying and ridicule from his superiors. And in the end, he just died. It was indeed a completely useless life that was of no use. In despair, he came to a certain old man to ask him to perform a skeletal remodeling procedure. Sun Ming firmly stated that he wanted to do it. This way, he would be able to become stronger and put into practice all the knowledge he had gained. After that, Sun Ming received a low-ranked martial skeleton and a true heavenly cultivation power. Now he can use 2 of the 3 powers that he was unable to obtain 13 years ago. The first ability is the martial skeleton, bones that allow one to easily master various martial arts. And at that time, there was an acupuncturist who could artificially create such a skeleton. The doctor promised that he would do it for free because Sun Ming said to advertise his work, and this was the first opportunity in Janabis. In order to undergo skeletal remodeling, you need to be classless and have no skills. The previous Lee Sun Min was unable to undergo this procedure because he had acquired 1 skill before he knew about it. But in this lifetime, he managed to fulfill all the conditions and obtain a lower-ranked martial skeleton. It was the perfect foundation for learning martial skills, and thanks to this procedure, Sun Ming would be able to do so faster than other people. And since this doctor is about to die from an unfortunate accident, a lot of classless people have managed to undergo this procedure. And now that he has a battle skeleton along with the classless Yunusu, he will be able to become stronger even faster. And another possibility of Genabishi is the true celestial cultivation technique. This technique allows you to accumulate internal energy. In general, there are many categories of these techniques which are classified according to their stability or the rate at which they increase internal energy. The one he knew in his past life was just a second-rate one, but the little old library of Ganabas had a first-rate cultivation technique. Fortunately, the owner of this library did not know the true value of this book, so he was able to buy it very cheaply. He only paid 1,000 Eri for it. Now he was able to obtain 2 opportunities that were available to him in his past life. Moreover, he did it without any danger and right after he got here. And now he had one last chance, the main prize of the Colosseum, which will be opened in a year. Since only classless people could participate in the competition, Sungmin would be able to win it easily. He knew that he would get more opportunities if he stayed in Ganabas to improve his skills this year. What he needs now is enough resources to live on. In such a situation, you need to earn at least 1,000 Eri a day. And to earn money and improve his skills, he needs to hunt monsters, all of which is a standard mercenary story. When the young man approached the man who sold equipment and weapons for mercenaries, he looked at him with displeasure because his customer looked like he was in his teens and no older. Sun Ming calmly examined the armor and thoughtfully said that it should fit him. In the end, the merchant only said that this armor had been used by an outsider of his height and size who had been dead for a long time. In a matter of minutes, he picked out everything he liked and turned on the puppy dog mode to take it all for himself at a discount. He had no problem giving it to him, but it was unlikely that he would be able to take it all for himself in 1,000 years. The man laughed out loud and said that it would take at least thousands to buy all of it. So he simply told Sungmin to get out of here and not scare the customers. But he didn't give up and asked if he could take them on credit. The shopkeeper replied more threateningly, telling him to leave before he was beaten. But this did not stop Sunmin, and he almost immediately came up with a new plan. Of course, it was a crazy plan because he agreed to sell all his clothes to get some money. According to the boy, these clothes should be more than enough. He guaranteed some of them because they were made in a highly developed dimension, and there are people who would dream of such clothes. The guy also added that if he sold it to the right store, he could get more than 1,000 eri. However, when he heard the rest of his story, he laughed again and started making fun of the kid. The fact that this guy first put on an innocent face to be pitied and sold these things and then started bargaining was very strange. He was classless, and it was clearly visible. The merchant thought that was what he was hoping for when he begged for the weapons and armor. Sun Ming smiled slightly and replied that he would be very grateful if he did, but the elder called him shameless for allowing himself to behave like that. He picked up the armor that the boy had mentioned for the first time. Still, the man agreed to give it to him even without this terrible, in his opinion, garment. This young man was strange, but he was skillfully taking advantage of being a child and a face that looked so innocent. The man added that, although he was classless, he would live long with his trick. The trafficker mockingly said that this kid would probably become a regular customer, so he told the boy to make sure he paid him thousands more as soon as he got the money. Well, now he had everything he needed for a mercenary and got ready for his first hunt. If you don't count all the ones in his past life. The survival rate depends on the armor you have. Even if it is quite light armor, it is still able to protect at least a little. It was a good decision to buy the armor first, and it didn't matter that it was taken off a dead man. Of course, the lenient attitude was unusual. Perhaps I was just lucky because it was not typical of Arya. Although perhaps this traitor wanted to let him come to him and stab him? Here, you have to be careful at every step because you don't know exactly where to expect danger. Soon enough, Sun Ming was near the place where the hunt was about to begin. And the entrance to the hunting area reminded him of the first time he came here many years ago. At that time, Sun Ming had only a small bat and was lucky enough to come across a monster that scared him to death. Now everything has changed. He already knew a lot through his own experience and had equipment and a good weapon. The boy could admit that he looked so miserable back then. He was ashamed of himself in the past. As soon as he took a step forward, the system issued several notifications at once. The first one said that he had recalled the lightning step technique, rock breaker, iron skin, and spiritual spear. But now he was facing his first enemy. The goblin was standing near one of the trees, waiting for his victim. When the young man got a little closer, the monster immediately turned around because he heard someone's footsteps behind him and his eyes fell on Sun Ming. But he immediately began to attack and was not confused. He used the spiritual spear technique, and that was the first step in this strategy. One shot, one dead body. That was his goal. Before the goblin could recover from the stranger's movements, Sun Ming immediately plunged the sharp spear into its throat and ended the monster's life. The body was left lifeless, and he fell to the ground, which was later covered in red liquid. But not everything was so sweet. The young man also got hurt, and he realized it a few seconds after his attack because his hand hurt badly. When he looked at his palm, he was immediately horrified. There was a deep wound on it which burned and hurt a lot. In general, this was an expected result, because the technique he used required that the spear be used with the palm of the hand as a barrel. And if a person had not received special training and was not used to such things, the blow would cause burns. To begin with, it is better to train your hands so that this does not happen again in the future. It will be extremely inconvenient to fight with severe burns. Although it was a completely unnecessary regression that did not improve his skills, it was the beginning of a new life that he could change himself. And somewhere in the depths of this world, there was an unknown figure with whom he would sooner or later have to come face to face. In the darkness of the night, the young man came to the hotel to book a small room because he had to live somewhere. It was a rather large and spacious building where he was immediately welcomed. The guy walked a little further and also said hello. But before he could say anything else, the man called his name and shouted happily. The man spoke seriously and only nodded in agreement, then handed a bag of money to Uncle Jack as payment for tonight's stay at his hotel. The old man asked him what was in the sack, but he had brought nothing new, just the usual. This was true, but Jack knew for sure that it was a spatial sack, which was not easy to obtain. Moreover, its price was quite high, as much as 1,000,000 eri. To this, the kid replied that he got it cheap from a seller he works with. Good business skills never hurt. Then the younger man handed Jack Goblin teeth and green blood. For this, his uncle begged Sunmin to stay with him for 2 more days. If he sold all these things to the Wizarding Guild, he could make a lot of money because they like such things. In the end, it was time to wrap it up, but Jack actually thought the kid was really cool. It sounded strange to him. He wasn't used to hearing such words in his direction. More often, he was only ridiculed. But it was true. Once a classless boy approached him and suggested something very crazy. That day, the young man asked if he could pay for his hotel stay with monster body parts. At the time, Jack thought he would die quickly. 2 weeks had passed, but every day he came to him after hunting monsters and brought him the prey. Jack sincerely admired him. And in his opinion, that's what people who have real talent looked like. No classless person would be as cool as him. At these words, Sungmin was already beginning to feel uncomfortable. He decided to just walk to his room to avoid hearing any more of this, but his uncle's shouts followed him all the way to the door. With such talent, Sungmin will someday be able to achieve what Xian did. Jack wanted to talk so badly he had just started, and his interlocutor was already running away. The guy coldly replied without turning his head back that he needed to rest after a hard hunt. His strength was already running out. This word, it touched his heart so much, just talented. That description was not for him. Jack had just wanted to praise him, but he had only made Sungmin angry. He was talentless, and all he had now was experience and practice over the years. And after all this effort, he died, ending his life as a C-rank mercenary. That's all. It's good that things are slowly starting to change now. The characterization window has begun to replenish, and now there are several new skills. But the lightning step technique, iron skin, and spiritual spear are skills he learned in his previous life. It was only because of the characterization area had given him that he could recall all these abilities and remember how they worked. It was easy now, but this was only the beginning. All of these are just lower martial arts and nothing more. In a hard fight with strong opponents, it's hardly going to help. And no matter how far he goes in improving these abilities, you can't get to the very top of martial arts. The only way to the top was through the celestial cultivation technique, and that was his only hope. But a cultivation technique is only a cultivation technique, and it has its own limits, which are quite narrow, by the way. It was all just driving him crazy. The realization that you are now at the very bottom could not give him peace. So Sun Ming decided that he definitely needed to become stronger in martial arts. That night, all he did was go to bed. He didn't have enough energy to do more than just think about things and fall asleep. So he put off all those things until the next day. He got up early in the morning and left his room, but was immediately met by a girl who asked him if he was going to the forest again. He went there every day, as if not knowing that he could die there at any moment. She was the daughter of Jack the innkeeper, and sometimes helped her father here. Sun Min's only response to this was that he was a stranger to this world. If he wants to survive, he needs to catch monsters to earn enough money to live. But she thought that was ridiculous. Even in his situation, he could have found another job. Lula came up with an idea. She said that Sun Min could get a job at their hotel. Her father liked the young man very much, so he would have no problem hiring him. But he just shook his head and said that he didn't know any of the things that were required to work in this hotel, although he just knew that he wouldn't be able to earn as much as he would as a mercenary. But Lula still didn't understand him. In her opinion, it would be better to live here in safety and work here as well, instead of wondering every day if you would come back from work in one piece. The young man smiled. He didn't say anything to that, and then started to walk out again. In the end, he only added that he would be back for lunch. Lula's words did not stop him, even though she tried. The thing is, Sun Ming had lived this life before. He cleaned the rooms until his hands hurt and cooked in the kitchen for the hotel guests. He accepted all the work that was assigned to him and treated everyone loyally, even though they considered him a doormat. And this time he didn't want to live like that. It was better to die there than to be hunted down by such people. And this time he was going to achieve the things he had envied before. And for that he had to risk his own life. Now Sungmin was ready to do whatever it took to get what he wanted, and since he had already had the chance, he would definitely live his next life better. He walked all in his thoughts and did not hear anything else. No people talking, nothing else. But suddenly he heard a loud bell and it distracted him. The young man looked back at the sound. It seemed to be right in front of him now. It was the morning bell. He remembered that he had heard it before, so now it was time for a new stranger to call. As Sun Ming sat quietly, a portal appeared not far from him, and the one who was being summoned today was to appear from there. Later, he saw a short young man with long hair, and from his clothes he realized that he was skilled in martial arts. The new guest looked more like a child who was about the same age as Sungmin. He thought that the newcomer was very confused because he remembered his state when he first came here, and he also realized that the boy would definitely attract attention if he behaved like that. But no. He had already attracted the attention of two people who handed him a flask of water. They all seemed to have the same trick with this goblin poison for beginners. For a while, Sunming watched the kid and hesitated to help him in this situation. But then he convinced himself that it shouldn't be any of his business, that he was a miracle worker, and he didn't have to help anyone. However, when he turned around and went on his way, he immediately bumped into someone, and it hurt. He stepped back in displeasure and immediately looked into the eyes of the passerby he had hit. Sungmin started to say something, as if to defend himself, but was interrupted. When he saw this giant in front of him, the boy just apologized for what he had done and kept looking at it. The creature looked horrible, like a pig with a human body. The monster also began to say something, and at first it was very quiet, but the young man could hear him talking about the bone he had broken. The very next moment, Sunmin was slapped hard. He didn't even have time to recover before the man started hitting him. One blow sent him to the ground, and he rolled on the ground for several meters before the man came closer to continue. Passers-by and those standing next to this newcomer noticed the noise and watched the fight in silence. When the older man heard the quiet words of the people discussing what was happening among themselves, he turned around and told the citizens that there was nothing to worry about. It was just that this crazy man had broken his bone, so he decided that he should show him that it was better not to do that and to behave politely, so he just hoped that people would ignore it and move on. Those who were standing next to another stranger asked the boss if he was okay. The boss limped over to them and told them that the kid had broken his bones, so he couldn't just forgive him. These people were all from the same gang, so Sunmin already realized that he was very unlucky to be here. Even though this thug's kick was unprofessional, it was definitely martial arts. This thug was a martial arts master of rank. His students didn't really believe at first that this kid could break a bone of such a giant, and this time Hyun said that it didn't matter. This kid still needed to break them. Martial artists can differ in their ranks. The lowest rank is the third rank and can be easily achieved if you spend a cage of days practicing. But Lee Sung-min, who had just moved here, had not yet reached the third rank. It was all very dangerous considering the difference between them. He knew that he couldn't defeat him on his own, and in Gnabus, everyone was heartless and no one would help him. All he could do was shout at the boy not to drink the water that had been laced with paralytic poison. He stopped when he heard these words, and the bandits wanted to do something even worse to Sunmin. He had taken the victim, who was almost in their clutches, right out from under their noses. This guy was quite young, so Sunmin didn't expect much help from him, but now he needed at least something, especially since he was from Miram and should have some skills. Hearing this statement, the kid spilled water on the ground right under the feet of these bandits and kept his eyes on Sunmin. Once again, the young man saw this giant in front of him, who gritted his teeth and said that this was a very stupid thing to do. It was perfect for selling to nobles with specific tastes. Hyun was ready to hit him with all his might. Nothing would stop him this time. But Sungmin really didn't want to let it end that way. He didn't want to lose to a man like that. Apparently, he was ready to do anything to get out of here and decided to use the lightning step technique, hoping that it would lead to something. Here, he used the skills of a low-ranked martial skeleton, and in a moment, the young man was already a little further away from the bandit. When the distance was sufficient, Sungmin quickly accelerated and punched Hyun with all the strength he had in his hands. Now, the other two gangsters were no longer paying attention to their previous victim. They were more concerned about the life of their boss in this situation. The next step was for the young man to use his iron skin skill and continue to punch the giant with all his might. He was holding up pretty well for someone who had only been here a couple of days. It was indeed a decent blow, but it was still not enough to win. Putting Hyun down and winning isn't easy, especially when you only have basic martial arts skills, period. The boss could confidently say that this was just the beginning and that this technique would not work. This man has a strong body. It would be too hard for someone like Sun Ming to hit him and hurt him. He has the weight and muscles of a child, and martial arts would not help him here. One of the inmates standing next to the newcomer started shouting loudly that the guards might come here soon. Although no one in Gnabus cares about anyone, such noise can attract unnecessary attention, so they advised him to get going. Sungmin was already almost at zero. A few more hits from the gang boss and that would be the end of his new life. The newcomer looked at him silently and did not say a word. Sun Ming realized that he was probably not going to be of any help at all, and that he couldn't defeat this giant with his bare hands, so he would have to use a spear. He pulled it out very deftly, and the weapon was already in the boy's hands. Now all that was left was to wound Hyun to win and get out of this place as quickly as possible. But it didn't come to that. The boy with the long hair came up to Sungmin and stopped him, holding the spear with one hand, and asked him to repeat the words he had said to him. The young man did not understand what he was talking about or why he had done this, and the boy just looked at him silently with a slight smile. For a few seconds, he seemed to be in a trance, but then when he turned his gaze to Hun, he immediately shouted at the newcomer to wait. The bandit was so close, and he needed to deal with him as soon as possible. The guy turned to the two of them and made a slow motion with his hand, stopping Hyun. And all of Sungmin's efforts were for nothing? The kid pushed Hyun away from them with one finger, and he fell to the ground with a thud. The bandit had dared to interrupt him, and that was very rude. He needed to be punished for that, and so the boy did. Sunming watched in amazement as the bandit writhed in pain on the ground and tried to get up. He still couldn't realize what the kid had done. Just one punch had helped him take out this bandit. There was definitely something wrong with this kid. How could he possess such strength? An attack with the palm of his hand, which was wrapped in internal energy, is not a third or second rank. This guy is at the peak of martial arts, and he's about his age. It all sounded strange. And he was called here almost at the same time as Sunming. This simply cannot be. It is extremely rare to encounter such a creature, but it is none other than a demon in the sky, a little heavenly demon named Wee Ji Hyun. After doing his business, he asked Sungmin to show and tell him about this place because he had no idea where he was now. This demonic cult was a representative of unorthodox sects that worship the government itself, and the strongest should become the head of the demonic cult and will be called the Celestial Demon, and the disciples of the Celestial Demon are called Young Masters. And this young master who has entered the new world is a little celestial demon named Wee Ji Hyun. He had practiced martial arts of the highest rank from an early age, and was about the same age as Sun Ming when he was summoned here. But there was such a big difference between them that he could not even bear to look at him. He recognized Wee Ji Hyun, though not at first, because he had forgotten some of the details of his past life. When they sat down in the small room, the demon introduced himself and confirmed his age. The demon looked friendly enough to be unlikely to do any harm. And right now he was in his room, only 1 year younger than Sun Ming himself. The boy felt a little awkward in front of him, but he introduced himself anyway. The demon smiled and immediately returned to the old conversation that the bandit had interrupted. Sungmin had told him something very interesting back then, so he wanted to hear even more. All Ji Hyun knew about this world was its name, and that area was very different from the world he came from. Ji Hyun also assumed that there was no demon cult here, and Sun Min, who was a year older, confirmed this. Then the demon laughed and lowered his head, quietly saying something under his breath. The protagonist still did not know how to behave in front of him, so he just stood in one place and watched his new interlocutor. Now he remembered what this stranger had shouted at him in the square. The demon hadn't heard all of his words, because the shouting sounded unintelligible. It stopped him, and he couldn't speak right away, but simply repeated the words he had said and fell silent again. Ji-hyun didn't say anything right away, but he noticed that his eyebrows were furrowed, and the demon shouted at the whole room that Sunmin was very rude to speak to him in such a tone. He also threw some insulting words at him, which made the 14-year-old worry because it seemed like he was going to be killed right there. The young man immediately apologized and bowed to him, explaining his informal manner of communication by the fact that he did not know the young master. But in reality, he could not believe that he was obliged to bow before this 1-year-old child. But the demon liked it and was already more friendly towards Sun Ming. Even a smile appeared on his face. Then the little boy began to speak. He had already realized that Sun Ming was practicing martial arts, but he was curious to know more about it. He bit his lip as Ji-hyun continued to speak, but stopped for a moment. It was the longest and hardest pause of his life, because he was expecting to hear some kind of mockery again. And he didn't hear anything new from this kid. The demon simply called his skills garbage and added that he was even worse at martial arts. Ji-hyun also asked where this young man had learned to use his power in such a way, because such a sensei could be awarded the worst rank. He remembered very well how the young man had fought and what techniques he had used. Even then, Ji-hyun noticed that it all looked terrible. Sungmin was holding on by a thread not to snap and use all his pathetic skills against this kid, but for now, he just asked him what he was going to achieve with these insults. Then the young master stopped harassing him and came closer, saying that from that day on he would teach him martial arts. These words surprised Sunming even more. He was both very pleased, because such a teacher certainly knew a lot, but considering all the words he had heard before, he was not very pleased. In the end, he had to admit that this kid had great skills of his own, and if he taught him personally, no matter how bad the student was, he would still become more skilled over time. Ji-hyun was going to teach him only one martial art and only under one condition. It didn't sound very reliable, and something told him that he wouldn't like this condition much, but he dared to ask about the agreement. Ji-hyun wanted nothing more than for this young man to become his friend. It sounded like a joke, and for a while, Sungmin didn't know what the best reaction to this would be, so he just kept quiet. It probably sounded worse than anything else, because a friend like that, as someone who said it to you a few minutes ago, is definitely not the best thing that can happen in life. Long ago, little Ji-hyun approached his father and confessed that he really wanted to find a friend. He was lonely in their world. The father was not happy to hear this. He did not know how his son knew the word, but the boy kept talking about it. When the father asked about this term, the demon held out a book he had recently read. It was about friendship, and it also said that if you have a friend, you can overcome all difficulties. And my father confirmed that this is true, but only if you are a human and not a demon. But Wee Ji-hyun was the one who should sit on the throne and rule the cult of the heavenly demons. Wee Ji-hak believed that someone like his son, who was to become the ruler, did not need to make friends. There was simply no need for that. When his son tried to say something else on the subject, his father just yelled at him and told him to spend more time training and not to fill his head with nonsense. Ji-hyun had no choice but to obey his order. The boy immediately ran to the exit. He was very upset by what he had just heard from his father. When Ji-hyun had already left his room, his father thought more seriously about what he had said. Those words sounded terrible, especially to a young child. But unfortunately, it was true. There were about 50 people at the practical training they had organized, and this 10-year-old child was able to kill them all. Even though he was his son, such skills really scared Ji-hak. He didn't do it because it was a whim. He wanted his offspring and the new ruler to be strong and worthy to sit on the throne. But in his mind, the father wanted to sincerely apologize to his son and make him happy. Now that this young man, at the age of 13, had escaped from his father's clutches, he would be able to find a friend, for there was no one who would forbid it. Born a descendant of a demon cult, this boy grew up with great expectations of his powers. Ji-hyun began training in Dae when he was a young child. And because of all this, because of the ban, he had no time for friends. Although there was no logical implication, Sungmin didn't immediately agree to this statement. He was surprised. Why would he have to be friends with this demon? Ji-hyun argued that they were the same age and left him no choice. No, they shook hands to confirm this contract of friendship. And as of today, Lee Sunmin becomes his friend. The first friend he had ever had before. This made the young master happy. There was nothing better than to realize that he would now have such a person by his side. Ji-hyun didn't know about the little secret, but it was very strange for Sungmin that he was friends with a small 1-year-old child, even though he was already. But the demon kept his promise and started teaching him martial arts. The first thing Ji-hyun decided to do was to teach him the amethyst cloud cultivation technique. The definition of this term was not too difficult. It is simply a technique that has a unique characteristic where the internal energy is represented by the color of amethyst. When his new sensei told him about this technique, the young man, not hiding his shock, said that he would teach him something else. The young man addressed Ji-hyun as you, and then the demon interrupted him. They are friends now. You shouldn't address him so formally. Friends don't use formality in their communication. And again, that voice sounded as if the end would come, and after one sharp blade, nothing would remain of life. Sungmin stammered out that it wouldn't be like that anymore, and his heartbeat accelerated. Ji-hyun looked satisfied again after saying that. It was enough for him to be friends with him, and he didn't need anything else. After talking about all of this, Ji-hyun continued to say that he had studied the Devil's Grace technique, and that it was a martial art that could only be practiced by a leader and a follower, so he would not be able to teach it to Sunmin. But he definitely won't regret learning the amethyst cloud cultivation technique, because it is strong enough to be inferior to the energy of a demon. Now that the theoretical part had come to an end, it was time to put it into practice. He had been teaching Sunming for a long time. A month of fruitful training had already passed since then. By a mere coincidence, he had managed to master the amethyst cloud cultivation technique. It took a little time, but the progress was good, and little by little, Sungmin became stronger through daily training. His current martial arts level was currently between 2nd and 3rd rank. Objectively speaking, it was very little. but compared to his previous life, it was a huge progress. But his friend thought a little differently. He didn't know the whole story, and the fact that Sungmin managed to master such a small number of skills proved once again that he had no talent. But in any case, he had to go hunting now. It really annoyed him that Ji Hyun said this several times a day, even though he was used to hearing it in his direction. As soon as he entered the forest, he came across a goblin and immediately attacked it to have the advantage of a first and unexpected attack. Normally, killing such a monster was not too difficult, but this time things did not go quite the way they should have. And if it had not been for Sun Ming's caution, he would have been lying under the goblin's feet. But besides this monster, there was another one waiting for him. An orc came out from behind the tall and dense trees, slowly but viciously approaching the boy. After a moment, the giant disappeared from his sight. Sun Ming looked to one side, but the orc was not there. He looked to his right, but he was not visible there either. A slight panic began to set in, because he didn't even know which way to expect the attack. But when he turned back, he saw that the giant was already standing behind him. It was good that there was only one of him, so it wouldn't be so difficult to win. Sun Ming immediately launched an attack to prevent the orc from doing so. The blow was successful, and the young man managed to hit the monster's body. He rammed his spear through its body, although for a couple of seconds the orc did not realize his fate. Only when a lot of blood started pouring out of the wound did he realize what was really happening. Now, killing an orc is just a one-strike affair, and you don't even have to try. It would have looked strange for a young master. To be so surprised and happy that he managed to kill just one unfortunate orc, it all looks ridiculous. But for Sun Ming, it was a real achievement, so he repeatedly told his wonderful friend to shut up. There was one more thing that surprised him, besides the successful attack. Orcs do not live in this area, so it was unknown where this one came from. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice behind him. It was not familiar to him, but Sun Ming heard someone approaching. The stranger praised the boy and said that he had good skills for his age. When the 14-year-old looked around, he noticed a man coming out from behind the trees. He couldn't see him clearly, but he had the impression that he wasn't armed, at least not holding a weapon, and was more friendly. The first thing the boy did was ask his uncle for his name. He folded his hands in front of him to introduce himself and called himself Hey Loon, adding that when he was wandering the central districts, they called him the Dagger of Collapse. Now the young man asked about his intentions, and the man immediately decided to get to the point. The reason for his appearance here had to do with the orcs, namely that they should not roam these places. It was only later, when it was getting dark, that the two of them walked back to the town. Haelung took the boy to a small monkey named Dosan Ran and introduced them, although the monkey looked rather angry and immediately said that the boy was too young. But Haelung claimed that he had seen Sun Min's skill with his own eyes. Although he was small, he had great strength and would be a very useful member for them. Wang Pei was also not particularly pleased that Haelong had brought such a person to them. But Black Knife could not go against what he said, so he simply introduced himself. Sun Ming also met a girl named Rhaenyra. She was a magician and told him that she had studied it at the Wella School. She immediately asked the newcomer if he knew about the main goal of their team, and he said that he only partially knew. Rhaenyra explained that the Rick faction had recently established a new village here. There had already been several reports of attacks on neighboring villages and the killing of the original explorers. The Mercenary Guild has announced a reward of millions of Eri for the destruction of the orc village. If they summed up the loot from the corpses, the total amount they would receive would be equal to millions of Eri. The first thing the young man asked was how they would divide the loot and split the amount. Haelung said that they would divide it exactly according to the number of people. This meant that Sun Ming would receive approximately 1 million Eri. Such a lucrative assignment doesn't come along very often, so he would have been happy to accept, but the problem was these people. He didn't know if he could trust them. It could be that all of this was just a setup. And this Haelung guy was very suspicious. He appeared out of nowhere, as if he had been sitting in ambush for a long time. After some thought, the young man decided to take a chance. If it was true, he would not want to miss the opportunity to earn so much. When Sun Min agreed, the man was so happy that he began to exclaim that this was the right choice. It should be much easier with this kid. The young man pulled away and briefly thanked him for his praise, but there was one more question. If the four of them looked suspicious, but he had already convinced himself that he was just being too picky about everyone, the two people sitting in the shadows with their backpacks were more unnerving. Haelong looked at them and said dismissively that they were just classless men who should help carry things. Then the young man heard a question directed at him about whether he was from Murim. Sun Min said that he was, and then one of the men bent down on one knee in front of him. A few seconds later, Rhaenyra approached him and handed him a few coins, telling him to go and buy them some apples. She added that these two would carry the bags that were needed for the expedition and receive the rest of the money. They moved forward together to do what Rhaenyra told them to do. In a few minutes, they returned and brought back juicy and sweet apples. The girl took one to eat before they left because they had to leave soon. After they all had a little snack, they went to the forest path and began to go deeper into the forest to find the monster's village. When the group had already walked for kilometers, the young man asked Do San Ran how many years they had been in the village. He replied that there were about a dozen, but that they would probably only have to fight the Ma, because everyone else was either a child or very old. San Ran smiled and said that it was not difficult. Orcs are stupid creatures and you just have to go in and kill them and then take your hard-earned money. On the way, the young man asked the head of this small team about their plan. Hei Lung said that first, they would need to divide into two groups. Hei Lun and Sun Ming would be in the first team, and the second team would consist of 3 people, Rhaenyra, Black Knife, and Little Monkey. The idea behind this plan is to lure the orcs out of their village and into the forest. When they go further into the forest, the group attacks and kills them. Rhaenyra added that she is spreading the scent with wind magic, which should attract the monster's attention. The orcs have a very good sense of smell, and if they smell a human, they will immediately go out into the forest to kill the guest. And San Ran and Wang Pei will hide and ambush them, and Rhaenyra will cast her magic energy at the same time. And Hei Lun and Sun Ming should light this lamp and lure all the other monsters that are left. In this way, the orcs will be divided into 2 groups and can be easily killed. Everything is easy and simple, and the earnings are great. Sun Ming listened to the whole plan and agreed that it was good, but too direct. It would be better to trap them, although considering the size of the team they came here with, it's not realistic. As the team walked a few meters deeper into the forest, Hei Long noticed the orcs' familiar footsteps, indicating that they were almost at their village. Now it was time to split into 2 groups and proceed according to the plan. He emphasized that everyone should be careful and monitor the situation on all fronts. The 3 of them left, but the kid, Hei Lung, and the men who were carrying the expedition supplies stayed behind. He was already very tired. The backpack weighed a lot and the journey had been long and rough. Sun Ming looked back. He realized that it was really hard for the classless people because they had been walking for 6 hours straight. It looked as if they would not be able to make it back from this raid due to lack of strength. Sun Ming watched them closely, looking in all directions. Hei Long walked ahead while the younger man asked the unfortunate man his name. The man was very surprised when the young man started talking to him. Usually they could only give short orders, not ask questions. But the old man replied that his name was Brass. His voice sounded tired and he was breathing heavily between words. Then the boy nodded and told him honestly that there was no way he could protect Brass when the orcs attacked and surrounded them. The words didn't sound very pleasant, but Sun Ming had told him it was up to him to decide whether to stay or run. In any case, the young man knew that Hei Lung would not help the old man if something happened. He didn't even pay any attention to him and didn't look back to see if he was following them. Brass could barely speak anymore, but he said that he couldn't just run away from here. It sounded somehow doomed. Of course, he knew about the punishment he would receive from the guild if he dared to leave them. Apparently, death by orcs, that this torture would be equal, so there was no point in running away, and Sun Ming understood his situation perfectly. In the end, the young man simply asked Brass to be careful and observant. This surprised the old man no less, but he meekly agreed. Meanwhile, Hei Long was pleased to announce that they had finally arrived at the right place. Luckily, they managed to avoid a squad of patrolling orcs, and now they were there. In front of the group was a wooden fence among the trees, and it was behind it that the village territory began. Hei Lun said to wait until he lit all the lamps and the orcs started to come out, but Sun Ming stopped him for a few more words. As expected, Sun Ming had a spatial bag with him. This thing is so expensive, not everyone can get it. The young man silently did his work, and Hei Long watched him curiously, but he was alarmed by what the kid took out of the bag. Sun Ming poured liters of water onto the path and said that it was so they could mix it with the ground and rub the mud on their bodies to mask the smell and hide. Hei Long agreed that this was a good idea. While the elder praised him and said that the young master knew a lot for his age, Sun Ming was already lying in the mud. He told them that he had heard about it from his sensei. He enthusiastically said that his teacher was also great, and then asked if he also needed to roll in the mud. Sung Min stood up and said that it was necessary. Once they had finished bathing in the mud, they lit the signal for the years. Almost immediately, they noticed something in the sky and reacted to their trap. As they sat next to the lantern, Hei Long told them that he had come up with another great plan. The man didn't look embarrassed at all and said quite seriously that they could send the carrier forward. Sunmin was so impressed that he froze in place looking at the man. Then Halun explained that they could send Brass to distract the orcs, and they would attack from behind. Brass could hear the conversation between the two. He did not dare to object or say a word, but his face showed fear. It was only after the eager thought of death that the man dared to speak. He said that he would die if they went ahead with the plan, but Hei Long calmly said that it was luck. Maybe he would die, maybe he wouldn't. But if he disobeys now and doesn't come over, he will definitely die. Hei Long laughed after saying that, looking at the poor man. He didn't take his opinion into account at all. He didn't care about the life of someone who was lower than him. Sunmin could not allow this to happen, so he stood up and walked over to Hei Lun. He said that he would distract the monsters himself if he didn't mind, although Brass was now uncomfortable with the young master having to do this. He smiled, and for some reason this smile did not inspire confidence, but he said that he would not mind such a decision. Finally, they began to act. Sun Ming stood in front and distracted the orcs while Hei Lun did the rest. They managed to lure the monsters into their traps, and many of them had already fallen. In general, there were already orcs heading towards the group. Sun Ming almost killed one of them right away, so there were 12 left. It didn't take him long to destroy the enemy, and he went on to deal with the crowd. One more sharp and clear blow, and the next monster was gone as well. Only its remains were lying on the ground. Although he was doing well, he had his doubts about whether he would make it. There were more than just a couple of them, and he still lacked the skills. But Sungmin knew he had to do it. He got involved, and now he didn't want to give up. But was this decision an act of unnecessary kindness, or could it be called compassion? Probably yes, although he didn't want to admit it. And no, they are not friends. There is no connection between them, but for some reason Sunming could not allow such an injustice and let the old man die. He helped him because they're both classless, that's all. Although it is unlikely that other classless people in this cruel world would do the same. Usually people only worry about themselves here. Perhaps it was the law of power. And yes, Sun Myung-min recognized this law, but he found it disgusting and horrible. Apparently, no matter how many times Ji-Hyun spent trying to teach his friend about it, nothing was moving forward. He was not good at it. The demon thought he was talentless, but he still wanted to teach him at least something. He kept repeating that this knowledge needed to be kept in his head at all times. Ji-Hyun continued to teach him martial arts. Every day, the same thing continued. He practiced striking from a certain distance every day, and now these skills were needed more than ever. Sun Ming gathered all his strength and remembered everything his mentor had told him. This was the moment to show what he had been practicing for. He prepared for the main attack, clutching the spear in his hand with all his strength. Now it was time to perform the third step of the spiritual spear technique. Sun Ming gathered himself and used a lightning strike, aiming it at the monsters. And it was a very successful attempt, because not a single orc was left injured. He managed to hit them, and several at once. Hei Lun was not far behind and launched an attack from behind, as he had said earlier. Now the orcs were in a vicious circle between the two warriors, who were confidently cutting their bodies apart. One of the monsters saw Brass, who was completely defenseless and standing back. The orc decided that this was the perfect prey for him and took his bat and attacked him. Brass lay down on the ground in fright, cried out and covered his face with his hands. He was shaking because it seemed that his life was over and he was about to be killed. But with his sharp weapon, Sun Ming rammed the body of this orc so that he did not have time to attack the poor old man. This child's face was scarred and covered in mud, but he fought on. He fought for his life and saved the life of another. The last blow and all the monsters did not make a sound. Just lying between the trees in their own blood, the job was done. Hei Long walked over to the carcass of one of them and cut off its ear with his dagger. He did this a total of 1 time. With all the monsters that had been here and trapped, Hei Long was sure that they did so well because of this little guy. He said he cut off everyone's ears to bring as evidence, and the other group should do the same. The man put them in a small sack and tied it with a rope, then threw it to Brass. He didn't even call him by name, just told him to hold it and protect it, and if anything got lost, he would be responsible with his life. Now it was time to find the other team. They might need help to deal with the remaining orcs. Brass smiled slightly as Hei Lun moved away from them a bit. He then quietly thanked Sun Min as he passed by. It was probably the first merciful act from another human being. He put his backpack back on his back and walked away. And right now, they all had to go to Sanran, Wangpei, and Rhaenyra. As the first team was approaching, I saw a little monkey. He was sitting on a rock wondering when the others would return. They managed to deal with all the monsters quickly and easily. Rhaenyra had just decided to eat, and Sangran, noticing their dirty appearance, asked what had happened. Halun really looked very tired, but he said that there were no problems, and it was all the young master's fault for killing the monsters one by one. But the real problems are only now beginning. After his words, silence fell. Only heavy breathing could be heard. Sun Ming did not attach too much importance to this statement until Hei Long took out a weapon and turned into his enemy. But he didn't attack him first. The dagger went straight into Rhaenyra's chest. The pastry she was holding fell to the ground, and she exhaled heavily, feeling a sharp pain that spread like lightning throughout her body. For a while, she didn't even scream in pain because it all happened so suddenly that her body seemed to go numb. Wang Pei stood calmly nearby and watched as his dagger killed Rhaenyra, who had now fallen to the ground. Sanran did not understand anything. Before he could jump off the stone block, Hei Long approached his flesh from behind and prepared to strike with his sword. The monkey was saved only by the fact that Sun Ming reacted in time to the blow and stood up to defend him, pushing the enemy away. He still looked tired, but he defiantly told the monkey not to get in the way. He swung again, but this time at the young man. The boy began to remember his past. He had once been classless and tried to earn as much money as he could, so he had gone along with the others for their wages. He sighed heavily, stopping only for a moment, but then he continued walking again. He had a big sack behind him, which was hard for a small child to carry, so he humbly apologized to the man and limped on. But before he had gone through a couple of lessons, he noticed that a crowd had gathered nearby and was whispering about something very disturbing. Sun Ming looked as if he had never seen an execution with his own eyes, and it was true. Just hearing the word made his knees shake. The man added that the person being executed was really brave. There were rumors that he was a mercenary from Marim. It was also said that he went on a mission where he killed all his allies to take the money for the mission for himself. Then he was caught and ended up here. The young man turned his gaze to the head of this man, who was now witnessing the last moments of his life. For a young child who was not used to seeing such things because he had lived in a completely different world, it was a very unpleasant sight. And now they were face to face, and Sun Ming was in the place of the very allies that Hei Long had once killed in cold blood for a reward. He was indeed very surprised when the young master reacted so quickly to the attack. He had to admit that the older man hadn't expected it. It was as if this kid already knew everything. Of course, Sun Ming wasn't going to tell him anything about his life. It would even sound ridiculous, but he had seen Hei Lun's execution in his past life, so he kept his hand on his weapon. Even though it was years ago, he still remembered what he had seen very well, because it was the first execution he had ever seen. In general, none of this matters. Hei Lun had seen the young master's skills in the battle against the orcs and already knew his techniques and what to expect. He was truly impressed by the young master's abilities, but he couldn't compare him to himself. Sun Ming was still weaker than he was, so Hei Lun was confident that he could easily defeat him and then return to the city to collect his money. The young man already knew that his opponent had second-ranked martial arts skills. For someone between the third and second ranks, he would be a difficult opponent. However, Sun Ming could read his movements in advance. Looking at his behavior, you can understand that the man is going to attack diagonally. So it's already a winning situation. The only thing left to do is to use all the techniques Ji Hyun mentioned and not let down his guard. The teenager decided to use the length of his list to attack from a distance and then move in closer if necessary. He managed to strike Hei Lung and hit him in the body with the edge of his spear before he even got close. Hei Lun could hardly be called weak now. He has experience from the past and advice from the little sky demon. He stepped away from the boy, holding the wound that was bleeding. The boy's abilities only amazed him more each time. But he still wasn't about to admit that Sungmin had any chance of winning. In just one small moment, everything changed, and his mouth filled with blood. Hei Lun began to panic because he didn't know what had caused this reaction. Sun Ming hadn't even touched him, but it wasn't necessary now. It was the poison that was now showing itself and taking effect. When he was lying in the mud, the kid had mixed it in. This poison was not deadly, but it could tickle the nerves and hurt. Although Sun Ming could argue with the last sentence. Looking at how Hei Lun's hands are shaking, there is no telling what this poison will do, but he will kill him faster than she will. It was already obvious who was stronger. The young man is already prepared for the next attack, before his opponent gets up and starts to act in the last minutes of his life. But he was too late. Hei Long almost immediately pushed off the ground and flew into the sky. He held his stomach, where the wound was, and moved with gritted teeth, because even the smallest step was painful. Sun Ming stopped for a moment and thought about his next steps. He couldn't just let him go, but he didn't need to. The second-ranked martial artist wasn't going to run away, he was going to blackmail him. Standing behind Brass, Hailong put something to the old man's neck. He had already noticed that this medium's life was important to the boy, and warned him that if he took even one step forward, Brass would be nothing but flesh with his throat slit. Sun Ming did not move. He knew that any rash move in Brass's life would be over. This young man had been so worried about him earlier, which meant that he had unnecessary compassion for others, which he could play with now. Hailong has put him in a situation where there is no way out but to surrender and put down his weapon. The young man didn't move when he heard these words, but he was already thinking of a plan in his head and wondering what to do. But what this idiot was doing was too stupid. Did he really think that taking someone hostage would help him escape? Sun Ming did not make any sudden movements, but confidently took a few steps forward. Hailun was more frightened himself when he saw that his threats were not responded to. The kid had been working as a mercenary for many years, and there was only one reason he had helped Brass. He wasn't going to back down now. Even though there were callous people here, Sun Ming couldn't watch an innocent being abused. Sun Ming made the blood forward again, keeping his eyes on Hailun and his victim. Hailun was still standing, but it looked like he was about to slit his throat. His eyes were crazy, and it would cost him nothing to kill another. All of this made it difficult for Sun Ming to compose himself. He almost lost it, but pulled himself together at the last moment. Now he needed to focus on reality and not let his emotions get the better of him. Under normal circumstances, he would have been able to deal with Hailun and rescue the hostage. But in this situation, he had to think about himself first. There was no telling how long the poison would last, and Sungmin should have saved his strength in case Sangran lost. He couldn't waste any more time. He had no other choice right now. He looked at the old man's face one last time, as if he knew what fate awaited him. The man walked forward. It was time to act, and Hailung tightened his grip on Brass's throat, pulling him back. But something unexpected happened. Even though Brass had no more strength, he didn't want to die, and began to abruptly pull out of Hailun's grasp. This made Sun Ming stop, and he stood silently in front of them and watched the old man fight for his life. Brass threw him to the ground, pinning him down with his own weight and not allowing him to move. All Hailung could do was scream to be let go, flailing his arms with all his might, trying to get out. Finally, he managed to free one hand, and then he quickly grabbed his sword with it, and the weapon rammed into the old man's body. Hailung laughed defiantly and said tiredly that he should not have gone against his own rules. Hailun, who had lost his strength, turned his eyes back to Sun Ming, who was approaching him with gritted teeth. Brass tried to say something with his last bit of strength and appealed to the young master, begging him to listen to him. But the young man plunged the weapon into his body without any further thought. All he did was stand there for a while. Sanran managed to finish off the black knife, which was already lying in its own blood. The monkey was tired, and when he saw that the enemy was not moving, he exhaled heavily. This time, Hailun's allies were lucky. Rhaenyra was killed, but 2 of them survived. He had to kill someone who wasn't involved in his plan. But as Sun Ming said, the main thing here is to think for yourself. If he didn't, he would have died himself. They took Hailun and Wang Pei's bodies to the mercenary guild, and then shared the reward for the mission and the loot with Sangran. Only after all this work did Sun Ming return to his room, where he was greeted by Ji Hyun. He immediately started asking him a lot of questions and asked why he was back so late tonight. Sungmin replied without any emotion that he was earning money. The young man fell down on the bed without taking off his shoes and closed his eyes, while the demon stood very unhappy, arms folded. If he had had even a little more strength, Brass would not have died. His conscience could not rest with the fact that an innocent man could have been saved. The young man opened his eyes. He was doing something he didn't like just to make money and survive. But Sun Ming didn't want to live like that, didn't want to do something he didn't like. The demon kept bothering him and asking him questions. It was obvious that he was nervous and uncomfortable, so Ji Hyun asked him if he had committed a murder. At first, Sungmin was surprised that he had guessed that without saying anything, but the demon could smell human blood. There was no point in making excuses by lying, so he told it like it was. That the second-ranked master wanted to attack and kill him, so he killed him. Ji Hyun was silent for a few seconds, but then he asked suspiciously if he was hiding something from him. After saying that, he would definitely not let go of him. The little demon was literally demanding that he tell him. The boy became more visibly nervous as his piercing gaze was on his eyes. Eventually, Sun Ming turned away from him and got up from the bed, looking very thoughtful. And when he looked at the young master again, he immediately made a strange face and said that he could not have any secrets. Did he really think that the fact that a classless person could kill a second-ranked master was very suspicious. However, afterwards, Ji-hyun covered his hand and said that it was quite possible since he had taught him the amethyst cloud cultivation technique. The demon fell silent again and his face looked very serious. The demon actually believed that Lee Sung-ming was not just classless, he was special. While he was on a mission and earning money, Ji-hyun walked around the city trying to understand this world. He walked through many streets and met many different people along the way. In the corners of the city, he saw many classless people and learned about their difficult situation. Most of them were willing to pick food from garbage cans just to survive. They were the lowest in this greedy world, and the vast majority of them are now on the verge of death. When Ji-hyun saw this situation with his own eyes, he realized how difficult it was for them to survive. This is understandable because people can kill bugs without any remorse, but at the same time it can take a long time to consciously kill a small rabbit. The young man listened to the demon in silence, keeping his eyes on him, and he continued. He said that he was impressed with Sun Min's courage in going hunting on the first day, even though he had just been called here. It didn't sound so strange to the young man. He knew that he had to survive somehow, and without hunting monsters it would be very difficult. Of course, all this is understandable, but other classless people know this too. But not everyone would dare to do this and risk their lives. They know, but they can't. They can't put their lives before their own and kill another being for their own good. If you have not learned to kill and do not know the value of your life, you will not find the courage. But Sung-min was all that, and he did it without a doubt. The guy didn't know what to say, so he said that he just managed to quickly adapt to this world. But Ji-hyun felt that he was hiding something. Sung-min was good at dodging questions, so the young master confessed that he had another suspicion about him. It was short, and he said that it was because Sung-min had no talent. Despite this, he now has the skills of someone who has been training for years. The young man turned away from the demon. He no longer had the strength to make excuses. Ji-hyun saw all his progress and was with him from the very beginning. Sung-min had only been learning to use the spear for 2 months, but his teachers were already quite good. Even though his technique was not at the highest level, Ji-hyun did not see any mistakes that the beginners made. He had no talent, but somehow managed to master martial arts in just 2 months. This was the second time Ji-hyun realized that he was not the person he knew. Sung-min also didn't give up and wasn't going to give up the truth about himself. He just said that he didn't understand what he was talking about and that it was all nonsense. The demon took a step toward his friend. He looked intently into his eyes, and his voice changed. Ji-hyun did not like people who lied to him. Silence fell, but looking into the young master's eyes, Sung-min noticed the coldness and felt uneasy. He tried not to show it, but he could feel goosebumps running through his body. The young man replied more quietly and slowly, saying that everyone can have secrets and it's no big deal. Then he raised his voice, saying that it was impolite to try to expose all the secrets he did not want to talk about. He added that true friends don't do that. Apparently these words offended Ji-hyun a bit, but he kept quiet. Everyone has at least one secret, and even he has one. Ji-hyun didn't give up, though, and tried to push his friend to confess. The demon suggested that he would also tell his secret if Sung-min confessed to his, although this offer did not sound very attractive. Sung-min wasn't sure that the little guy's secret would be more valuable than his own. Ji-hyun was even willing to do more. He added that he would tell him the secret and teach him another martial arts technique, a spear technique, an acceleration technique. The demon offered to choose whatever the older man wanted. All of this would sound very tempting, but he didn't have the talent and enough internal energy to use such skills, so Sung-min didn't need any of it. Ji-hyun continued to stand his ground. He wasn't going to back down, so he thought of something else to get the boy to agree to his offer and tell him what he needed. And he came up with an idea. It didn't take long. The young man simply said that he could give his inner energy to Sun-min if he would reveal his secret. At these words, Sung-min jumped out of bed. It sounded so strange. Why would this guy share 1/5 of his energy with him for a secret? But Ji-hyun just calmly replied that he was too curious to pass up the opportunity. Sung-min was his only friend in his entire life, and he wanted to know everything about his friend, even his most intimate secrets. That's what a true and sincere friendship meant to Ji-hyun. This time he hoped that this would be enough to convince the stubborn man. It was all too much. Sung-min couldn't take it anymore, so he gave in, but he asked for one promise before he did. It sounded even more suspicious when the demon heard this condition, which literally meant not killing Sun-min after he told the secret. But there was no need for that. He is his only friend, and if he kills him, he will be left alone. And besides, They had decided to exchange secrets, so the demon decided to start with his, even if it wasn't easy. He let his hair down, followed by a short pause, and Ji-hyun told him that he was a girl. It was probably the last thing he expected to hear, and from the look on his face, it was clear that Sungmin was very shocked. He didn't say anything because he was also speechless. Although there was nothing so strange about it, Ji-hyun had lived her whole life as a boy, and her father had been hiding it from the entire sex since she was born. She looked again at her friend, who still couldn't get over the shock, and was sitting on the bed, staring at the same spot. She was used to living like this, and when she got here, she continued to hide it. That was her secret, so now it was Sungmin's turn. But he asked for some time to collect his thoughts. For some reason, it was hard for him to believe that she had been lying to him all this time, and if it weren't for his curiosity, it would have continued. To begin with, Sungmin suggested that they use different rooms starting tomorrow, although Ji-hyun didn't understand the need. Apparently, it was too difficult for him to explain, so he didn't try. Finally, the young man was ready to reveal his secret. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. A moment later, he tiredly revealed that he was a regressor. This confession shocked Ji-hyun no less. At first, she thought he was joking and that it was all a fantasy. This was an expected reaction. It was a rare thing to meet such a person, and it would be too naive to take his word for it. But she still tried to find out more. Sunmin said that he had died and thus returned to the past and was now sitting here. It was hard to believe, but then all of his peculiarities made sense, because everything she had suspected could be justified by his real age. Although if they were in her world, Ji-hyun would have said that it was completely impossible. But now they were in another dimension where anything could happen. But she still didn't understand why he made her promise not to kill him. Yes, what he said sounded strange, but not to this extent. Sungmin spoke again. He might look like he was years old, but he was afraid that Ji-hyun might perceive it as manipulation, but she dismissed the idea. The guy was still in shock. Most of the time, he couldn't understand her because life in the demon world was too different from what he was used to. But it was she who had approached him 2 months ago when they had first met in the square. She was the one who had offered to teach him martial arts, and she was the one who wanted to be a friend to Sunmin. If it was a manipulation, she was doing what she wanted and no one would be hurt, even if it was true. There was no reason for her to kill him or break off their friendship because she wanted to. They continued to talk about it. Ji-hyun had already spent 2 months with him and was able to recognize him as her friend. And for her, that was an extremely important factor, and those words should have been enough. Sungmin covered his face with his hands, unable to look her in the eye, and quietly thanked her for everything she had already done for him. But there was one more thing she couldn't let go of. He could already accept the fact that he was really only a year old, but then it was very sad because everything he had learned over the years looked tiny. These words were enough to kill Sungmin mentally. Ji-hyun still had so many questions, but she said that it was better to save them all for later. Right now, it was better to move on to the next part and give him some of her inner energy, as she had promised. If this really happens, the world will change in his eyes. With this amount of energy, it will be possible to reach heights that could not have been possible in his past life. Internal energy is accumulated only in the body of martial artists, and therefore only they are able to possess it in such quantities. They use this energy in the fight to surpass the opponent, because this energy gives them superhuman abilities. And because there are limited resources to improve internal energy, all martial artists spend their entire lives developing this power and increasing its amount. And internal energy is extremely important for all martial artists. When she put her hand on Sun Ming's back to transfer the power, the first thing she said was that his blood vessels were not clean. A lot of impurities had accumulated, and in Sun Min's mind, there was only one question about what she had done. None of the masters shared their energy for free. They all conserved it. Actually, years was too late to learn a martial art, but she was going to give Sun Min some of her own inner energy anyway. But it would be up to him to absorb how much of it he could. All Ji-hyun could advise was to use the amethyst cloud cultivation technique. When the time came for the moment of transferring this power, the young man nearly screamed throughout the room. It was so painful that words simply cannot describe it. He looked at his hand. It was trembling from the unexpected intensity of the pain, but then it began to subside. This procedure is not easy for the one who transmits energy. After all, it was a big part of what Ji-hyun had given up, so she felt a little tired. But she asked if the young man felt that something had changed. She sat down a little further while the boy continued to watch his own body in fascination. He felt that he had more strength, and nothing like this had ever happened to him before. It was all internal energy, but it seemed to him that it was all 200. It was much more than he had managed to accumulate in his entire previous life. The second thing she asked was about the amount that he had managed to absorb, and Sun Ming managed to take about half of it. Unfortunately, it wasn't much, but Ji Hyun assured him that he shouldn't be disappointed about it. All the rest of the energy will eventually penetrate his meridians. And if he continues to apply the amethyst cloud cultivation technique, sooner or later, he will be able to make this energy his own. With that, Wee Ji Hyun collapsed on the bed, overwhelmed by the strain. This procedure had taken too much of her energy. She could barely speak, but when Sungmin inquired about her condition, she said that she was just a little tired and that it would pass. She fell silent, breathing heavily. She'd never had to do this before, so she didn't know how it would affect her, but Ji Hyun was sure it wouldn't be anything serious. Now the guy started to feel some guilt towards her. Ji Hyun was doing all this for him, but on what basis? What she said sounded unusual and modest. They were friends, and for a friend, Ji Hyun was willing to do such a thing. She also added that it was all of her own free will, and that she didn't want Sungmin to feel any pressure afterwards. She didn't need anything in return. It was just her own self-satisfaction and nothing more, but Sungmin couldn't forget what she had done. It wasn't a gift you get every day. Ji Hyun also remembered what she had said about martial arts. She was going to teach her friend something else. She had already chosen the technique that would suit Sungmin best, but he felt uncomfortable again when he heard that she wanted to help him further. Since Sunming was already good with a spear, the best option would be to learn the higher heavenly spear technique. This technique was used by the Spear King years ago, and it is a powerful skill indeed. Even though it would be quite difficult considering he was talentless, Ji Hyun decided that she could challenge him a little bit, and she's tired of repeating that she's only doing it on her own free will. Ji Hyun was doing it for her first friend. She couldn't let him die the same way he did in his previous life. These words must have touched him a little. It was unexpected to hear something like that in such a cruel world where no one helps anyone. He was about to start crying, but Ji Hyun slapped him to stop him from apologizing. They're friends. He shouldn't take it as a favor that will leave him in debt. It hurt, and he didn't see what was wrong with just saying the word one more time. But then the girl said she didn't like it and didn't want to hear it anymore. Instead, she just offered to make it nice and pulled him closer to her by the neck. She offered to make me feel good and tell me about her past life. Her curiosity was still piqued, especially since it was the first time she had met someone who had regressed. Ji Hyun wondered what she was like in his past life. It wasn't the best question to ask because Sungmin was struggling to make ends meet and only knew Ji Hyun through hearsay. He knew that the girl had been at the top of Iria back then. Well, actually, it was all pretty obvious. But he added that a month after she was called to the city, she left the land. And then she disappeared for about 3 years. Ji Hyun was curious to hear all these stories about himself, and she was ready to hear more stories from his life. But the girl said that she could have been traveling around other worlds for those 3 years. Now Sungmin was curious to hear more about what she had to say and about her travels. What she wanted most was the freedom she had never had. When she was a descendant of the leader of the demon cult, this freedom was conditional. She could not go and do what she wanted. And because of this, she was called to this world. And now, Ji Hyun was very happy to have met such a wonderful friend here. She also added that she was leaving in a month. These words were unexpected, and Sungmin felt a little sad that he would have to say goodbye soon. But Ji Hyun wanted to enjoy the freedom of this world and not stick to one place. After she teaches him the higher celestial spear technique, she will go on a journey, just like in Sunmin's past life. Then she asked what he would do. She lay quietly on the bed and felt better already. It must have been a wonderful state, to realize that now you can do all the things that used to be forbidden. But for some reason, her question alarmed Sungmin. It seemed like an ordinary question, but when she said it, he felt uncomfortable. It was about his life and his desire to live it differently than in the past. The memories of how he had poured out before, how hard he had worked and how much he wanted to change everything, but it was almost impossible. Then the first day he came here and saw the monster. The guy was only with a bat, but his fear was overwhelming and it was hard for him to even defend himself. When he was trying to raise money by any means possible. It took all his time and strength, but it was a necessity, because without it, he would not have anything to eat. And then Sun Ming grew up in conditions of survival. And when he finally achieved at least something and a ray of hope appeared, everything fell apart before his eyes, and he died. But that would never happen again. He knew that he would do anything, but his current life would not be like the previous one. All of this sounded weak to her. Perhaps only someone who had been through this hell would understand. She asked if he had any other goals for the future, but Sunmin didn't even think about it. All he was interested in now was getting out of the state he was in, and that was his main goal. Ji-hyun didn't force him and only told him to tell her when he found his goal. And now she wanted to hear more about her friend's past life, and it seemed that she would not get tired of hearing these stories. The boy did not feel so comfortable with such questions, and he did not have much to tell, because all the weeks, months, and years were monotonous. He was just trying to survive in area. He reflected on his life in Ganabas more than once, and eventually came to the conclusion that he had not had a single person during that entire period that he could call a friend. So it turns out that she is also his first friend in this world. It was a very long night. They talked about many different things, discussed past situations, and a month passed. Soon the moment would come when they would say goodbye. Not forever, but who knows how long it would take to meet their friend again. However, before leaving, the girl decided to test his knowledge gained during these weeks. Now he needed to forget about friendship and adjust himself to the fact that he was facing an enemy, but the thought that it was almost time to say goodbye did not let go. But after this sparring match, Woo Ji-hyun would leave. So Sungmin wanted to show her everything he had learned from her. It would be the best thank you in the end, and he said he would fight with all his might. It sounded like he had previously thought that he would be fighting on. Of course, he would have to use all his strength and abilities that he had received. Before the duel, the girl said that she would give him a head start on his moves. That is, the young man can use these moves before she attacks. The moves sounded impressive, but the main thing was to use them correctly and meaningfully. Sungmin moved as fast as he could. Ji-hyun had given him the supreme technique of the celestial spear to learn, and now this technique would be called the supreme technique of Sunmin if he learned to master it properly. The boy stopped. It was kind of embarrassing for him that she was going to name it after him, but Ji-hyun explained that it was because she had redesigned the technique for him, so it was almost a necessity. Although she said it very seriously, he really didn't want it to be true. It was very important to make it fit his personal framework of power, because without it, he would not be able to master this power. And since they were talking about it, why not start with her? And the first step in this strategy was the fatal blow of soul pursuit. He tried to fight as if with a real enemy, and the girl could see it. His progress was also good, but still insufficient. The demon had no problem stopping the spear with a single movement of his hand, and the only thing that saved Sunmin was that he was facing a friend, not a real enemy. She immediately threw the weapon away from her body, keeping her eyes on her opponent. But then she abruptly grabbed the spear by the edge and pulled it toward her, knocking Sunmin off his feet. When the girl let go, the spear, along with her friend behind it, flew forward at the speed of light. After falling, he was already angry and rushed towards her again, ignoring the first defeat. He decided to repeat the strike and make even more effort. The second step was a lightning strike that divided the space. But she had no trouble with that either, and he had already used the third move before Ji-hyun's attack began. It wasn't the highest level, far from it, but compared to when he knew nothing, his current knowledge allowed him to hold the spear with more confidence and make clearer strikes. And parrying allowed him to twist the opponent's weapon outward. The delay allowed him to twist the enemy's weapon downward, which helped him block the attack. And after this attack, it is best to use piercing. And at this point, he heard a lot of complaints from Ji-hyun. All of this was the basics of spearmanship, and he was using this weapon without knowing the main points. The young man tried to justify himself by saying that he had studied it on his own before, and he didn't have a master to tell him how to do it right. Then she ordered him to use all these movements every day until he got used to their application. These words only gave him more inspiration and desire to do everything right. In the meantime, Sunmin used every possible movement. This went on, and on the next stroke, the girl advised him to mix each movement of the spear with his own weight if he could not use his back. Sunmin listened carefully to all the instructions and tried to repeat the attacks with them, but everything seemed harder than it sounded. Ji-hyun praised him on his next kick and told him that he was getting better. However, with every word she said, he became more and more aware of the difference between them. Sungmin managed to achieve more and become a second-ranked master of the energy Ji-hyun had transferred, but she deflected all his attacks with one hand. This girl is at the top of the martial arts. It was hard for him to imagine an equal opponent for Ji-hyun. Sunmin could see from his face that he was trying, but he was tired, and at times it seemed to her that he had already given up. His breathing was audible from a few meters away, but this fatigue did not mean that he was actually ready to admit defeat. After everything he had been through, that was impossible. If he was going to get this chance, he'd better make the most of it. Sunmin used several attacks at once and spent a few more strikes. Now there were only a few left. She dodged and deflected the blows as easily as if it were nothing easier. This didn't move him forward at all, but Sungmin kept trying to do the impossible. Ji-hyun was getting bored. She hadn't had to fight. It was hardly even a warm-up, but now it was time for his last blow before her attack. The girl had already prepared herself for her strike, keeping her own promise. She had already tasted this taste of victory, even though it was only a battle with a friend whose strength she already knew, and this time he had gone much further. It would have been easy to think that he had succeeded because the spear was near Ji-hyun's eye, and with one more right move, he could have won. But things are not that simple in a battle with a demon. She literally disappeared from his sight before Sungmin could touch her. Just as quickly and imperceptibly, the young lady was behind him before he even realized it. Ji-hyun touched her friend's shoulder lightly. All this indicated that he had lost. Even so, she praised the boy. He was doing well and looked much more confident, but Sungmin thought otherwise. She managed to block every attack with only one hand, so how could she say doing well here? But she could clearly see that he had excellent instincts. And she was also sure that he was born for martial arts, even if he didn't have the inner energy. Although the young man was unable to respond to her with a counterattack, he had felt Ji-hyun's attack, so he could sense what he could not see. This could also be called skill, and sooner or later he would be able to fully control his weapon and become one with it. Ji-hyun paused for a moment and then said that she would wait for years. But that number raised a lot of questions for Sungmin. And yes, this sparring today, it was too easy. In fact, she didn't expect anything from someone who had only started practicing a few months ago. Still, she was impressed by his abilities. He managed to show everything she had taught him, and his last attack was particularly good. Finally, she suggested that they meet again in 10 years. The young man still stood there, not even moving or closing his eyes. A month ago, Ji-hyun asked her friend about his goal in this life. She repeated the same question again, but Sungmin's answer hadn't changed since then. Then the younger woman suggested that he make her his goal. It was a short sentence, the meaning of which he did not immediately understand. Sungmin clenched his fists until his palms and fingers hurt, but not a word came out of his mouth. Ji-hyun continued to speak with the same confidence and ease, and assured him that if a person has no purpose, his life will be like a ship bobbing on the violent waves of the ocean, drifting around without any benefit. He needed to become strong enough to face her in his native struggle in 10 years. Without any hesitation, the young man revealed that this was impossible, but she was not satisfied with this answer. In the end, Sungmin could not stand it. Only by making her his target would he be able to become like Ji-hyun and achieve what she already has. The words about a worthy fight and great power sounded like a fiction to him, like nonsense. He shouted that he would not achieve anything because he had no talent. These thoughts put a barrier in front of him in any endeavor. Ji-hyun was a genius to him, who had these talents, and she had also taken many elixirs, so she did not understand him. His voice was filled with despair. Sungmin kept telling himself that this was impossible for someone like him. Their starting points are too different. He didn't even want to look at a tree he couldn't climb. And now all those words about a new life and wanting to live it differently from the past made sense? Every sentence Ji-hyun said pressed him so hard that he silently begged her to stop. He was angry because it was a truth that no one would want to accept, so the only way was to reject it. It was hard for him to believe that a 1-year-old child was lecturing him. It made him laugh nervously. And if she wanted it so badly, Sungmin was ready to make her his target and train until his last breath after Ji-hyun left him. And years later, when they met again, he would plunge his spear into her heart in cold blood. It was all too much. She would die then. It's better to settle this as friends without weapons in their hearts. Yes, as friends. That was the word he hadn't mentioned in his last statement. Sungmin had somehow forgotten about it, so Ji-hyun suggested that they just have another sparring match and call it a day. It took Sungmin a few seconds to realize what he had said earlier. The young man realized that it sounded important. He was so embarrassed now, but just a short time ago he'd been seriously ready to kill her, at least in words. Ji-hyun took a step forward and removed her hands from his face, repeating the same phrase. Years from now they should get together. And she'll be looking forward to the day when that happens between them. He didn't quite understand what Ji-hyun meant by that statement, so he jumped back in a split second. She smiled slyly, although Sungmin responded to everything she said by saying that he was just scared that she had gotten so close to him, and how could she even talk about such a thing? Ji-hyun is just a child. Ji-hyun ignored his words and moved closer to him, saying that she had read about this look in a book, so she knew exactly what she was talking about, while Sungmin tried to move away. She was already too close, but Ji-hyun still continued to speak calmly, amused by this reaction. But she told him that in the years to come, she would grow up and become incredibly beautiful, and he would never hear her talk about a small child again. Lee Sun-min set himself 3 main goals. The first one was quite logical and obvious, especially for those parts of the country, and he meant to survive. The second was to use the memories of his past life. Well, now it was time to say goodbye. Ji-hyun didn't take many things with her. They all fit into a small bag, and she took one last look at it. It would be many years before they would see each other again. Ji-hyun jokingly told him not to even think about dying. They had a fight to fight before that, and he made a promise that he would never die. They both smiled. During these months, Sungmin and Ji-hyun were able to become real friends, even though it was their first time. He turned the other way to head back to the town. It was kind of sad to say goodbye to someone like that. Now their paths are going to diverge for many years, during which Sungmin has a lot to accomplish. And there were 3 opportunities that Lee Sun-min could have gotten in Ganabis. The first is a battle skeleton. The second was a true heavenly cultivation power. And the third and last was the opportunity to participate in a classless tournament. Ganabis regularly held various tournaments, and the boy managed to get in. By this time, months had already passed since Wee Ji-hyun left. The guy was not taken seriously there. He looked like just a kid, and his opponents were great martial artists who said that Sun-min should give up before the battle started. Each of these masters despaired when they realized that the child was able to defeat them, and eventually Sun-min managed to become a first-rank martial artist. With the help of this power, he easily won. The young man received the prize of the tournament champion. It was a small pill to increase internal energy. Lee Sun-min took it, and from then on paid even more attention to his inner energy. And now that he had gotten all he could take from cannabis, he had to move on. This was big news, because the classless boy of 30 years had conquered the cannabis arena. The seller who had once been ready to kill him was now proud of the kid. And he was sure that Sun-min would live a long time. People who have a good head on their shoulders live longer because they know how to get out of situations. And this boy definitely knows how. Then the vendor stepped back and picked up a small bag, then handed it to the younger man. It was a spatial bag, and the sight of it struck Sungmin. The man had warned him at the beginning that it wasn't new, but it was definitely better than the one he had now, because it was many times bigger. The seller knew that the boy would need it, so he held it for him. He simply told him to accept the small gift and not to argue anymore. This thing was worn out anyway, so it's unlikely to get much after the sale. Let it be a parting gift, and then the merchant added that the boy should become famous if he wanted to repay him. And then he can tell the whole of area that when he was a beginner, Hans the street vendor helped him. For some reason, this also made him uncomfortable, but he didn't want to argue anymore, so he said goodbye almost immediately. On the way, the young man stopped by the hotel where he had so often spent his nights. Nothing had changed here, either in his past life or now. It was still the same cozy atmosphere. The floor creaked under his feet as Sun-min pushed open the old door and walked into the next room. He wanted to go further, but Lula stopped him in his tracks. Her voice didn't sound the same now as it used to. She had always been quite sharp and stubborn, but now she sounded sad when she learned that Sungmin was leaving. He wanted to hide it from her, but she found out because he cleaned his room, even though he had never done it before and left it a mess. Even a fool would have realized that something was wrong. Then she stopped screaming and sat on one of the tables, swinging her legs. It was strange that he had cleaned the room completely himself, because in this hotel, she did it all. Sungmin knew this, but this time he felt like it for some reason. Lula continued to directly smear her feet while sitting on the table, but her face looked sad. It was normal for outsiders who were called into this world to simply leave at some point. It happened often, and the news that Sun-min had to go too was the most disappointing. Although she tried not to show it, it was hard to hide it. And now she was reluctant to accept the fact that he was leaving, probably forever. What she said could hardly be called goodbyes, but this situation hurt so much that she could not have wished for anything else. Lula said she hoped he would die a horrible death on another land. After that, the girl jumped to the floor and quickly walked to the exit of the hotel. Her father noticed that something was wrong with her and that she was too angry or disappointed, but he did not stop her. Jack just looked after her worriedly and sighed. Only now he looked at Sun-min and asked him not to be angry with her because Lula was still young, even though Sun-min was even younger. After all, she didn't have the best temper. The young man said that it was okay, really. He understood and wasn't angry, and he sounded very sane at his age, as if he had lived a decade longer. The uncle didn't ask anything else. He just walked up to the boy and handed him one thing, telling him to take it with him. It was his cloak that Jack had worn when he was young. It had magic on it, and even sharp knives could not pierce it. It also had magic that allowed it to maintain its temperature, although it was not very powerful and could not withstand extreme cold or heat. Sun Ming put on the cloak and thanked him, still surprised. The cloak was too big for him, but he could adjust it. Jack was proud of him and said so again. Sun Ming was the best and strongest classless person he had ever met in his life. Jack almost cried as he wished him success and told him to take care of himself. This was their last dialogue, after which Sun Min left the hotel. It was hard for him at first, after all. He had spent many years in this city in his past life and was used to it more than other cities, and now he had to leave Genesis and face new challenges. He walked slowly, wondering where to go next, while Lula ran as fast as she could after him. As soon as she saw him, she called out his name with all her might to make him stop. Sun Min recognized her voice and then looked back in shock. Even then, Lula stopped. She was breathing heavily and stood for a few more seconds, leaning on her knees. She wiped her sweaty face with her hand and finally looked up at Sun Ming. He hadn't expected to see her again. The girl still stood there, trying to steady her breathing, but without waiting, she said she took it back. Sun Ming was not vindictive, and he would not even remember what words were in question. Lula repeated them, her wish for death instead of goodbye, and said once again that she took them back and didn't want that to happen. She didn't want Sungmin to die, even after he left her in this city. She was just so angry that she couldn't control her emotions. It was incomprehensible to him that Lula had run after him for so long just to say those words. She said again that even though he was leaving, she wanted him to live happily ever after, not die. And if he couldn't take it, it would be better if he just came back to this city. The young man smiled in thanks. He could see that Lula had something else to say, so he stood there and waited. When she was finally able to speak and breathe normally, she said that it was strange for her, but that from a certain moment something began to change. She clutched her dress even tighter until her fingers hurt, and she could not believe that she was about to say these words. But at some point she began to realize that she loved him. Lula smiled and looked into his eyes, then fell silent. Sungmin also stood silently in front of her, watching her hide her reddened face again. Unable to look at him any longer, Lula took a few steps towards Sun Min and quietly asked him not to die. To this, the young man replied the same as Ji Hyun, that he would never die. The boy was smiling slightly as he said his last goodbye and moved on again. Now there were only bitter tears on her face, and Lula couldn't even look at Sun Min. When he lived his last life, it took him 3 years to leave Genebis, but this time it took him only a year. And last time he didn't have any good memories, but now everything had changed. He wondered if he would ever be able to come back here, if these were his last days in Genebis. Later, Sun Ming came across a man whose body was wrapped in sharp vines. He spoke to him first and told him that it had been many years since someone so young had visited Mushi Mountain. The man immediately asked what kind of fine he wanted to receive. And Sungmin knew he had to do it because he wanted to become stronger. When Ji Hyun was still here, she told him to choose the place where they would meet years later, because she didn't know the area. It was not an easy question, but Sungmin decided that the best choice would be to set the date for the meeting in Taebaek. With 9 years to go until the day of their meeting, Sun Myung-min realized that he could not go to Thebes right now. The first thought that came to him was about the city of Bahanger. He could become stronger there and get a job as a mercenary, just like in his previous life. But then he remembered that he wouldn't be able to train much, which he needed. Soon after that, Sun Ming decided that the first thing to do was to visit another place he had heard a lot about before. It was about Mushi Mountain, which in his first life he had not been able to reach, because it was really dangerous and difficult to survive there. Mushi was also one of the gods of Aria, symbolizing training and repentance, and this mountain belonged to him. It was his territory, where he had to apply penalties to his own body and senses. You could increase the gain by training several times more. When the young man finally decided to go there, he entered the forest. He was sure that this mountain had to be somewhere here. And when the penalties were applied to his body, he realized that it was much worse than what he had thought. The penalty made food taste incredibly awful. It was also changing the way it looked, and the bread he had been chewing on resembled the bodies of various insects, making it even harder to eat. At this rate, he would soon be unable to eat or drink at all. When you think about it, and not live in such a situation, it doesn't seem so hard. In fact, Sun Min was already seriously considering leaving and not suffering. Sometimes it seemed to him that this self-torture would not lead to anything good, and that it was all in vain. Especially since he has the opportunity to go to Bahanger and become a mercenary of the B rank there. That would be much better than what he had in his previous life. Sungmin didn't want to be too greedy, and he knew that he would just go crazy here. But when he remembered Ji-hyun's image, everything changed in an instant. Perhaps if he left here, it would only mean that he had given up. Forgetting about all the horrible flavors that now haunted him, the young man picked up a slice of bread he hadn't finished that morning. It still tasted like insect bodies, and the taste had not changed, but only gotten worse. But he was hungry, so he ate it as fast as he could, and then washed it down with water, which tasted no better than what he had just tasted. But it was so bad that he just spit out everything he had just swallowed. But even that didn't stop him. He only started to get angrier at Mushi and realized that he had to try to survive all this abuse and become stronger. Just as he said this and cursed the god of this mountain with a few words, he heard someone's voice from the side laughing lightly and calling Sun Ming a very ill-mannered mortal. This frightened him greatly, for he was sure he was alone and no one was around. But when he looked around, he really didn't see anyone, so he dismissed it as some kind of hallucination. Nothing changed, and he went through the rest of the week at the same pace. The food and water still tasted like rotten food, so he tried to eat less, and only when he was really hungry. Another morning, Sun Ming woke up feeling terrible, as he always did in this place. He came across a small deer eating grass nearby. Since he had to take a leak here, he decided that it would be better to kill the animal himself to get the meat. Taking his sais, the young man went hunting. For some time, he was very quiet and would have almost succeeded. But when he jumped out of the ambush, the deer was frightened and was ready to run away. When the animal heard the noise, it immediately began to look around and then saw Sungmin. He was standing with a weapon, which scared it even more. But at some point, it just stopped and stood still. While the guy was desperately trying to get some meat for himself, the deer was calmly watching him. And if he were a human, he would probably be laughing by now. In the end, this is what happened. The deer jumped away from the hunter, making sounds that were very similar to human laughter. At first, it was hard for him to realize what he had just heard, but again, he wanted to blame it on this strange place. He just collapsed from the thoughts that haunted him. And if it was true that the deer was laughing at him, then to what level did he have to stoop to make it happen? And he had just lost a victim, almost the only one he had seen in a week. For 7 days, the young man had been eating only bread and drinking water. And this is not a normal diet for a human being, so he needs to get out of here immediately or get some meat. On this mountain, the guest has to take care of his own comfort. This includes food, shelter, and clothing. This was also part of Musha's test. This mountain is very harsh, and it's not just the wide temperature range that you can't get used to quickly. There are a lot of animals here. They are fast and aggressive, so Sun Ming spent the whole week hiding, hoping never to meet them. And because of the penalty of gravity, he couldn't even hunt properly. And because of the penalty of taste, food is very disgusting to put in your mouth. 7 days had passed, and he had already lost a lot of weight. Sun Ming had been planning to train here for years at least, but he couldn't train to his fullest capacity because of his severe weakness, even though training here would have had a good effect. The young man sighed. Everything was too hard for this situation, and he was thinking about going to another place again, when suddenly a stone flew at his feet. When Sun Ming turned his gaze to the side where the stone had come from, he saw a girl. She was dressed in white, just like her hair. She didn't look particularly friendly on her face, but the stranger waved at him, and he immediately asked her name and who she was. At first, he was a little worried, not knowing if she was an enemy, but then he remembered that there was a law on Mount Musha that prohibited harming pilgrims, so it was unlikely that she would attack. The girl didn't say anything. She just pointed to her neck where she bore the sign of the god Mushi. Then she crossed her fingers in front of her, making a cross. He then guessed that she had a voice penalty and could not speak, and she waved her head to indicate that this was correct. And again, the same deer appeared out of nowhere. When the girl withdrew her hand, the animal fell right in front of Sungmin, who now looked very frightened. Now it was dead. She had managed to catch the deer in one stroke. Then the girl approached him with a stick in her hand. Even though Sun Ming remembered that there shouldn't be any human enemies here, he couldn't trust her completely either. But she took the stick to communicate with him. The girl wrote a few sentences on the ground saying that she had been watching him for days and that at this rate he would die here. That is why she decided to help him. Since he had been called by area, he knew the official language because everyone after being called receives knowledge of it. And this lady wrote in the official language of the country. Of course, he appreciated her help, but he thought she would want something in return. But the stranger wrote the following sentence saying that she did not need anything from him. Sungmin was surprised that someone just decided to help him without any reason. But the blonde woman wrote again that she was helping him because she was kind and didn't want to see him suffer and slowly go crazy. It was all very strange. Apart from his tiredness and the atmosphere in the place, a girl appears in front of him out of nowhere, helping him just like that. She introduces herself as a kind, good person. And after that time, she always appeared when he was in trouble and helped him out. This made him suspicious because he came from the world of Area where no one helped anyone, but then Sunmin started to get used to her. Later, he learned her name and couldn't help but be surprised. Baek Sogyo. Those were the letters she wrote in the sand when he asked her name. It was a famous name in his past life. Because of Baek's abilities, she was called the Silent Flash. And he was really confused because he had met a future celebrity. His excitement was understandable, but that wasn't the point. He already knew that in 8 years, Baek Seogyo would die in the dungeon. He would die at the hands of the little celestial demon, Weiji Hyun. He sat there puzzled next to the rocks. Everything had changed since Baek had appeared. Sungmin had often thought about what might have happened in the dungeon and the reason for the girl's murder. Now that he knew both her and Baek Sogyo's killer, it was all even more mysterious. Lost in his own thoughts, he didn't even notice Baek Sogyo's arrival. When she came closer, he jumped away from her. Baek had appeared so unnoticed, and then written on the stone that she had just arrived. What surprised him more was that she could write with her fingers on the stone. He hadn't asked this question, but the girl wrote that she had come because she thought he was hungry again. Baek could help him get some meat again. But first, Sungmin asked if the girl could use telepathy because her martial arts level was high. But Baek wrote back that unfortunately she couldn't. Her fine also put a ban on it. He suddenly fell silent, looking at the inscriptions made on the rock by her fingers. Later he asked about her hand. She didn't move it, and Baek told him that a new fine had been added to her left arm because 6 months had passed. It's hard when you can't feel your limbs at all, so she asked about his fines. She had heard from Sungmin before that he had a fine for gravity and taste. She could only imagine how hard it must be to not be able to taste and enjoy food. Then the boy asked her about the penalties of other pilgrims, curious to know about other possible prohibitions. Baek decided not to tell him everything in her own words, but to introduce him to the others, so she offered to go with him. He just started to say that he would be very grateful if he did, but Baek didn't hear him. She moved so quickly between the trees that Sungmin didn't even have time to follow her. All that was left behind was a trail of sand. It was too fast. She returned as suddenly as she had left. Baek remembered that Sungmin had a gravity penalty, so she realized that she needed to be slower, although she wasn't sure he would have caught up with her, even if he had been in a normal state. Then the girl added that he should focus on speed techniques, because it was hard to move. It would definitely be more effective than practicing his spear skills. He was a little embarrassed when he found out that Baek was watching his training as well, and then he asked if she could teach him something. The girl did not react so kindly to this. Although she was kind, she couldn't give away her food to everyone. Sungmin put it down to the fact that he was just joking, although in his heart he hoped for a different answer. In the end, Baek took him on her shoulder and decided that she would take him to all the other pilgrims. If he walked alone, they wouldn't make it to the pilgrimage site by tomorrow. At first, he protested, but Baek explained that otherwise, it would take too much time. He tried to say something else and asked her to wait, but Baek just warned him to hold on tight. Immediately after she said that, she rushed forward. She was so fast she was dizzy and almost blown away by the wind. The others looked back in shock as she ran with someone else to their so-called base. Here she was nicknamed Mute, and mostly called only that. When Soon Min got to the ground, which happened quickly because it took them only a couple of minutes to get there, he put his hands over his nose because the smell was terrible. Everyone started looking at him as if he were a victim or an enemy. In any case, everyone was unfriendly, and only then the girl wrote to them that he was also a pilgrim and introduced him. Scarlet Razier, who was the future archmage, had already heard of Sun Ming and knew that he was a martial artist, and she really did not like him. She had a terrible fine, and that's why there was such a smell in the place. She was forbidden to wash. Doc Bijun was called the Phantom Dagger. He had a penalty on his eyesight, and he offered to fight the kid in a duel one day. Then Baek told Sunmin that there are only 4 pilgrims on the mountain, including her, who has a penalty on her left hand and blindness in her left eye and loss of voice. Sungmin's eyes started to twitch. He thought there were dozens of them here, but it turns out that only, and besides that, there were those incredible people who would make a name for themselves in the future and become famous. Although they were not yet celebrities at this moment, the whole country would soon know their names and admire them. He was still watching the 3 in fascination when Scarlet turned to him and asked about his fines. The young man was a little nervous and his voice trembled like himself. But then he told her that he had a fine for taste and gravity. People who come in here are given a fine. And what Sun Min said surprised her, because Scarlett knew for sure that this kid hadn't been here for a month and already had fines. She was sure that he wouldn't live long at this rate. Bijun stopped her then. He had heard that Sun Ming had come here in search of strength, and it was logical that he would take the toughest possible tests. He wanted to cross his borders, even if he had to pay the price. Sun Myung-min felt uncomfortable hearing these words, and in the company of these people. But he said that this was the way it was. The old man also added that many different people gather on this mountain. But there are only 4 people left who have been able to survive for more than 6 months. Bijun wanted to see the boy's progress himself, so he said he would keep a close eye on him. Now Nima had to be happy, because they have another crazy person in their company who started with 2 fines like her. Well, he's met everyone now, so now it's time to go back. But they told me that there are 4 pilgrims here who will last a long time. 3 are here, but where is the other one? The only answer to his question was that it was better not to try to meet Plam. It wouldn't end well for him, but now Sungmin was curious to at least find out who he was. All the old man could say was that Plum was a very dangerous man, and it was better not to try to meet him. Now Scarlett was quiet, although she had been talking all along. The whole situation now alarmed Sunmin, and he thought for a long time about who this Plum was. 4 more months passed in this way. They passed in agony, as it was only getting harder to survive with the existing fines. They became even stronger, until Sungmin managed to get used to them. His body became even heavier, and the food only became more disgusting. But he was motivated by the idea that going through this would make him stronger. After 4 months of training, the amethyst cloud cultivation technique reached the level, and the higher heavenly spear technique of Sun Ming reached the level. And all of this happened very quickly, plus he had a martial skeleton to speed up his progress. There were a lot of trials on this mountain. It is hard and unbearable here, and he has not yet fully adapted to it. But these difficulties brought a lot of benefits. It helped him a lot with his main goal. During the day, the young man practiced the Supreme Celestial Spear technique, and at night, the Amethyst Cloud Cultivation technique. His body still felt heavy, and his food still tasted terrible. But he was getting stronger every day. Although with every step he took, he felt like his bones were about to break and his muscles would sooner or later tear when he swung the spear. But he had to do it because he had promised. When things got tough, Sungmin would think back to what Woo Ji-hyun had said and realize that he couldn't let her down. He made her his goal and promised to be better than he had been in the past. He hardly felt it, but he noticed that his body had grown a little after all the exertion, and it would be good for him to change his clothes to a bigger size. Suddenly behind him, the young man heard another unfamiliar voice. Since he knew only 3 people here, the thought that it was him immediately came to mind. Before he could look at this stranger, the man praised him for his spear skills rather harshly. They were really good. He was surprised that he had never seen Sungmin before, because he had wandered around this place before and knew its hiding places by heart. A guy sitting on a large rock nearby smiled slightly, though it wasn't a friendly smile, but he said he was very happy to see Sunmin. This was the first time he had seen someone his own age here, and the young man introduced himself as Plum. Sun Myung-min was cautious about him. He remembered what other pilgrims had said about this boy, who was supposedly dangerous, so he did not want to approach him. Scarlett said that Plum was a real genius. She didn't like to talk about him, but she told him a little bit when Sungmin kept asking about him. Bijun warned that after meeting him, all of Sungmin's efforts would be in vain and would mean nothing. This kid was better than everyone else at everything. That was his talent. Beck warned him. She assured him that he shouldn't even try to meet him. It could end in a descent into despair. He had heard so much about him, and he actually started to believe that Palom was scary and dangerous. But he definitely did not expect to see his peer who was also interested in him. But this excitement did not leave him. Plum noticed this and came closer, asking what was making him so nervous, since he had only asked his name. In a trembling voice, the young man replied that his name was Lee Sunmin. Plum guessed that the boy had heard about him from others, but he immediately asked why Sunmin hadn't come to him to say hello. He needed a friend of the same age. The young man did not answer. He simply turned his back on him and said that he needed to train, not chat with everyone who came here. The words about a real genius even made Sunmin angry. It couldn't be this little idiot who kept up with him. But even if this kid really is that brilliant, he still doesn't have all the time in the world. Plum still hadn't let go of his new friend. He asked about his training and what else he was doing. Sungmin was pissed off by all this, especially since this kid shouldn't know about everything that concerns him. He was going to practice with this spear, but Plum just laughed at him. In a moment, the weapon was gone from Sunmin's hands. The kid snatched the spear from him and turned back. In fact, it was the first time Plum had ever held a spear in his life. He smiled more gently as he pulled on the string at the end of the spear. The fact that Plum was able to take his weapon away from him was the worst thing that could happen to a martial artist, for the greatest humiliation for them was to be deprived of their weapons. In addition to being extremely angry, the young man felt confused. He did not have time to see his movements as he approached him and snatched the spear from his hands. But Plum himself did not understand why he was so confused. He had just temporarily borrowed what Sungmin had in his hands and was going to return it after he tried one thing. The technique he was practicing caught the kid's interest and he thought about copying it. He spoke just a few words to take over Sunming's higher celestial spear technique and repeat her second step. He saw the young man's memories of instantly cutting through large tree trunks and was able to copy the technique. Then he decided to immediately try out the lightning strike that split space. It was incredibly cool. He loved it, and Plum stood there mesmerized for a long time. Plum had to admit that Sunmin had a good spear technique, but he was surprised that this kid could use a weapon better than him. Plum was able to repeat the spear technique he had seen only once, and he managed to improve it. Now he wondered if Woo Ji-hyun could do the same. Now Sungmin had more faith that this young man was on the verge of perfection, and Plum recognized this himself. He told Sungmin directly that he was better than him, and he said it very directly. In fact, he did not understand the people who come here to train. No matter how hard they try, Plum would be able to become better than them if he looked at their abilities at least once. The young man then asked if Sunming knew why other people could not do what he did. This question put him in an awkward position. Plum sounded like a narcissist now. All he could say was about his own perfection. Bi-jun, Baek Sogyo, and the stinking monster. They all got angry and kicked him out when the young man tried to ask something. Sword technique, speed technique, and magic. He could do them all better than they could, and he could do things they couldn't. But one thing he didn't understand was why they had such an attitude towards him. He didn't hurt or call anyone names. He just knew more and better. And they didn't even want to listen. They just kicked him out. In Sunmin's eyes, the other pilgrims on this mountain already look like geniuses. They have achieved so much and have survived in these terrible conditions for so long. But there are also real geniuses who outshine them. One such genius stood before him. Sunming could not deny the fact that Plum was almost perfect and did not know how he, an ordinary person, should look at such persons. But the young man felt different from Woo Ji-hyun. Even though she said she was a genius, she didn't need to show it by praising herself. And this guy continues to show off to others, even though he knows full well that he looks like a king in the eyes of others. These words actually came out of his mouth directly, but it was unpleasant to hear. When he was done with his praise, Plum asked about Sun Myung-min's finds. He offered to tell him about his finds, and then Plum could tell him about his. The boy also added that he had 4, but that was not what Sunmin was concerned about. The only thing that really interested him was the speeding ticket and whether this narcissist had one. He didn't say anything, just called out to him and told him to take his spear out of his hand. This was getting really annoying. The young man stood still and took a deep breath, then headed back to Plum. Everything he wanted to say to him he had said right now. He didn't need anything more from him, so he told him to leave immediately and not to set eyes on him again. But the boy still looked very calm. He only asked him with a smile why Sunmin was so angry. Plum hadn't said anything bad. The boy didn't stop talking. He spoke calmly and confidently and told Sungmin to give up and not to try to conquer the mountain anymore. With his talents, he could live in the city and feel comfortable, but he couldn't stay here for long. The guy wanted to hit him and swung his fist, but nothing came of it. On Mount Musha, none of them can harm each other. A shield is automatically formed, which does not even allow the pilgrim to touch the attacker. Plus, Sunming is too weak for someone like Plum. What was he even thinking about to launch such a strike? Or did he decide to attack just because he couldn't hurt him? It must have been difficult to meet someone on whom you could not take out your anger. As he continued to praise himself and Sungmin was about to snap, Baek appeared behind him. Plum had expected her to be standing nearby, listening in, but he couldn't behave in such a lewd manner in front of her. With one look, she could tell that she would have killed him if not for these rules of the mountain. But Plum said that it was his new friend who had chosen violence, and he was just testing the spear. His tone changed completely with Baek Sogyo's arrival, and he added that the technique Sunming uses is very good, but he still can't fully apply it. And the higher the level of the technique, the harder it will be to learn it further. Plum doubted very much that Sunmin would be able to reach the level with such talent. He also decided to give him some advice, which no one asked for, but he started talking anyway. Narcissus said that on this mountain, the more severe the penalty, the more blessings the goddess Mushi will grant. The more you push yourself to the limit, the faster you can become stronger. Plum hoped the boy understood what he was getting at. The boy was about to speak further, but Peck covered his mouth and he didn't say another word. She really would have been ready to kill him, and often wished she could have done so here. While she was dealing with him, Sunmin couldn't move, but when he finally came to, there was only anger in his eyes. He couldn't take it anymore and ran in the opposite direction from the two of them, not to see anyone else. Peck wanted to shout something to stop him, but when she opened her mouth, no sound came out. Plus, it hurt a little when she tried to scream. Sungmin, meanwhile, was running as fast as he could. He wanted to get away from them as soon as possible, even though it was very difficult with his fine. The boy bit his lips until they bled, remembering what Plum had just said about his lack of talent, his inability to conquer the mountain. It really hurt him to hear that, because after that all his efforts seemed in vain. He didn't call her, but Mushi knew when to appear, so she calmly let him speak. The young man immediately revealed that he wanted to add another fine. In this way, he hoped to fix what was happening in his life now. If it is true that Mushi is more favorable to those who take more fines, then this will play into his hands. But instead of a fine, they found themselves in a strange place that did not resemble the familiar land of Aria. The goddess said that this was a space that belonged only to her, and added that she was pleased to meet him, calling Sunmin immortal. Then the girl introduced herself. She spoke kindly and calmly, keeping her eyes on the guest. Another unusual situation for him. But if Sun Myung-min had seen a human being then, at least a perfect one, he was not ready to see a goddess with his own eyes. She had heard him talk about her recently and even curse her, so she told him that he didn't have to pretend because she didn't feel any respect for him anyway. So that's not why she brought him here. Sungmin wanted to add a fine, and that was the reason she brought him to this place. Mushi scanned him, looking at the already existing fines of attraction and taste. She was smiling, despite everything she had heard from him before. The goddess also knew that he was already having a hard time with those two penalties, but the young man wanted more. All he could say to these words was that he would manage and try even harder. Mushi laughed. She had seen many people who just couldn't handle it. It was easy to say the word "I can do it" when you hadn't tried, but she assumed his confidence came from the moment he was reborn and overcame death, given a second chance at life. The fact that Mushi knew about this story surprised him, and he felt puzzled, but the eyes of the goddess see through the principle of cause and effect. Every mortal is destined to die at birth. That was the law. And if one restarts the law of existence, one becomes immortal, but it is different. Sunming is not immortal. He did not restart the law, but he broke the connection of causality. Even after he died, he returned to the past and began to live anew. While she decided to hang upside down because she was already bored, Sunming asked if he would be affected by the fact that he had broken the link of causality. The goddess replied that every action in existence has a cause and effect. This is natural, but somehow he still managed to circumvent death, and in the process, the boy's soul must suffer a great and heavy punishment. However, this should not affect him as long as he is alive. Only after death will he have to suffer for hundreds of millions of hours. This was the true price for going against the written law. But he didn't care if what she said would affect him only after death. While Peck was looking for him, he simply disappeared, even though he had the penalty of gravity. She managed to find her friend and waited calmly for him to come to his senses. Baek met Sungmin next to the rock and saw that he had added another penalty, and she knew something, that he was having a hard time with his two. He looked up and smiled, nodding and realizing he had made her worry. She clenched her teeth. Perhaps if she could speak, she would have said some nice things to him. Instead, Peck just asked about the fine he had decided to add to his sentence. The young man answered a little weakly that it was a penalty for the body and for dreams, and this answer confused Beck. Sungmin was really crazy. He knew that the penalties for senses and abstract concepts would be even stronger than the others, but he agreed anyway. The heat penalty made him feel constantly cold. He didn't even benefit from the fire he made every night. The dream penalty was probably the worst decision he had made in years. Nightmares came as soon as he closed his eyes. Memories of his hometown, his parents came back, and it all became even more impossible. The horrors of Sungmin's childhood haunted him again as he drifted off to sleep. All these memories manifested themselves in the worst possible way, polluting the child's dreams. And sleep was no longer comfortable either. Previously, he could escape from everything that was happening here when he lay down to rest, but now he could not. Fear left him without rest. Peck still thought he was crazy, even though she was doing the same thing and taking as many fines as she could. She didn't know what to think to do such a rash thing. He would surely die soon after this, but Peck interrupted and said he had nothing. She was silent, looking at him as if to demand an explanation. Then Sungmin coughed and said with a sigh that he had no talent. Come to think of it, this kid's martial arts skills are excellent, especially for his age, but he's growing much slower than the rest of them. It was strange, even though he has a lot of fines. Sungmin had a disharmony between skills and talent, and the truth is that he is talentless. Now Baek has a new question. Who is this guy sitting in front of her? And he always thought of Woo Ji-hyun. He had a goal that was difficult to achieve with the abilities he already had, so the kid did his best to do his best. And he didn't do it because he was angry with Plum. He recognized that this boy had simply set him on the right path and showed him what to do. He told him that he would have to try harder if he wanted to stand next to people who had special talents and were unique, and that he would have to do things that were beyond the realm of reason. The young man continued to sit on the ground. He did not get up and now did not even look at Peck. The girl understood what he wanted, but still his decision was too rash. She had nothing to say to Sungmin. After all, she wanted what he wanted just as much as he did, and she understood what the younger man was feeling right now. His face was sweaty and in tears. He didn't say anything, just looked into Beck's eyes again, and then she smiled. If Sungmin was willing to suffer like that, to go through all that, then his goals must be high, and she liked that. She added that she understood his feelings now, because her goal was to become the strongest in the world, and she was also willing to sacrifice a lot for it. The boy was surprised to hear that they were very similar in this regard. Of course, he didn't want to be the strongest on this planet, but it was something similar. Peck also recalled that a few months ago, a young man had asked her to teach him a speed technique, although when he stood up, he said he was just joking. But she was seriously ready to teach him how to do it. It was so wonderful that Sunming couldn't believe he had just heard such words. The girl began to write something on the ground. She told him that this technique was secret and that almost no one knew it nowadays. The martial art, which is a technique of speed, was called Shadowless Flight of the Soul. Peck gave him her book to read, and what was written was incredible. This technique was comparable to the Amethyst Cloud Cultivation technique and the Supreme Heavenly Spear technique, but the young man still didn't understand her kindness and why she was letting him read it for free. Peck couldn't explain it herself. She didn't know if he would die or not, but she was sure that this boy would not give up. Maybe it was compassion, because she knew he had nothing without it. Or maybe it was something else. She looked at him with a smile as if they were old friends who had met after several years apart. The smile remained on her face, and Peck sincerely wanted to help. She saw his desire and saw what Sungmin was willing to do for his goal, and she respected that. But first and foremost, she was doing all this because Beck is just a good person. It may have sounded ridiculous and out of place, but it was true. Now, when 14-year-old Sunming opened the status window, he saw a new mark that he had mastered the Shadowless Soul Flight technique and had a new skill in his arsenal. He continued to train and became better every day. The young man focused on the Celestial Spear technique and devoted a lot of time to it. The first step was the deadly soul-chasing strike that he had once used on Woo Ji-hyun, although it hadn't worked that time because she had blocked the attack with a single movement. It was disappointing to Sungmin. He was angry when he realized that she was much taller than he was and that he would need to spend an unknown amount of time and energy to stand anywhere near her. Besides, he didn't know if he would be able to do it. But Sunming continued training, keeping his promise. Every day, the young man repeated the same thing. He applied Sunming's Heavenly Spear technique in the hope that one day it would lead him to the top. Finally, he reached the 5th step in the technique. This was almost the first time he had used the Fatal Blast, and he still didn't know how to use it, but he was trying to get it right the first time. Even though it seemed useless, Sungmin remembered Ji-hyun's ability to block all attacks easily, and it didn't cost her anything. When his hands were gone, Sungmin heard Ji-hyun's voice. She was speaking from somewhere far away, but she clearly said that she was very disappointed with what he had achieved over the years, and that she had made a mistake when she decided to teach him martial arts. Apparently, 10 years had been wasted for him, and now he doesn't have to do it and suffer anymore. She walked up to Sunmin and put her hand on his body, saying that she would take away everything she had given him before. His body was bleeding after just one touch from the demon, and she calmly stepped back as if it didn't matter. Ji-hyun said that she had destroyed his source, and now he would no longer be able to use martial arts, and that was their farewell. He was already powerless, and because he could hardly move, he just screamed. He screamed at her, trying to turn her around and asking her to stop and listen to him. Being covered in blood, he assured her that he could continue to fight, but it was all in vain. She slowly walked in the opposite direction from the boy. These were the kind of dreams Sunmin had every night or day when he decided to rest. He would wake up in a cold sweat and barely able to breathe, coming to his senses and reassuring himself that it was all just a dream. Yes, it was only a dream, but with nightmares like this, it could soon become a reality. The young man was relieved to wake up, even though his hands were still shaking and he couldn't even feel his legs. Meanwhile, while he was trying to regain consciousness, Scarlet appeared behind him and asked him curiously about this Wee Ji Hyun and who she was. She thought she was his girlfriend. Without waiting for Sungmin's answer, she came closer, and he looked around in confusion. Scarlet had heard about the news that he had added 2 more fines to his sentence, and now she was curious to see how this kid would handle them. When the girl got closer to him, he became unbearable. It was incredibly stinky. What surprised her the most was that he actually took the dream penalty. Scarlet had thought it was a fantasy until the last moment, and she was another person who called him crazy for this decision. And Sungmin's eyes were starting to hurt from the stench. It seemed that a few more seconds and he would not be able to stand it. She also heard that this kid had chosen to pay a fine for the heat, and they were both very heavy, so the girl said quite cheerfully and calmly that he would die soon. In the end, Sunmin couldn't take it anymore and turned away from her. Scarlet thought he was sick when he started coughing, but Bi-jun, who was standing behind him, said it was because she had gotten too close to him. But Scarlet came here to help him. She didn't want to make him faint. It was only now that Sunmin turned his face back to see Bi-jun's phantom dagger in front of him. The young man covered his nose with his hand, though it didn't help much, but he apologized. He didn't want to offend any of them, but he was disgusted right now. He said that his body was very weak now because he hadn't slept for several days because of nightmares, and he had been having problems with food and water for a long time. Then Scarlet looked at him again and smiled sincerely. She said that they had both come here to help. The mute woman asked them to help this helpless man, but then Scarlet told her to take her hand away from her nose if she wanted to ask her for anything. That's why she brought something for him. She reached under her robe and took something out of her pocket. They were magic scrolls. There were 4 of them, and she was very confident that they would help him. She said that outsiders can learn magic if they have these scrolls. So these things are very convenient to use. First of all, she wanted to tell him a little bit about this magic, and Bi-jun stood a little further away, listening attentively. It had been a few hours since Scarlet and Phantom Dagger had visited him. She had told him many techniques and shown him how to practice them. Now it was time for the duel that Bi-jun had once promised, even though the old man was not yet sure that Sun Ming would be able to do it. The boy was tired too, but he assured him that he would do his best. Scarlet had taught him only 1 magic skill, but decided to show and tell him about 4 at once. First, the future Archmage told him to use mental cleansing before starting a battle, which Sun Ming did. It helped to clear his mind of all the nightmares that had been haunting him. Now it was time to move on to the next magic skill Scarlet showed him. This power could make him faster and stronger than he really was. And it was a very useful move when a person had a gravity penalty. With it, he could move more agilely for a while. It was the turn of the 3rd magic skill. But by this point, he just didn't make it and fell to the ground. He was not very lucky, but even in this case, there was magic to help him recover. This is an ability that can transfer strength. But if you use it too often, you can bring yourself to complete exhaustion, and that would be fatal. But he had no other choice if the highway was to reach his goal and get through what lay ahead. In the end, this time he managed to hold on for seconds against the blind old man. It didn't feel like much of a compliment, but Sungmin promised that he would do even better next time. As soon as the younger man sat down on the ground to rest, he was immediately thrown into the cold. The old man stopped next to him. At first, he wondered what was causing him to squirm, but then he remembered that Sungmin had a heat penalty. To help him, Bi-jun touched his body a few times, immediately moving closer. His blood circulation sped up and he could feel it right away. Sungmin felt better and thanked the old man for his help. The phantom dagger of Bi-jun pressed on the blood vessels, which accelerated the metabolism and made it easier for Sungmin to live with the heat penalty. Their battle had already ended, so Grandpa decided it was time for him to leave. With that, he slowly walked back to the place where he had set up shop. Even though he was not walking as fast, he was confidently walking on the ground, even though he could not see it in front of him. Finally, Bi-jun told him to be careful and take care of himself. It was hard for the phantom dagger to find a worthy opponent on this mountain. When the old man was gone, Sun Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He realized that he would have died long ago if he hadn't had such help from outsiders. The exhausted boy fell to the ground with his arms at his sides. He noticed that many people helped him after the regression. He had never noticed this before. He hadn't noticed it before because it was the norm for the world he had entered. But the fact that everyone was being too nice was just beginning to bother him. Sun Ming had never asked himself this question, but when he thought about it, he realized that it was not normal and should not be. But he was sure that after he regressed, strangers became kinder to him, and he had a lot of help from them. The era he had to live in for years was not so kind. Scarlet was standing nearby, and when she saw that Bijun had finished, she called out to him, but he didn't even turn around, saying only that the smell was unbearable. These words were starting to irritate her. It wasn't the first time she'd heard them, and it wouldn't be the last, so she vowed to burn the old man to ashes as soon as they got off this damn mountain. How could he be so unfriendly to her just because Scarlet hadn't bathed in days? Eventually, Bijun approached her, trying to breathe as little as possible. She knew that the old man was returning from a duel with that boy, so she asked how things were going. Sungmin wasn't very strong and skillful yet, but he was getting better every day. It was amazing to hear. Bijun, who is interested in martial arts, cares about him from the bottom of his heart and decided to help him. Although what's the big deal, he was just asked to help and he did it. Scarlet also made the magic scrolls after the mute asked her to help this kid. He did the same thing. There was nothing to say because it was true. She didn't need to help Sungmin, and Scarlet couldn't explain why she did it that time. But something really strange was happening when she saw him in front of her. At such moments, the future Archmage could not leave him to his fate, because she knew she had something to help. Perhaps without their help, Sun Ming would have been dead long ago. The boy also had this strange feeling. He had never seen such kind people around him before, but he decided not to think about it, and decided that he was just very lucky in this life. So, month after month, he practiced tirelessly. Every day he repeated the previous day, but brought it closer to perfection, and at this rate, another 6 months passed. Sun Ming was still practicing. He went out into the clearing and continued to swing his spear, although his hands were trembling with exhaustion because he hadn't had a good night's sleep or tasted any good food. He was fulfilling his promise to Wei Ji-hyun. Perhaps that was enough for today. His breathing was getting heavier and he needed at least a short rest. The young man fell to his knees while the spear rolled away and lay somewhere nearby. He sat silently for a few minutes, listening only to his own breathing and trying to gather the strength to start practicing again. But after a few moments of quiet, Plum crept up on him. He managed to do so unnoticed, and Sun Ming was focused on his own strength. The little guy's voice didn't stop, and he said with some admiration that he was actually surprised. He hadn't thought that Sun Ming would be able to survive the test and stay on Musha Mountain for 6 months, and already a whole year had passed. The guy himself didn't even pay attention to him. He didn't care about Plum, who was hanging around, but the young man didn't want to let it go and immediately ran up to Sungmin, asking why he wasn't answering. They hadn't seen each other for so long, and he was just ignoring him. The first thought that came to Plum was about the voice penalty that Sungmin might get, since it was already 6 months past the Natsuin. Plum started laughing when he realized that he had added that penalty when he reached the 6-month mark, and that option was the easiest. Sungmin hadn't wanted to see this person before, but now he was only holding back because he couldn't destroy Plum here. He continued to say that he used to have a better opinion of him and was sure that his peers would only choose severe penalties, but he would not be able to handle them. Plum's words were followed by a loud thud of a spear hitting the ground. The weapon flew right in front of the boy's face and stopped at his foot. He remained silent, staring at the sharp blade of the spear and did not look at Sun Min. Plum now felt that this was a completely different person than the one he had been 6 months earlier. His parrying, stance, and piercing are very cleanly executed. It seems that the technique he learned from Baek So-gyo has helped a lot. Apparently, even maggots can reach the top of a mountain if they crawl long enough. But it was still too little compared to what the young man had already achieved. Suddenly, Sun Ming stopped and opened his eyes wide, looking ahead. Plum hadn't moved. He still looked calm because he knew that this boy was no match for him. In the end, when Sun Ming tried his technique again, ignoring Plum, he grabbed the boy's sword and stopped him. Plum was already getting annoyed at being ignored and didn't want to hear the excuse of a voice penalty because he could just look at his interlocutor's lips to see what he was talking about. Sungmin smiled, but this time he spoke. Of course, he couldn't hear him, but Plum read what he was asking. At the moment, it seemed to Sungmin that he had nothing better to do, so he was bothering him. However, this really angered Plum. Only he had the right to look down on everyone, not the other way around. Soon Ming perceived all these statements as words spoken by a foolish child, so he simply offered to kill him if he did not like being treated the way he wanted to be treated. But wasn't it he who had told him about the prohibition of violence? The next moment, Sungmin felt only a sharp pain and then he was knocked down. The 14-year-old hit hard as his face hit the ground, and the spear was once again in the hands of the lowlife standing behind him. Plum began to laugh even louder at his peer, calling him a slug who knew nothing but how to point at the ground. Although a year had already passed, Sungmin had only just learned that he could throw indirect punches. Plum looked him straight in the eye, calling him a mediocre boy who couldn't even do that. Sunming slowly got up. It was unlikely to be fatal, but it caused a lot of pain. He felt even more uneasy when he saw the sword key. It meant that Plum was a martial artist who was now at the peak of his power. Such people had the ability to fill their swords with their own internal energy, and this helped to significantly increase its driving force. Plum asked him how long it would take for him to repeat something like that. Years or so, he probably wouldn't do it until he died. And after that, it is impossible to say that there is justice in the world. Someone has to work for years, spend a lot of time and energy on something that Plum can learn in minutes. But despite the helplessness of his actions, Soon Min continues to try and does not give up. Plum fell silent as he looked at Min's lips the next moment. He spoke calmly, but even without his voice, his tone was palpable. The boy said that there would be no room for despair until he came to terms with the fact that he had no talent, and as long as he continued, it made sense. Instead, the young man just thanked Plum for coming to him at the moment when he was a little tired of training. In his opinion, Sungmin's work was hard and unnecessary, but he could work on himself in a way that such geniuses could never do. No matter how long it takes, he'll crawl forward slowly like a slug, so let him stay as safe as he can. Someday, Sun Ming will plunge the sharp blade of the spear into his arrogant body. For a few minutes, Plum had nothing to say. His tongue did not turn to reply to such words, and no thought that could sound worthy against what he had heard appeared in his mind. At the moment when Plum was finally able to move his eyes, he saw that Soon Min had taken a step forward. The young man then stood firmly on both feet, looking his opponent in the eye while his eyes were already filling with blood from hatred. Well, if Sun Ming says so, then he will be looking forward to that day to see him give up and cry in front of him. The boy still remained calm and coldly told him not to even hope for such dreams of his. They would never become anything more. 1 month later, it had been exactly 1 year since Lee Soon-min had been here. It was time to choose a new penalty. He already knew what he was going to choose, so as soon as he entered Goddess Musha, he said he was going to choose hearing. And that became another obstacle. Not only did he become deaf, but his ears were filled with a terrible noise that was even harder to get used to. Now the total amount of his fines was 6. Although Sun Ming was on the edge of his seat every day, he still continued to improve his spear skills. All these conditions only motivated him to practice more. Each time he repeated the same thing, trying to get to the perfect level. Sun Ming's Supreme Celestial Spear Technique, the Amethyst Cloud Cultivation Technique, and the Shadowless Soul Flight Technique. These 3 techniques were the main ones he concentrated on. He also learned a lot from his fight with Bijun. Even though it was a one-time event, he could learn a lot from it. Baek Sogyo taught him so many things that he had never thought about before. Scarlet was the only one of the 3 who didn't help. At least Sungmin didn't notice it. And the stronger Lee Sungmin's bets were, the stronger his body was. The taste of his food was getting worse and worse, and now he could hardly swallow a bite. The dreams were even more nightmarish and even more realistic. The most severe frost enveloped his body, and there was always noise in his ears. Since receiving the fine, it had never stopped. But this had its advantage. He could not hear that bastard Plam, who sometimes came to see him. He must have continued to taunt him, but Sungmin didn't care about that guy anymore. Slowly, like a snail, Lee Soon-min continued on his path of improvement. It was another day accompanied by terrible bread, water, noise, and cold, and life finally turned into a nightmare. But on that day, the young man saw Mushi. She unexpectedly summoned him, even though there was still very little time left before he would have to accept another penalty. But that was not why the goddess summoned him. She turned to face the boy and congratulated him with a slight smile on his successful completion of her test. But now the words about a test sounded too strange. No one had ever talked about something like this before. But instead of answering, Plum appeared in front of the boy. He was close, and again he looked him in the eye with a defiant look. In surprise, the boy jumped away from him as fast as he could, and Mushi was right behind him. All this could be explained a little more simply. Plum's existence was one continuous test, and Sun Ming had successfully completed it. It was so strange, but despite all this, the young man was also relieved. Baek Sogyo, Scarlet, and Bijun had all trained on this mountain, and in the future, they would all become very famous people in Area. But he had never heard of Plum. One could guess that it was not so simple. There was, of course, one thought that haunted Sun Myung-min. He was very interested in why Plum, who is as perfect as he describes himself, does not leave this mountain. He just doesn't need to. So Plum came closer again and happily said that he would use his talent to make all the pilgrims emotional, and eventually they would despair, but only a few would stay. Bak Sogyo, Bijun, and Scarlet all despaired when they saw him, even though they were all strong and talented. Each of them would turn their heads to the side and simply walk away from him. But Sunmin did something different. Despite his own lack of talent, Sun Myung-min did not run away from him, but made Plum his target. He put himself through harsher and harder tests, none of which seemed like deliberate decisions. But despite all the difficult moments, Plum never managed to make Sunmin despair. Now the cocky kid looked completely different. It was a strange thing to watch, but he and Mushi both smiled genuinely. And she liked Sungmin's madness. The fact that he was willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of the goal he had come here for was admirable. But Mushi had asked him not to reveal Plum's identity to the other pilgrims, or face the wrath of the goddess. He nodded, and then Mushi asked if Sunming would continue training on this mountain. The boy, of course, said that he was not in the mood to leave yet, and the goddess added that the reward for the test he had passed would be given to him after he left this mountain. Only for a moment was there complete silence between them, but suddenly Mushi shouted out that she had one suggestion. The goddess said that Sun Ming could give her his own soul, and in exchange, she would give him a power that he could not earn even with years of training. It sounded just as crazy and perhaps cool at times, but the young man refused. He chose his own path, to put a lot of effort into slowly progressing and getting closer to the goal. Sun Ming actually hated the word effort. These letters made his body break out in a cold sweat. They all had different starting points. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't keep up with those who were called geniuses. But being a genius didn't mean he didn't have to work hard. In the end, he just hated those who ignored the difference between what actually happened and what didn't happen, and attributed it to lack of effort. But at the same time, he missed the word, because in his past life, Sungmin had often gone into hiding and sat there, idle. But in this life, everything had changed. Even at this point, things are completely different than they were back then. He had already had many of those encounters that had great and significant consequences, and now there was no excuse for their different starting points. The day Sung Ming lost his hiding place, he had no choice but to start moving forward, and only now did this guy start to really improve and work on himself. And he was going to stick it out until the end to fulfill his dream and become stronger by any means necessary, and put in all the effort to do so. As Mushi had said, she loved the word and respected people who were willing to fight rather than go with the flow. Well, now she wanted to talk to herself. Mushi smiled and turned away, walking in the other direction. But in the end, she added that there are no ordinary coincidences in Area. There is always a reason for everything. Area summons strangers from different worlds who have advantages in terms of skills. She asked Sunmin for his opinion on this and asked what he thought about it. Sungmin was a little surprised by what he was seeing. Mushi was talking to herself, but at the same time she was passing on all this information to him. So this was information that he was not allowed to talk about, but the goddess was looking for ways to pass it on somehow, but why? Sun Ming did not move. He stood there silently watching the girl, when suddenly she stopped. After taking a deep breath and a short pause, she said that if he had come back here, it meant that something was going to happen where he would be needed. And if he came back, he had to be ready for it and become a worthy regressor. Only now did she look back at him and smile slightly. Sun Ming tried to make sense of all these words, but he still didn't know what to prepare for. Then Mushi spoke again, but not to herself, but to someone else, and told them to stop doing it because it was her territory. And it's better to just back off if you don't want to fight her. But at the same moment, the wall broke. There was a sharp sound, like glass shattering after being hit. Sun Ming could hardly see anything. He could only watch her movements from a distance. The girl never turned her head toward him, but Sun Ming heard her say to turn around. He still didn't know if Mushi was talking to him or addressing someone else. But when the goddess looked at him, she told him more sternly that he didn't have much time to complete his training. After a moment, she waved her hand and Sungmin was thrown back out of her personal territory. Mushi didn't explain anything to him, but she wondered if this guy would be able to put an end to what was happening now. Maybe it was all fate. Fate to come here and fulfill what I have already gone through. But it's not over yet, and only he can decide what it will be. A few more difficult days passed. Now, in addition to obsessive thoughts, he also remembered the words he had heard from Musha, and a new fine was added. This time, the hero chose the sense of smell, and it was terrible. With each penalty, life on this mountain became more and more unbearable. For a moment, the young man was even glad that he would no longer feel Scarlet's sting, but it got worse because now it accompanied him always. As he was sitting miserably by one of the trees, he felt someone approach. It was Beck. Sungmin had now come to accept and call her his older sister, and she had taken care of him many times. She already knew that he had another fine, and knew that it was terrible, but the harder and the more of them, the better the reward for suffering at the end. And aside from those nasty feelings of swallowing his saliva and occasional vomiting, he was fine. Baek Sogyo's new penalties were hearing and taste, and she was having a hard time. Sungmin knew that as well as anyone. It's not easy to accept it at first. And compared to the penalties she had experienced before, this one was much harder for her. But now Peck understood the difficulties the younger boy had gone through. And the taste penalty was even worse than she had imagined. The food was so disgusting that Peck was considering not eating at all. But that's not why she came here. She had something to tell him. Peck told him that she would be leaving this mountain very soon. That was all she had to say. And this news was a vulnerable point for Sungmin. He knew that he had to rely on himself in this world. But Beck had already helped him so much and was always there for him. He had gotten used to her, and separation would be a difficult moment. But the kid also knew that she didn't really need so many fines. She was already a genius, and after so many months on this mountain, she became an invincible warrior. After spending years here, she finally achieved the goal she came for. It was not easy for her to let go of everything that was here, and personally of those she met here, but she chose this path. And Sun Ming decided that he would stay here for a while longer. These words were unpleasant to hear. Peck had hoped that they would leave this mountain together to continue their journey in the other world, but she found out otherwise. Sungmin hesitantly dared to ask if they would ever see each other again. The young man hadn't looked her in the eye yet, but Beck said that it would definitely happen someday. When he looked at her, she smiled as if to encourage him. A whole year had passed since their first meeting, and little Sunmin was almost as tall as she was. She herself did not want to leave her younger son, knowing that he might die from the many fines he had to pay until he was exhausted. And Baek Soyo hadn't finished teaching him the martial technique of shadowless soul flight. Perhaps she needed a little more time, but Sungmin interrupted her thoughts, assuring her that everything would be fine. He was grateful to her, because Beck was the person who made it through so long, and now Sunmin can bear her weight. But now she has a reason to leave this mountain and move on, and she can't stay just because of him. Sungmin thanked her again, calling Baek her big sister, and that probably touched her the most. If it wasn't for this girl, he wouldn't have survived this harsh mountain. Peck smiled. It was nice to hear such sincere gratitude from someone who had become so close to her over the months. The girl hugged him. All this time, she had been sincerely helping him and worrying, hoping that he would survive and feel more confident. That's why Peck started teaching him. And she was truly happy that she was able to meet such a person here. Sungmin didn't even know how to react at first, and it was good that she hugged him tightly for a while and didn't see his red cheeks. The two of them stood there for a while, but Baek couldn't stay there for long. She pulled away and looked into the younger man's eyes again. She told him that he would succeed and admitted that Sunmin was the strongest person she had ever met. The young man didn't quite understand what she was talking about, but Peck almost immediately added that he never gave up and kept going no matter what. But Sungmin immediately denied her words. He said that discouragement was always with him, but he was too eager to achieve his goal. So he kept forgetting about despair and kept training. Then Peck called him an even more wonderful person. She herself had given up after her first meeting with Plum, and Sungmin managed to ignore all the ridicule he was giving him. He didn't avoid them. He went through the motions. And Peck hoped that it would continue, that he would not die, and that they would meet again someday. Sungmin told her the same thing that he had told Woo Ji-hyun and Luli, that he would never die. Dak Bijun and Scarlet also left the mountain. Everyone Sungmin knew on Musha Mountain was gone. He was left alone. He hadn't felt lonely for a long time, but for the first time in so long, it had returned to him. Although in his past life, the young man had always been lonely and trusted no one. It was the norm. But now everything was different. Now he realized that a person cannot live alone. It was only thanks to the people Sun Ming met on his way after the regression that he realized he was actually alive. All this time he had been walking steadily forward, but suddenly he stopped, keeping his eyes fixed on the sky. After a moment, he breathed out a sigh of relief. Something had changed in his heart after meeting them all. It was as if the invisible wall that had prevented him from doing so was no longer there, destroyed. Sun Ming stepped forward. At that moment, there was no smell, no weight, no noise. The feeling of freedom was instantaneous, but it felt as if an eternity had passed. For some reason unknown to him, the ordinary landscape looked completely different. After Sun Ming changed, the The world around him changed as well. Summer came, the cicadas began to cry, and he continued to train tirelessly. And 7 years later, Bak Sogyo is supposed to meet Woo Ji-hyun in a dungeon. And then she will kill her. But to repay Baek the same kindness she shared with him, Sunmin decided that he would save her. He couldn't let her die after everything this girl had done for him. As Sun Ming took a short break from his training, he noticed another cicada. The larvae spend years in the ground before they become cicadas, and he has only 7 years to prevent a catastrophe. 7 years. Sungmin wondered how strong he could become during this period and whether he would be able to do it at all. But no, he has to do it without any doubt or hesitation. Despite the fact that his martial arts skills were improving every day, they were still not enough. He wanted more, and every day he increased the intensity. Now Sun Ming reduced his sleep to a minimum and practiced his spear skills more. Soon he would face a new penalty. There was little choice between the options. Earlier he had asked Bi Jun how he moved without seeing anything, but the old man had said that you get used to it. There was nothing special about it. You just need to sharpen all the senses you have left and remember the surrounding area. From then on, Sun Ming was penalized for his eyesight. At some point, the noise in his ears began to resemble the cries of cicadas. And with these sounds, Sun Min began to lose track of time and forget about its flow. He just kept waving his spear. After losing his sight, his body automatically began to use martial arts. At that time, the young man was thinking a lot. He is now like a larva, but what does he want to become? Does he want to become a cicada? After the larvae cry for a short period of time, they want to become cicadas. But no, he wanted more. It was not enough. Now he lived as if in an imaginary world, and Sun Ming began to ask himself every day what he wanted to become and why he had regressed. A new season came and the wind temperature that he always felt on his skin changed. But his daily life didn't change. He just picked up his spear and continued to work on himself. So season after season passed, and the boy became accustomed to the black world. Then he turned to Musha, and the goddess immediately took him to her kingdom. Sun Myung-min's clothes were already completely torn, and finally he said that he wanted to finish the pilgrimage. Gradually, she began to take away all the fines, and they left Sun Myung-min's body. For the first time in a long time, the young man saw his own hand. This feeling could not be expressed in simple words. It must have been very pleasant to have your senses back. Sun Ming was glad to have his senses back, but he hadn't felt any real joy yet because he was used to the black world in the daily noise. Now he could no longer see the darkness, smell the smell, and there were no sounds around him that reminded him of hell. His body felt so light, and the dead cold dissipated into warmth. He had just realized what the word freedom meant again. Then Mushi looked at the boy closely, and for a long time he could not understand what was going on. She didn't mean anything bad by it all. She was just thinking about what kind of raga order to give to Sunmin. He had been on the mountain for 3 years, and this guy had done a great job of enduring the penalties here. Few pilgrims could withstand such a pile of prohibitions. Most quickly gave up or died, and she was very pleased to see a pilgrim like Sun Ming in her kingdom. Mushi wanted to give him something really worthwhile, so she decided to ask him. Mushi wanted to know what he wanted as a reward for the ordeal. Of course, the first thing the boy asked for was martial arts. He asked if Mushi could give him a talent for martial arts, but the goddess said that she could not. Then Sun Ming thought of something else that would also be useful. The boy realized that if he was not confident enough with weapons, he would not achieve the goal he had set, especially since he didn't have much time. All he needed now was strength, but he didn't know what to do to become stronger. Sun Ming hesitated and did not know what Mushi would say, but he asked her to give him something that would help. In this case, the girl had something to say. All he needed for his goal was time. Of course, she wouldn't stop him, but she could help him organize a meeting with the god of time. Mushi told him that he would have to go to Dreammore and show the mark she had left on his body to Dennis. That was the name of the god of time, and he would give him tests, after which he would give him his due. Compared to Dennis's trials, the ones on this mountain are small flowers, but there is a chance that they will help Sun Min. And what he gets from the god of time depends only on him, and this journey will be very dangerous. But that's exactly what Sun Min wanted, danger that would help him become stronger and cope with his desires. That was the first reward, and now it was time to give away the prize for the young man suffering here for 3 years. Sun Ming thought Mushi was generous. She had already given him a lot, but it was not the end. But in fact, the goddess was not stingy. So now she had to announce his second reward, and it was a living person. Mushi whispered that she recommended that he join the Aribirais team. Although when the young man looked at the man's face, he was no longer sure he was alive and did not know if he was a real person He bowed calmly and greeted him. He introduced himself as a broker, Mr. Neville. Neville himself was initially shocked that Mushi had recommended him to hire Sungmin. He didn't look trustworthy either. And despite all of Neville's respect for Mushi, he had to admit that Sun Ming was not qualified to become a member of the guild. Nevertheless, Mushi continued to insist that he take a closer look and change his mind. After a few seconds of that awkward moment of the two weirdos looking at Sungmin like a painting in a gallery, the man apologized and actually changed his mind, saying that he noticed his high level of skill when he looked at him more closely. Neville also apologized for jumping to the conclusion that he was a low-ranking martial artist because he noticed that he was not really at the highest level. But that didn't sound acceptable to Sungmin either. For his age, the guy had an excellent level of knowledge in this field and practiced every day, but for some reason the man still thought that his skills were not enough. He asked him the name of the guild he was in, and Neville calmly told him the name of the Ereborize Guild, a guild of intermediaries who did whatever their clients wanted. They could order an item, an auction, information, and so on, and these people would fulfill everything in the best possible way. That already sounded more interesting, so you could buy elixirs and martial arts instruction from them. They even sold the Great Shaolin Restoration Pill, as well as the sword technique of the Manhwa sect and the Tai Chi sword technique of the Wuding sect. That was the real name of Ereborize. They also sold other rare items, and their services were very useful. Sun Ming began to guess that Mushi was also one of them, and she confirmed it, because she often cooperated with this guild. And this is the Guild of Mediators that has a goddess as a member. This is definitely something unusual and partly suspicious. Now it's time to choose your path. Neville asks Lee Sunmin about his decision and whether he wants to join the Ereborize Guild. Well, he has nothing to lose, so he agreed to join the guild. All he needed was a dozen signatures and a fingerprint. This document confirmed that he, Lee Sunming, was now officially a member of the Ereborize Guild, and Neville would be happy to work with him. He also wanted to give him a small gift to celebrate. With a snap of his fingers, the young man's appearance changed. His hair became shorter and his clothes were clean. Neville took it upon himself to clean up his appearance, and Mushi agreed that he looked much better. And now Neville simply left them, having told Sunmin that he could be summoned by using his usual name, spoken out loud. Now he and the goddess were alone. Sun Ming was still reeling from the shock of what had just happened, but he thanked her for the gift. And it's a great honor to become a member of the Ereborize Guild. It's not every day that you get an opportunity like this, and you have to be happy about it. Afterwards, the girl asked where Sun Ming was going to go next. At first, he thought about going to Behenger. It's not a very safe place to learn much, so Mushi just told him to keep going no matter what the next target is. And before she finally disappeared, Mushi whispered to him that he should not forget what she had been discussing with herself. These were the last words she spoke, after which the goddess let him go, and the boy started walking back along the path. The words he had heard from Musha about how there was a reason for regression and that there were no coincidences in Aria came back to him. She had said that, but what exactly she meant by it was still a mystery to the boy. All the coincidences that had happened in his life were put together in a single puzzle. It had to be that way. And this meeting with Wee Ji Hyun was not a mere coincidence either, because it had many consequences. In the end, it was because of this meeting that he ended up in this place, deciding that Mount Mushi would be a good training ground. And while he was flying around in his mind, a flock of monsters appeared around him. After everything he had seen, these creatures did not scare him, and his thoughts remained with him. He remembered that everything that had happened and the fact that he had met Baek Sogyo, who had taught him all of this, was no accident. He punched one of the monsters in the face, wondering who could be behind the planning of these events and why all this was happening to him. But now was not the time to concentrate on that question alone. All thoughts on the subject were just an unnecessary headache, and the real target was ahead. It wasn't hard to deal with a bunch of unfortunate monsters after 3 years of training on the hellish Musha mountain, and Sun Ming was able to achieve the impossible. He had become a martial artist of the highest rank. His body was years old, and people might think he was a genius. But this is not a talent. He achieved this only by receiving gifts and overcoming obstacles. He became who he is only because he struggled with himself and still had a long way to go. And Sungmin knew that he would become stronger and overcome what lay ahead in the deep darkness. Now his goal is Behenger, and to start the countdown, he needs to become a mercenary in this city. That's where it all begins. Sun Ming moved towards the city with great inspiration and confidence. Even though his body was tired, he could feel the strength in it now. Devil Narc's magical armor. He had found them in the Black Mage's dungeon near Behenger. The C-rank mercenary had gotten it by sheer chance, just by luck. And the abilities of Devil Narc's armor were amazing. A C-ranked mercenary who was a third-ranked martial artist was able to become a person who used his abilities at the highest point. And if Matsuko receives this armor at the highest level, he will be able to rise even higher than the peak of his abilities. The boy had already gone through so many trials and tribulations on Mount Musha that he could not pass up this opportunity. In 6 months, the Black Magician's dungeon would be cleared out, so he had to go there first thing. The young man lit a fire and sat down nearby to keep warm and roast some meat. But in order to get there, he would need to declare himself as a mercenary in Behenger and take part in a raid through the underground passages. He spent the next morning traveling to the city and joining the guild. There he announced that he wanted to become a mercenary. That's all very well and good, but why is he telling the bartender? If he wants to become a mercenary, he needs to go upstairs, where the registrar is, and he will decide on this issue. When the boy was going to the receptionist, he was stopped by the words of a man, most likely also a mercenary, who came in for a snack. The man said that the child had no business here, and that it would be better for him to go wash the dishes, as it suited him better. But when he took his eyes off his food for one brief moment, the fork disappeared from his hands. Sun Ming took it from the mercenary in less than a second and stood silently behind him. When the fork began to glow, the bartender also became interested in this kid's abilities. Now this ordinary fork was filled with chi energy, and they realized who was standing in front of him. This was something only martial artists who had reached the peak could do. The man who had spoken ill of him earlier apologized and said that he was ashamed of his manners and asked to sit next to him. Everyone else in the bar could not let this go unnoticed either. They kept their eyes on Sungmin, who had just performed such a miracle in front of them. The guy sat down next to the bartender in silence, and his gaze was as cold as the wind on Mount. The man introduced himself as Burn, and he was a mage, and said that he was the leader of the mercenary guild in Behenger. He usually worked here at the bar because it was his hobby. Sun Ming already knew this, and that was the only reason he spoke to him. It was a memorable place because it was here that Sun Ming had started working as a mercenary in his past life. Normally, if a martial artist at the peak of his powers joined a guild, they would offer a position as an S-rank mercenary. But how do they know that this is not an ordinary boy who has been practicing, but has no combat experience? The guild needs a warrior. That's why they need to test the skills of those who join the ranks. Since Sungmin agreed, Burns said he would soon prepare a task for him. There was another S-rank mercenary to go with the boy, so it shouldn't be difficult. And if Sun Ming came back with a victory, the guild would kindly give him an S-rank mercenary position. It sounded good, and the guy confirmed once again that he was ready to start. The next day, he went on a mission and met with his partner for the mission. He immediately noticed that Sungmin was silent all the time. Maybe he would have behaved differently, but after training alone on mounting, he already thought this guy was funny after stealing a fork from that fool in their guild. How was he going to gain popularity if he just kept quiet? The guy looked calmly into his eyes as if he wasn't going to answer this stupid question. Although, then the man turned away, realizing that this would not prevent him from becoming popular. The man's name was Lud. He was an S-rank mercenary. In his past life, the young man hadn't contacted him at all, but he knew the name. And now he had to watch the boy complete the task. This would be the proof of his admission to the guild. As they continued along the path, Lud asked Sun Min if he had ever competed with a giant. The boy answered honestly and said that he had no such experience. Ogres were one of the strongest monsters in area. These creatures had a certain resistance to magic and very strong like steel skin, and that was what he had to do now, to kill the ogre. The creature had been spotted in the forest, not far from the village, so the villagers asked the guild to deal with the problem. 2 S-ranked Amons were more than enough to kill the monster, so Lud said that the newcomer didn't have to worry. But it was still strange, and this forest seemed different from the others. And Lud thought it was too small for a monster like the Wow. Sungmin was a little surprised by these words. He hadn't encountered these creatures before, so he knew very little about them. The man explained that ogres are at least 3 meters tall, and sometimes they can reach up to 6 feet, and they need a lot of food. In this forest, it would be too difficult for an ogre to find enough food to sustain it for even a week, so it is unlikely that this giant would stay in the forest for long. The man walked a few meters forward, and Sun Ming, who had stayed nearby with a tree, called out to him quite quietly as he was about to move on. When the man looked back, he immediately fell silent. His body was seized with fear. Together they approached the body of the deer, which was lying under the tree on the other side. A pool of blood spread around it. Only an ogre could tear a living creature apart like that. But there were still questions. There were no marks to indicate that the monster had fed on him, and it was a very strange sight indeed. The men could see no reason why the creature would just leave its food behind. Suddenly, they heard a loud scream from behind them. It came from the direction of the thicket. They both took up their weapons, ready to defend themselves as soon as they saw the enemy. Now Sun Ming and his friend were sure that it was an ogre. Without waiting another minute, they ran forward to attack the creature. But the monster was already enraged and launched the first attack. What the team saw in front of them stopped them, and their enthusiasm went away. The man looked frightened because the monster was completely different from what he expected to see. Lud's previous words that they should not worry and that they would cope with the giant now sounded different, and he said the opposite. It seemed to be an invincible creature with unlimited power. When they examined the flesh of the creature, Lud realized what was going on. This was no ordinary ogre that sometimes roamed the villages. It was a real chimera ogre, distinguished not only by its appearance, but also by its greater strength and endurance. It was the first time Sun Ming had ever seen an ogre, let alone one of this size, and it would not be a good idea to face it in a fight, even if there were two of you. A chimera is a magical creature that is created with the purpose of becoming an ideal, a better version of the previous one. Every living creature will always have some limitations in one way or another, but they can be circumvented by combining one species with one or more others. And even if the chimera that will be created on the basis of F rank will become B rank because of the higher risk. And if the base for the creation was an ogre, then it can actually be considered an invincible creature. And even an S rank mercenary or two can't handle such a monster. And at this point, they were really afraid for their lives. They had run into someone who was almost impossible to defeat, and now it was not a fact that they could simply run away. Despite the fact that the ogre had already spotted them, Lud tried to save his life and immediately ran as far away from the monster as possible, leaving Sun Min, who was numb with surprise, behind. The monster heard a noise and a scream behind him and looked back. At his feet stood Sun Ming holding only one spear, the only thing he could use to defend himself. The mutant had already prepared to crush the one who had disturbed him, and had already swung. Sun Min's shock prevented him from doing anything, and the only thing that saved him from sudden death was the fact that this giant was clumsy due to his height and weight. The man just kept looking back, but there was not even a hint of helping the boy in his mind. The monster's paw was already near his face, and the last seconds of his life flew before his eyes. However, Sun Ming finally sprang into action and quickly dodged. As the ogre tried to hit him again, the young man had already used the technique of shadowless soul flight. He began to use it step by step, desperately trying to save his own life, which was hanging on by a thread. The coward hid behind a tree and watched the younger man who was jumping from place to dodge the chimera in fear. Sun Min hadn't expected to be so fast himself. He didn't think he had ever been this fast before. Apparently, all these feelings will haunt him for some time to come, because on Mount Mushi, with the penalty of gravity, the young man always felt pressured. But here he was free of all constraints. It was an incredible relief, because now he could fight with all the abilities he had. So he set about his work and continued the technique of shadowless flight of the soul. The second step was the dance of the shadow, and after using it, the young man was much closer to the enemy. He wanted to attack, but the sudden movement of the ogre almost knocked Sun Ming off him. He had to act immediately, so without wasting any time, he used Sun Ming's highest heavenly spear technique. Immediately afterwards, he launched into the fatal strike and soul chase. Now he was one-on-one with a chimera giant he had never faced in a fight before, and it would be hard to win. Sun Ming managed to touch the ogre's flesh with his spear, but it hardly made a difference. Even after being struck with the spear with the power of ki, there was not a scratch on the chimera's body. And the reward for defeating this creature would be the same as for an ordinary ogre, and Lud was not sure that this risk was worth the money. But there was nowhere to run. This creature would not let any of them go. Lud realized that the chances of winning were very slim, but he had to help the kid. But he immediately heard a voice right next to his ear telling him that he didn't have to do it. It was Sun Min's sound transmission, and he said that Lud did not have to interfere. It sounded strange, especially in his situation, where he had to fight a bizarre giant. But Sun Min calmly said that he knew all about it. But he'd said earlier that he'd never fought a giant before, and here was a mutant. So far, he hadn't even managed to leave a scratch on it, and this monster was stronger than even a two-headed ogre. One man couldn't fight something like that. In theory, Sun Ming realized that it was dangerous and unlikely that he would do well. Yet he felt that he could do it. It was a strange feeling, but it did not let go of him. When the ogre recovered and began to approach again, the young man used the second step of Sun Ming's heavenly spear technique. It was a lightning strike that divided space. This time, he at least managed to move the creature, and it left large marks from its claws in the ground. However, the steel body of the ogre still bore no weapon marks. The fact that even this attack did not leave any scars on Lud was even more confusing. It was too much. They would never be able to defeat a monster in this way. They would simply die at its clutches. Assuming he also joined in and attacked with his partner, it wouldn't change anything. However, Sun Ming stood his ground and did not give up, continuing to dodge and occasionally attack. The fact that some kid was running past his paws began to really irritate the ogre, and every minute he became angrier. His eyes were filling with blood from anger, but Sun Ming continued to stay nearby and swing his weapon. At one of these moments, the young man jumped up and was about to climb onto the monster's body to attack from there. His plan was to aim for the ogre's eyes. They were unlikely to be as steel as the skin. Blindness, even partial blindness, should make it easier for him to overcome this giant. So Sun Ming sharply stabbed the end of his spear into his opponent's eye. He managed to blind the chimera with the red thread from the spear. Although Sun Ming had not faced these creatures directly, he knew the possible weaknesses and struck at them. This boy was so young, but he was already fighting like a grown-up warrior, and that was what Ludus admired most about him. Well, now the task was a little easier, but it was far from over. At least this time, the spear somehow affected and hit the ogre. It means that it is possible to overcome him in this way. It just takes more time. But Sun Ming still did not take into account something, and when he prepared to attack again, he barely stood on his own 2 feet. The eye he had just hit healed instantly. Sun Ming hadn't even thought about the possibility of accelerated regeneration in such a mutant, and now his hopes were dashed again. This monster looked the same as before, and there was no sign of the wound. It was a chimera of an ogre and a troll. It was the trolls that had the ability to regenerate quickly, which was now playing a cruel joke on Sun Ming. He's regenerating too fast. Even if we assume a situation where we manage to damage his body in several places, it's unlikely to be fatal, and regeneration will start immediately. The chances of defeating him were sliding to 0, and now he had no idea what to do next. The ogre didn't change, only became more angry and aggressive and continued to try to attack. Lud loudly shouted at Sun Ming to get out of there and run as far away as possible. But this guy had a different plan, and running away was not part of it. There are a few things he needs to do. If he doesn't do them, he won't keep his promise to Wee Ji Hyun and to himself. And in order to move forward, he needs to defeat someone who seems invincible. And he couldn't die in a place like this because of a common creature he came across. Sun Ming always remembered Ji Hyun's instructions. She always repeated the 3 basic spear techniques. She told him to always remind himself of them until he finally memorized them all. As his friend said, the young man always repeated these techniques. Every day on Mount Musha, he began his training with this. He remembered the battle with her and all the things Ji Hyun had said then, and Sun Ming had repeated the same. Now it was time to find out the results of his daily efforts and show what he had spent 3 years of his life doing. The girl showed him the first technique, where he had to turn the weapon outward and parry. Sun Ming did exactly that on the battlefield with a real opponent, and it started to work. He didn't know where this would lead, but he managed to execute the technique that had taken him so much time and effort. While the first one was still working, Sun Ming decided not to stop and use the next one right away. Gradually, he managed to hook the ogre and the attacks began to work. But the monster did not stand still, and because of its anger, its movements became more agile. All Sun Ming could think about now were the words of Wee Ji Hyun. He kept remembering how she had taught him and told him that the next step was to hold the spear and turn around the opponent. He didn't spend more than a few seconds thinking about it, but the ogre managed to strike the spot where the young man had just been standing. The man was afraid for him, but remained silent. Only his astonished face betrayed his shock. However, Sun Ming managed to escape his clutches, and at the last moment jumped behind the ogre's back and attacked from there. There is only one last step left in this technique. All he had to do was to stab the spear into its body and leave it to bleed out. The young man successfully did this, and the chimera immediately collapsed on its paws. A sharp pain went through every corner of his body when the tip of the weapon with chi energy entered his flesh. The guy didn't stop, and despite all the ogre's attempts to get out from under the spear, he held on to it. Very soon he could no longer stand it and finally collapsed to the ground. It was expected that the joints of this mutant would not be the strongest part of the body. Only now the guy pulled the sword out of his knee, from where a stream of blood was pouring directly at him. At least for a while, the monster was unable to move, but Sun Ming was worried about possible regeneration. The next moment, the ogre began to scream loudly and struck out with its big fist in anger, trying to catch the young man. It was also expected that it would not be so difficult to dodge. Now the young man began to think only about how much time he had left until his joint would recover. But the hero realized that he did not need to think about it now. He needed to act while he had time. So he quickly moved closer to the other knee and stuck his spear into it as well. He broke them with all his might, hoping that his efforts would lead to the defeat of the enemy. Now the ogre, without strength and the ability to walk, stood on his broken knees with broken joints. All that remained was to kill him before he could regenerate. He also thought about the fact that the monster would not be able to regenerate if the spear was inside it. He hoped that he was thinking correctly, so he moved closer to the chimera, about to do what he had planned. A split second later, the spear rammed into the shoulder of the giant with the chi energy inside, and the deed was done. And now the monster cannot move both legs and the right arm because of the weapon in it. When the boy returned to a greater distance from the ogre, it continued to hold on to the painful spot in his shoulder. Sungmin persevered and was going to do the same thing again. Only then would he be able to defeat him completely. The young man once again used Sun Ming's supreme celestial spear technique, the lightning strike that split space. He quickly passed through and struck its body several times, causing the monster to scream even louder, despite the fact that 3 of its 4 limbs were in a serious condition, as if paralyzed. But his next blow did not hurt Sungmin, who continued to dodge. Then he simply stopped its paws with his spear, thrusting the energy-enveloped weapon forward. Now the chimera's movement seemed even slower to him, or maybe it was just getting faster. Sun Ming could not say for sure, for he had only recently left Mount Mushi, where he had been dragged along by gravity for a long time. He remembered the time when he had heard cicadas singing on the mountain. It hadn't been long. Usually all the noise in his ears was like screams, but now he heard it without a penalty, just their singing in his head. And the remnants of the interference he had heard on Mount Musha had completely left him. Sun Ming didn't want to be a cicada, but in the mountains he was definitely a larva. But he was not reborn to become a cicada. But then what did he want to become in this world? Sun Ming still did not know the answer to this question, even though he had lived here for more than 3 years. Being a cicada was too easy, and he didn't like easy ways. He didn't want to regret anything. He had already lived one life this way, but he still didn't know what exactly would be waiting for him at the end of the road. But he could say for sure that he would prepare for what was to come, and what he knew in order to achieve his own goal. Lud was still standing there in astonishment next to the tree, staring at Sungmin with admiration, his eyes never leaving his own. When the ogre was already lying on the ground and did not even try to get up, Sun Ming took one last step and stabbed him once more with the sharp blade of his spear. It was still a mystery to Lud how one young man who had never done anything like this before was able to defeat the chimera by himself. But Sun Ming was too tired even for a short answer. He stared silently, exhausted but satisfied at his enemy, who had accepted defeat. He seemed to hear no one else but his inner voice. Sun Ming still did not know who he was. The young man looked at his arm. The skin was badly damaged from the fight, but he felt no pain. It probably sounded ridiculous or stupid, but he didn't know it. The sweat from his forehead dripped onto his hand and washed away the blood that remained on it. He might not have an answer to that question, but he knew one thing for sure. He was not a maggot, nor was he the man he had been in his past life for so many years. Lud looked a little worried, although his soul was raging with emotion and with what he had just witnessed. This is something amazing. He didn't understand what his coworker was talking about, of course, but he could tell that this young man was a very funny and interesting character. A cicada was lying under Sun Min's feet, turned over on its back and looking at him as if begging for help to turn back over. The young man smiled. Now he realized that it was time to go back. The task had been completed successfully, even though they had been caught in unexpected circumstances. Later, the team got in touch with Byrne, who was no less shocked than Lud. Only Sun Ming was standing there calmly, while Lud was hovering around him, talking about how great this guy was and how he had great abilities. But there's a catch. Defeating an ogre chimera is not S rank, but SS, but there has never been a president to award such a high rank before. This hasn't happened since the very beginning of the guild's existence. Sun Ming replied rather modestly that S rank would be enough for him. In fact, it didn't really matter to him, so he accepted what he was given. And now it was time to collect the reward. For defeating the ogre chimera, the young man was given millions of Eri, although this amount was used for a commission as well as the S-rank mercenary mark. Later on, the mercenary guild handed over the ogre chimera's corpse for research, and for this, they received an additional sum of millions of Eri. Lud immediately gave everything to Sun Ming. He knew that he hadn't helped him in any way, so he wouldn't accept even a single coin from there, and the total amount was millions. The boy left the room holding one coin in his hand and stared at it as he walked under the hot sun. 1 million is an extremely large sum. One can live for so many years on this money without thinking about the poor life that has been following him all these years. In his past life, he risked his life to get a meager amount of money, but he still had to eat. At most, he managed to get 1 million, and most of the time it was no more than 200 air. Now that he had so much money in his hands, he didn't know what to do with it or how to use it. Suddenly he became very interested in something and was immediately distracted from the topic of money. The boy picked up his spear, swung it once, and then thought about something else. In the meantime, Lud and Byrne remained where they were. The guild leader wanted to know more about the new mercenary. Lud had nothing to say about the young man except that he was very good at fighting and getting out of situations. Not every experienced mercenary would have been able to pull through in such a difficult situation. But no matter how good Sun Ming was, Lud suggested that Byrne take a look at him for himself to make sure that this kid was a nugget. Byrne took his staff and touched Lud's head lightly. At the same moment, a picture built from the mercenary's own memories appeared in front of him, and for a while the leader watched Sun Min silently and impressed. He remained silent until an admiration spontaneously escaped his lips. It was worth calling him a great master. And Lud said that the boy was definitely higher than S rank, so he wanted to convince Byrne to give him SS rank. It would be fair. And Byrne himself would like to do it, but it's not something he can decide on his own. Also, this guy became a martial artist at the peak of his power, being classless, and over the years, Zeon would definitely be interested in him. Byrne was sure of it. When the young man found himself in a dark place where not a single soul wandered around, he spoke Neville's name quietly but clearly. The man appeared immediately without keeping him waiting and bowed. He was happy to see Mr. Lee Sunmin and immediately asked how he could help. The young man did this after what happened in the courtyard of the building, where he had left after completing the task. He had never been obsessed with weapons before, and he didn't care what kind of weapon it was, as long as it could be used to strike. However, when he was dealing with the giant, he felt something very strange. He felt that it would be easier for him to pierce its skin if he used a better weapon. The last thing he wanted was to be in a situation where weapons would be the biggest problem. He had summoned Neville to buy himself a new weapon. Now Sun Myung-min wanted to have a quality weapon, not just any weapon that could be used to strike. Neville asked him what the young man preferred, just buying something off the shelf or having it custom-made to his personal specifications. And he also asked about his budget. Even if it would take a long time, Sun Ming was sure that it would be better to make a new one, and he had a budget of millions. The young man was sure that this would be enough, but Neville said otherwise. This money was too little and it came as a shock to Sun Min because he thought there might be something left over. Neville explained that all the blacksmiths that the brokers at Ehrenbeis work with are top-notch, top-class blacksmiths. And because of that, their work was very well paid, so buying a new weapon that would be personally made to order would not be as cheap as Sun Ming had hoped. But there is a way out. He could sell his soul and get a fairly large sum of money. But Sun Min immediately refused and said that he was not interested in such a thing. Then the guy asked if there was any way to make a weapon within his small budget of millions. And if that was the only condition, then Neville had something that might work for him. The man asked if Sun Ming wanted to meet with the blacksmith right away. The man didn't want to waste any time, knowing that the workmanship would take him a long time as well. Neville asked him to wait a little longer, and very soon they would be able to go there. The man created a portal right before his eyes. It's a shortcut, and the only way to contact them. Neville used the portal to talk to them, and very quickly promised to get him in touch with the blacksmith. This portal looked rather strange and didn't inspire confidence in Sung Min. It was even stranger to see that the broker had such power. He touched the portal with distrust, and then heard a voice calling him a small child. When Sun Ming looked in, he saw a beautiful girl with elf ears and a large hammer on her shoulder. Her name was Selgaris. She didn't know if they would work together, but they needed to know each other's names at least. The girl asked him why he didn't come in here, into the special space, and then stomped around outside. He was just a little shocked to see the dark elf there, so he stood there in shock. When he finally stepped 1 foot towards her, he introduced himself and then added that he needed a spear. Selgaris asked him if he had a preferred form, to which he simply showed her the spear he was using now. She took one look at the weapon and immediately noted to herself that it was a Central Plains-style spear. Then the girl asked him to show her the style of spear he usually used. But this question sounded strange and he did not understand. He didn't understand why the blacksmith would need it. In general, martial artists almost never demonstrate their fighting skills in front of others. Selgaris said only that she needed to see it. She needed to know this nuance in order to make a spear to suit his style. The girl explained that depending on the martial arts, the details can vary greatly. That is, she was going to look at the fighting skills and techniques that he uses and customize the weapon for him. For some reason, this sounded too bizarre for Sungmin, but Selgaris was already tired of explaining things to him. She finally gave up and told him that she had been doing this for years and had been doing it since they were children because she loved it, even though she was not a dwarf with a natural talent for blacksmithing. What he had just heard amazed him even more. He stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. Selgaris then went on to say that she had been improving over the years and that she was now confident in her abilities and was as good as the dwarves. Something in this sentence touched the boy and seemed to throw him back in time into the past. Back then, he and Wee Ji-hyun were fighting, and Sungmin almost fell off his feet, and all she could say to him was that they had different starting lines. This made him happy somehow. He realized that he was somewhat similar to her. But after all, why is she talking about this with this kid, whom she is also seeing for the first time in her long life? And if he doesn't like the idea, he can go ask a dwarf to do it. Selgaris was a little disappointed and went forward to take him to the dwarves, but Sunming stopped her and said he would do what she asked. He would show her his fighting skills if she needed it for the craft. Suddenly he changed his mind, and the girl asked him again if he was sure about it, because martial artists usually just walk away from her because they don't trust her. He added that this was because Selgaris had been improving her skills for years. The girl didn't say anything to that. She just still couldn't believe that someone had agreed to do that again after a huge period of time. Only a couple seconds later, she laughed and said that he believed others too easily. It was the first time he had heard that about himself, because he usually hears that he is the one who is suspicious. Even though she had been talking a lot just now, she was quiet again and moved away from him. This kid's got a tongue in cheek. He may not have said much, but it sounded apartment. Selgaris stood there smiling, but then turned to him and made a sadder face, as if to hide something. Selgaris started to say something again, looking at Sungmin, but she made very long pauses between words. She said that she liked Sungmin, and that although she was very stingy herself, she was ready to make even better weapons than the budget he had invested here. She smiled again and implied that Sungmin would become a regular customer. At least she wouldn't mind. Selgaris also said that it would take several months to make the weapon, and he should relax and wait. When he left Selgaris and returned to his temporary home, he continued his energy refinement again. His battle with the Chimera Giant was his first real battle as a higher peak martial artist. Since he had learned so many new things, he now needed to completely rewrite them and customize them to suit himself. While Sungmin was improving, he remembered what Ji-hyun had said about having a good gut feeling, which at that time could be called skill. His gut instinct, which Ji-hyun had called a talent, had now evolved into a real skill. This happened after training on Mount Mushi. With the help of his sixth sense, the young man was able to notice things that he could not find with his other senses. Sun Ming felt it even in the battle with the giant. It was the sense that allowed his body to move on its own, and at those moments when he did not realize it, he dodged attacks. Perhaps this was the sixth sense. Although it was a powerful power, Sun Ming could not rely on it completely. His experience in the mountains had greatly improved this sense, but it was not enough to survive in a fight. And as a result of all this, his other senses had weakened a bit. Now the young man had an imbalance of senses, and it needs to be corrected as soon as possible. And if he didn't, he would lose a lot. He also felt this way. The very next morning, he returned to the mercenary guild to meet with the leader. The bartender asked him about his plans for the day and said that if he was free, he could take on another task, since he had done the last one quite easily. Sungmin refused right away and asked about the body of the Chimera ogre that had been sent for examination. He was curious about what they had found. The leader thought that this question might be of concern to Sungmin, and then came a little closer to him and lowered his tone. Byrne said that someone had created this monster because a chimera cannot appear by itself. It was hard for him to study the body of this mutant on his own, so Byrne sent him to the Mage Guild. They are experts in such things. With each word, Sungmin became more and more interested in learning more details. In his past life, there had never been a chimera ogre. Either no one had taken the task or the mercenary who had taken it on had failed and been killed by the monster. Seeing the facts, the chimera was created by the owner of the dungeon, which will be found in 6 months. Perhaps in that life, the mercenary got everything he wanted from the ogre's body and took the reward. But now that Sun Ming had killed the monster, the whole course of events might change. Now he wanted to see the ogre's body. Byrne didn't mind, so he took him to the Mage Guild in Behanger. The leader greeted him and showed him the body that Sun Ming wanted to see. It had already been dismembered. There was a head somewhere, an eye somewhere, and the magician calmly showed Sungmin all of this and told him what he had already learned. Kim Jung-hyun was a black magician and specialized in the study and research of magical creatures. He happily said that he could see that the guest was not at all surprised that he was studying the chimera right now, although Sungmin was a little shocked by the magician's behavior. The young man introduced himself and said that he was the one who had killed the monster. Hearing the name, Jung-hyun smiled slightly again, because he realized that he was also Korean. Even so, it was very unlikely that they were from the same dimension. The magician asked if there was a gate crisis in his world. This was the first time he had heard of such a term, because he hadn't had any gate crisis. Jung-hyun explained that these are gates that connect universes and monsters come out of them. And although Sungmin was from another universe, the magician was very happy to meet him. He hadn't seen Koreans here for a long time, so he was very happy. Well, it would have been better to postpone the joy, because Sungmin had come here to learn more about the research on the ogre chimera body. But that wasn't the only reason Jung-hyun was happy. He was still holding his hand and speaking in a very mysterious way. Sungmin asked him what he meant, and once again his behavior was suspicious because he just laughed and said that everything was fine. Jung-hyun asked again why the young man had come here, and he received the same answer. He needed to see and learn more about the chimera's body. Now the future has been changed, and he needs to get more information to get the Devil Narc armor faster. Jung-hyun sighed and said that he was ready to tell him something that he had learned in this short period of time. Since the ogre was already dead, there wouldn't be much information. But this chimera had a very high level of magic, and the black magician who created this chimera may be among the great magicians of the universe. The chimera's mouth was sewn shut. This was done to test its power. Then the boy remembered the moment when he saw a deer torn to pieces under a tree, which surprised him and Lud, because ogres don't do that. They usually just eat it on the spot. Jung-hyun could have continued to talk about synthetic monsters, but the boy was hardly interested in this topic, so he decided to get to the point. He was already waiting for him to return to their topic and tell him at least some of the information he came for. However, Sungmin was still interested in what he had said earlier about being very happy, not only because he saw a Korean in front of him. Jung-hyun paused for a short while, then said that all the laws of causality were wrapped around Sungmin. The boy himself didn't understand how he knew this, but there was nothing to be surprised about. Black magicians are capable of revealing the soul, and Sungmin was unsurpassed. Jung-hyun came closer, saying what he would do in his place. If he had been in Sunmin's shoes, he would have gone crazy and despaired. And he was sure that Sunmin understood exactly why that would be. Sunmin had heard from Musha before that he was doomed to suffer for eternity after his death. But for some reason, the laws of cause and effect around him were very distorted, and that was what Jung-hyun was interested in now. However, Sunmin could not just trust him, and he was not obliged to tell a stranger about such things. But the magician sounded confident and said that he would tell him what the young man did not know. And he swore to him in Mana that he would never tell anyone what he was about to hear from him. There was a powerful energy around him, and Jung-hyun made the mana oath as he had promised. Sungmin wasn't sure about everything that was happening to him, but since the magician had used a mana oath, it could be a very good opportunity for him. After finally making up his mind, Sungmin let out that he was a regressor. Jung-hyun had expected to hear anything but that this man had gone back in time after his death. But now it explained why so many laws were tied around him and used. Life and death. Sunmin had broken the fundamental rules and had already accumulated a lot of karma. But if that's all the boy knew, the black magician could tell him another very important thing. Jung-hyun continued to behave strangely, staring silently at the guy in front of him for a while, and then smiling crazily. Sungmin took a small step back, and the magician, more quietly, said that he was special. The boy had heard this from people around him before, but he had never taken these words as something too important. And it wasn't just the laws of cause and effect around him that were distorted. As soon as Jung-hyun said another word, the younger man's head became very dizzy. There was an echo, and all he could hear in the background was noise. He held his head as it started to hurt even more. It happened so suddenly that he fell to the ground. It was only then that Sungmin heard the magician's soft voice. Jung-hyun said he couldn't go on. He couldn't tell me what happened. The young man was breathing heavily, and his eyes were partially dark, but he did not understand what Jung-hyun was saying. His face was sweating, and he felt incredibly terrified. It was as if he was back in the Musha trials. Jung-hyun's face was covered in blood. It was as if bloody tears were flowing from his eyes, and he said that he would die if he said one more word about it. The only thing he could say was that Sungmin's own life did not belong to him. The boy was confused when he saw the blood on his face. With every passing second, it seemed that everything the magician was saying was true. For some time, the young man could not get over the shock of hearing such words. Jong-hyun apologized that he could not tell the boy anything else. The magician said that it would be better for them to meet some other time. He was confused by all this himself, so he would have to recover. The young man did not understand what had just happened in front of him. Everything looked very strange, but each time he doubted that it was serious. At that moment, he remembered Mushi. When the goddess called him to her, Sun Ming saw her talking to someone and ordering him to stop and not to step on her territory. Mushi ordered him to retreat if he didn't want to go to war with her. Well, since Jung-hyun hadn't told him much, the young man was going home with nothing. But as soon as he turned and started walking back, he was stopped by a voice behind him. He turned around, looking towards a girl who was quickly approaching him. She recognized the same crazy kid from Mushi Mountain who had been taking all the fines and living there for a long time. So much time had passed since that moment, and he had grown so much. The guy was very surprised when some strangers started telling him this. He had no idea how she knew him and that he had been to Mount Musha. However, these words even offended the girl. Scarlet was disappointed that he did not recognize her, because she did not know how such a person could be thrown out of her memory. In principle, it is not surprising that the young man did not see the similarities between what he had seen before and the girl who stood in front of him now. Scarlet had changed so much since she had taken off her fine. At first he couldn't believe it was true, and a silence fell between them. It was only after a minute that Sunmin asked him not to lie to him and not to say anything stupid. However, for saying that, he got a big beating from Scarlet, who punched him in the face. Well, now Sungmin put aside all doubts that it might not be her and just said hello, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. In any case, she was pleased to meet him, even here in the Mage Guild. She asked him what brought him to this place. She assumed that he was going to become a mage, but Sunming said that he just had business here. She wondered what kind of business he was talking about. Scarlet looked in the direction Sunmin had come from, knowing that the lab was there. She also knew that Jung-hyun was always there, and she thought he was a crazy guy and tried to stay away from him. Scarlet thought all black magicians were very creepy, but this one was scary beyond belief, so if you weren't already going crazy, you didn't want to mess with him. Although she was sure that Sungmin could take care of himself, she still wanted him to be careful. She was silent for a moment and then added that it was nice to see a familiar face here after such a long time. Scarlet also told him that she was busy today, so she did not invite him to visit her, but next time she invited him to her place. Her laboratory was on the 3rd floor, and she promised to make tea if he came to her. When the sorceress walked away, she turned back to him and told him to tell her if anyone was bullying him. The boy waved at her, saying that he would come back one day, but that he was busy and didn't have time right now. When Scarlet was no longer in sight, he remembered Musha's words that she seemed to be talking to herself. Now there was this Jong-hyun with a sentence he couldn't finish. Sungmin couldn't understand what was happening around him, especially since all these people were offering him their help too easily. He was sure that something was going on, but he didn't know how to figure it out and understand what was wrong. He didn't know what to do or how to understand what was happening around him. There were many different thoughts going through his mind, but Sun Ming decided to concentrate on what was waiting for him now. He was already sitting in a bar, but he decided to focus on what was waiting for him now. The guy was sitting at the bar having a snack, lost in his own thoughts when Lud walked up. This man appeared literally out of nowhere. This time, they went to conquer the trolls together as partners. Lud promised that he would show all his strength and abilities. Sun Ming was looking forward to it, and then he came to a new conclusion. During his second life, the young man realized that people cannot live alone, and then he stopped pushing away those people who approached him. Lud was truly a dear friend, and his heart, which had been clouded by long hours of practice, was happy when he traveled with him. It had been 3 months since they started working as a pair and receiving rewards for conquering monsters. This time, the team earned millions of Eri. The guy thanked him, taking a share into his pocket. Lud immediately suggested going to a bar to get drunk to celebrate the mission's success, but then Byrne approached them. For some reason, the guild leader and bartender didn't look too happy, but he told Sunmin that there was someone who wanted to see him. At first, the man told him to forget about it, because the drink was not waiting, but he was more interested in finding out who this person was. Byrne said a name that was already familiar to the young man. It was Zeon, the leader of the Crown's mercenaries. Even though he knew a little more about them, Sun Ming was alarmed by the fact that the leader of this guild wanted to see him. At this point, Lud also forgot about the drink because he knew who it was. Byrne asked Sun Min if he knew who he was talking about. The boy tried not to be nervous and calmly said that he knew the name, and it was hard not to know about this man. Xian was the leader of a large corps of mercenaries of the crown, consisting of more than people, and he was one of the SS mercenaries of the rank in Behenger. He is a master at the peak of martial arts who was able to utilize the steps of the mystical Shaolin fist, and he was someone Sun Ming knew from a past life. All these moments he remembered with him were clearly reflected in his memory, his image and the way he fought. Xian greeted him as he stood by the wall, leaning back against it and bought a cigarette. Blowing out the smoke, he introduced himself as the leader of the crown's mercenaries. He had heard from people that Sun Ming was classless and said as if mocking that it must be very hard to be unwanted and weak among people. But Xian said this without irony or sarcasm. He himself was classless, but he was able to become stronger, and now that Sun Ming had also become a martial artist, he realized how strong Xian was. And this man was soon to become a master of the highest peak of martial arts. Xian had also heard that the younger man was now years old and knew that the world was very hard on the classless. He knew he had once been one himself and had personally experienced the shame of being outcast among others. But it was still an unrivaled fact that Sun Ming had become a martial arts master at such a young age. In the end, there's no point in beating around the bush. It's better to get right to the point. In the very next sentence, Xian suggested that the young man join the Crown Guild. Xian had already heard that Sun Ming had overcome the Ogre Chimera and was soon to become an SS-rank mercenary, and he was even ready to give him the position of vice captain to get him to agree. Xian realized that this was an unexpected offer to think about, but he could help with that as well. He was sure that Sungmin would be able to make a decision when he received something from him, so he held out something from the table. When the gang leader removed his hand from the table, the young man saw what he was offering. He had a small pill of transformation. All of this was true, but it was also true that it was extremely difficult to obtain. It was an elixir of the Shaolin Temple, and if you took it, you could gain a great deal of inner energy. And Xian had only one simple condition for Sun Ming to receive the pill. The condition was for the boy to sign a contract as proof of his membership in the Crown Guild. The younger man looked at the contract, and the first line stated that he had to obey Xian's orders. It was simple enough, and it wasn't even a magical contract that would have any consequences. However, if Sungmin violates the signed contract, he will be punished and held accountable in various ways. This document is needed so that Xian can trust him. The young man also has to tell him about the martial arts he knows, and for this the leader was ready to give him a big transformation pill. It all sounded suspicious, so the boy asked if anyone had already accepted these conditions and received a positive answer from Xian. If they wanted to be mercenaries in Behenger, they had to follow the rules that had been established long ago. When Sun Ming returned from the leader of the Crown Guild, Lud asked him with fear in his voice if he had agreed to all this. But the boy said with relief that he had not. He refused Xian. He would never sign such a slave contract, and Lud fully supported his choice. But for now, it would be better for him to leave Behenger. Perhaps Sun Ming never imagined that things would be so bad that he would have to run away. In fact, things were really bad. Xian was doing a lot of suspicious things. Apparently, he needed this to survive as a classless mercenary. Every mercenary of rank A or higher will be under his control. If you don't follow him, he might do something bad to spite that person. In the past, when Xian was S rank and he was A rank, Lud refused his offer. After that, everyone stopped calling him for missions because all the missions were under the control of the Crown Mercenary Corps. Because of this, he had to get S rank in another city and then come back here. But by this time, Xian had already moved up to SS rank. As Lud drank and drank, Sun Ming thought long and hard about what to do next and whether to really leave the city. He had no idea that Xian could be such a person. The young man did not know how to behave after learning about the bad side of the person he admired. Lud finished another glass of beer and offered to go with him to see Michter, but they were interrupted by the news that a dark wizard's dungeon had recently been found, and there were suspicions that it was the dungeon of the same magician who had created the Ogre Chimera. The authorities were already working on a solution to form a force to conquer it and destroy the dark wizard, and the authorities were also interested in inviting mercenaries from the Earl's Corps to join the raid. This all took longer than one might imagine. Finally, the young man returned to the elven blacksmith who was to make him a weapon. It took longer because he had given her more money than she needed. The elf took the spear in her hands, holding it out to the younger man. She told him that the main metal in this weapon was mephril, while the black metal was needed for the outer structure. They conduct mana and chi well, so the techniques should be even easier to use. To tell the truth, he was truly fascinated by her creation. It looked amazing. Selgaris must have really liked him. Neville knew she wasn't usually this friendly. Sun Ming didn't immediately understand what he was talking about, so Neville added that the materials used to make the weapon were very expensive. Although Sun Ming had given their resources to sell gurus to make the spear even better and of higher quality, most of them were spent on materials alone. You could say that she made this weapon for free. But then another question arose. Why did she do it in the first place? Neville kept silent at first, but then added more calmly that it had to do with the charm that made people help him. He probably overreacted a bit, so he asked Sungmin not to worry about it. Neville said that he had talked too much, and that it was time to leave Sunmin. Neville also asked him to contact him anytime he wanted to. When the man left him, the young man found himself alone and stepped forward again. Sungmin was not surprised that Neville thought so. What surprised him was that he had thought the same thing himself. The first time he had noticed this was on Mount Mushy, but then he just thought he was lucky to meet such people and moved on. But what if he has something inside him that makes people treat him this way? Maybe there's something that makes them react that way. But then was all the kindness he noticed in the people he met just because of that? All of this deep thinking came to an end when Lud's voice suddenly and loudly sounded. Sun Ming had disappeared somewhere, and he went to look for him. He finally found him not far away, but for some reason he was in a bad mood. And if what the young man suspected was true, his friendship with Lud would be ruined because of it. The man immediately threw his arm around Lud's neck, asking why he was so worried and spilling the beans on the raid. Then the friend added that there was nothing to worry about, especially since they would be working there together. In fact, the guy had already forgotten about the dungeon and the raid when he thought about all this. As a result, all his suspicions about the change in the future came true. It was because he had managed to kill the ogre Chimera that the guild had created a raid to destroy the Black Mage, and the dungeon had been found months earlier than in his past life. And there was something else that changed, the appearance of one person. Xion's men were also here, and he immediately approached Sun Ming, sarcastically calling him the early star of their raid. Xion's mercenaries themselves believed that now all this would be much easier, because they would have with them the one who had done the impossible. Although it cannot be said that they admired him, they rather wanted to end his reputation or even his life. Because these people were on another mission in his past life, they could not participate in this raid, but now they are here, and time has accelerated by 3 months. Then Lud also saw Xion. It had been so long since they had last seen each other, and they hadn't played together for a long time. He gave him a short answer, and then Xion left Lud's side and told his men to be careful in this place. A dungeon is a very dangerous place, even for the experienced. Here you can never be sure how and when you will die. After another order, the whole team moved forward deep into the forest to reach the dungeon. Only Lud and Sun Ming stayed behind. All Xion's words sounded like he was threatening to kill them both in the middle of the chaos in the dungeon. And the boy thought about joining the expedition because of this situation. But he only did so because of his weak abilities. 3 months have passed since Sun Ming came down from Mount Mushi, but there has been no progress in his skills. And to become stronger, he needs the devil's armor. They turned a weakling into a martial artist. However, it is unlikely that Xion will do that. There are too many people here, so it is not worth going to bother with it. It was hard to believe that such a thug had come here, to the Shaolin Temple. The raid was attended by one SS-ranked person, an S-ranked person, and an A-ranked person. Even the leader of the mercenary guild in Behenger joined their team. He hadn't been on the battlefield for a long time. Lud's only response to Sun Ming's worries was that he would use his spiritual sword technique to cut off the head of anyone who tried to harm him. Even though Lud had no reason to join the raid, he came because he was worried about his friend. And Sun Ming was really happy about it and grateful for his support. It only made Lud's already bad relationship with Xion worse. The guy stood by him calmly, and he really appreciated what his friend was doing for him. In the end, it's better not to really bother with all that nonsense. Byrne finally announced that Behenger's mercenaries were beginning their raid on the Black Wizard's dungeon. None of them knew what would be inside, but everyone was ready to face death. The leader tried to encourage his team, setting them up for victory and calling them the strongest in Behenger. Byrne ordered everyone to stay in their places, the only way they would be able to tear apart anything that came their way. And now it was time to do their job. Finally, they could enter the dungeon itself. Each warrior was serious about winning, knowing that they would lay down their lives but not lose. The vanguard of the mercenaries is rank A. His name is Zhongchul. He is a master of external martial arts, which allows him to make his body as hard as a boulder. But despite all this long training, Zhongchul's body was torn to pieces like tofu, and he flew towards his comrades who were following him. He was defeated very quickly. It didn't take too much time and effort from the entire team that had gathered for the raid. In just a few minutes, the monster was defeated and the group was able to move on. After overcoming the first obstacle in the form of Zhangchul, they boldly moved on. But when the team walked another 100 meters, and Byrne, as captain, entered the room first, he was terrified. There were more than a few traps and obstacles waiting for them. The night was going to be very long. In this cave, they were met by chimeras. They moved so fast that there was no way to retreat, and the speed of their movement was their main advantage, because they were not strong in themselves. One by one, they began to catch and neutralize them. However, as soon as some were killed, others began to attack from all sides. It seemed like there were hundreds of them. So the team rejoined the battle, even though almost everyone was already very tired. Sun Ming also took an active part in the fight, but he often watched Xian. He had already noticed that the guild leader was really very strong. All those chimeras were insects to him. Even though it was really easy for him to win, it took others longer to catch the monsters. The young man realized that Xian was strong. If he tried to compete with him, he would have no chance. At the last moment, the boy noticed that another monster was approaching him, and he barely managed to fight it off. These chimeras, they weren't here in his past life. This dungeon was completely empty back then. In that case, Sun Ming wondered if what he was looking for was here. If everything that had happened before had gone wrong, then it was likely that his target was already close. But the moment he fought off the monster's attack, he realized that something very bad was happening here, and not something the team was prepared for. Sun Ming walked closer, looking down. There was a sword stuck in the ground nearby, and several lifeless bodies lying around. The losses were still too many, and now the entire raid was in doubt, because it was not safe to move on in this formation. Byrne pointed out that it was Xian's mercenaries who had fallen in large numbers, while his men had suffered less. But Xian only said that it was not their fault, that they were stronger. And this bastard Xian was only protecting his own mercenaries. He didn't care about the others. It's amazing that Xian was able to do this in such chaos. Just 1 hour after entering the dungeon, the raid team lost A-rank mercenaries. Among the survivors, there was only one A-rank mercenary who did not belong to the crown mercenaries named Tan Miyuk. She was an independent hunter. The humans greeted her as soon as they spotted her and began to tell her that she had nothing to worry about here now, because they would be together. However, something went wrong and Lud returned to Sun Min even more beaten, while Tan sat far away, staring at him as if he were crazy. While Byrne stood in the middle of this chaos and tried to regain his composure, the rest of the team looked for their leader. Finally, Tang spotted him, and she quickly ran toward him, almost out of breath from exhaustion, and told him that their team was too weak and had suffered many losses. Byrne listened to her carefully, realizing where she was going with this conversation. However, unfortunately, they could not stop here. If this was going to happen, they couldn't let their comrades die here for nothing. We have to see this through to the end. Since all of their S and SS hunters were still alive, there shouldn't be any problems with the raid, but she was now the only A-ranked member left alive. Byrne understood that this was a big threat, so he allowed her to return if Tan was unsure about the raid. There were so many dead now, and Byrne saw the possible danger, so he didn't object. But he also knew that it was very dangerous on the way back, and she would be walking there alone, especially since she was only an A rank at the moment. Tang looked back, remembering all they had gone through so far, and what would be waiting for her if she decided to leave the team. In the end, she decided to stay with them. At least there would be people here. When everyone was about to move on, a small team moved forward, watching for the slightest danger. They went on until they entered another cave and realized that it was too quiet around them. It was possible that these monsters had attacked them only to stall for time at the very beginning, and the owner of the dungeon had escaped while his subjects were being destroyed. Byrne agreed with the fact that there were too many chimeras, and it could be true, but he ordered all his men to remain vigilant and not to trust unverified information. One of the mercenaries decided to explore the area and soon saw that there was something nearby. A large door was hidden in a dark corner. Byrne decided to check if it was a trap, but when he examined it with his magic staff, he realized that it was indeed an ordinary door. Sun Ming stepped forward, though without much confidence. He knew that anything could happen here, and the last thing he wanted to do was die in a dungeon. When Byrne opened the door and it creaked open, they saw an abandoned room that resembled a library with numerous shelves of books. They went inside, but they didn't notice anything important. It was just a library full of books. But what was surprising was that there were no traps, as Byrne noticed. He suggested that we split up and explore the area, as it was quite large. Sun Ming stood there as if mesmerized. He remembered this place from his previous life. When this man received the magic armor, his life changed for the better. He always said that when he had a drink, but he had noticed this door after hours of searching in the cave. In his past life, he had seen this man talking about a large door behind which was an abandoned library. Now Sunmin wondered what book the man had touched when he was here. Picking up his spear, he went on to examine some shelves nearby. After looking at a few pages, Sunmin continued on where he saw the stairs leading down. And it was down there in the basement that he found the very armor of devil narc that he had come for. But he had been too naive to think that no one would follow him when they saw the passage. The man followed him, folding his arms across his chest, and asked Sungmin how he had managed to find the passage. It took a lot of work. The young man told Xian that he had seen the stairs by chance and wanted to check what was down there. The boy behaved calmly, not giving away that he knew anything. And that's what Xian really liked about him. He sarcastically said these sentences and then took a step down. After reading the contract, Sun Ming was already expecting some kind of meanness from him, so he stepped down a few steps. After doing so, Xian pushed him with all his might, and Sunmin barely managed to dodge, but he went down anyway. After that, Xian began to like him even more. Since he was unable to recruit Sunmin to his side, he would have to get rid of him, because with his talent, he would one day be able to surpass him. Besides, Byrne has gone to another room with his charges, so no one here can interfere with them. However, immediately after these words, a shout was heard behind Xian. It was Lud, and he was going to get his friend out of trouble. He looked around, wondering if his men should have at least guarded the entrance, but it didn't matter now. He believed in his strength and knew that he would defeat them both. Lud saw that Xian was always looking for an opportunity to harm Sunmin, so he didn't want to leave them alone, and finally he showed his true nature. Sungmin was glad to see that he was not alone, but he had no idea what his friend was doing here. After all, if Sunmin died, then Lud would be finished. Xian would want to end him as well. When the older man tried to attack, he just flew down the basement stairs and ended up next to Sungmin. So now it was two of them against Xian's one, but it only made it more fun for him. The man could barely stand up, his body aching from the blows he had taken. On top of all this, their chances were critically small. It would be even worse if the Crown mercenaries joined the leader. Sunming realized that his chances were slim, but he was not going to give up even in this situation. He was instantly next to his friend and grabbed him by the shoulders, pulling him in the other direction. Sunming said that they had to run away, and even though Lud didn't understand, he continued to pull him along. Apparently, the only way out was to find the devil narc armor. They would improve the wearer's abilities to the maximum, and if Sunming got them, he would have a chance to win. He ran as fast as he could, even though he was already tired and his legs hurt. However, they soon found themselves in another cave. Only now did Sunming leave his friend behind, leaving him by his side. Finally, they reached the armor that Sunming had wanted for so long. They were already a few steps away. The people stood near the exit to protect Sunming when Xian arrived. Taking the sword, he stood firmly on his feet as the young man walked over to the devil narc armor, about to put it on. A little more time and all would have been well, but Xian followed them right away and found himself attacking Lud again. With just one punch, Xian's fist was bloody. It had gone right through Lud's body. He didn't even feel anything from the terrible shock. The fierce pain came only a few seconds later. Judging by the attack, he was already dead. So now Sunmin was left alone with Xian, who was ready to do anything to destroy him. Considering that Sunmin had blocked his punch earlier, he praised him, but there was irony in his voice again. The young man was unable to get out a single word from what he had just seen. He had lost a friend whom he considered one of his best. He couldn't move after seeing what Xian had done to Lud. All he could think of was images of their missions together and how much fun they had together. But now this man lies dead, and he died because he also turned against Xian defending his friend. The guy couldn't take it. He didn't want to accept that it was over. Now he only wanted revenge. If he couldn't bring Lud back to life, he would do everything he could to make the killer pay for it. After all, Sunming should know how this damn world works, because he is also classless and grew up in this position. Power decides absolutely everything here, and you can't trust anyone here. Although the boy tried to strike, or at least touch his enemy's body with his spear, he failed. But here, even the garbage that grows little by little can betray you in a while. Xian tried to rush at him again, kicking him, but this time Sunming dodged. In the end, all this talk would be just that, talk, and Xian was used to action, so he wanted Sunmin to die right there on the spot. Of course, the older man was stronger, and it didn't cost him anything to simply throw the young man into the wall, causing him to hit his head painfully. This was the best option of all, and at least he managed to block a direct blow to the body and only hit the wall. Xian had already realized that the kid's weapon was good, so he decided to take it away from him while he was lying there almost unconscious, and it happened again. The martial arts master had his own weapon taken away from him, and it was another humiliation. When Xian was already holding the spear in his hands, he noticed that the weapon was lighter than it looked. He was good at this, so he quickly realized that the spear was made of mephril. It was a good material for this weapon, so Xian decided why not keep it. At that moment, something started to happen to Sungmin. He didn't realize what was happening to him at first, but just stared at his hand, which was changing. The armor of Devil Narc, next to which he was now lying, began to disappear, moving to his own body. Xian was shocked by what he saw. This magical armor was putting itself on Sun Ming's body. Slowly, Sungmin began to get to his feet. His eyes changed color, and there was almost nothing left of the wounds he had suffered. Then Sun Ming rose from the stones that fell from the cave walls. He was wearing armor, and now the chances of winning even a one-on-one battle had increased. Black energy was coming from him, and Xian began to realize that this was not good. Sun Ming himself did not expect the power to come to him so suddenly. It grew literally right away when the bug was on him. In fact, neither of them knew what to expect from it. Sun Ming wanted the armor, but he didn't fully understand how it worked. Suddenly, something started exploding behind him. Just as suddenly, the black energy that had just been there disappeared. Xian continued to attack, not even wanting to know what might happen if the magic returned. He invited Sungmin to fight him once again. All he could think about was that Sungmin had gained power after the artifact was in his possession. The only thing that bothered Sun Ming was that his inner energy or physical abilities had not changed at all. However, in any case, Sun Ming continued to dodge his opponent's attacks with great skill and dexterity. However, it was time to die. Xian was not going to play with him for long and waste too much time with someone like this boy. Even though Sun Ming was still in shock and under great impression, he realized that he could not wait any longer. He took one more look at Lud, whose body was flushed red and collapsed. Xian approached Sungmin, putting his fist forward and preparing to punch him. However, as soon as they were a meter away from each other, a strange entity appeared nearby. This caught the attention of both of them, and the black-robed entity began to talk about Devil Narc's armor and told them that it was a very valuable and good thing. However, it would most likely have some incredible payoff. Sun Ming still didn't understand what was happening before his eyes, but these words of the creature stopped Xian, and he didn't even attack. Only when the leader of the Crown's mercenaries was about to continue his work did this creature say that the Devil Narc contract had not been established, and it was really strange. And also Sungmin's soul was thrown off course. The boy didn't know what kind of entity was talking to him, but his sixth sense was screaming incredibly loudly. Then the creature said that Sun Ming would be the perfect introduction, especially since there was no point in competing with it. Burn and his men were already rushing to the basement when they heard a loud noise coming from downstairs. When they went downstairs, they saw a black wizard who was the master of the dungeon. This stopped them a bit on their way. However, the essence of everything raised a finger up as if to point at Burn. He was even more frightened when he saw the lich in front of him. His staff almost fell from his hand as the creature in the matna drew closer. It was too dangerous. Since this was the lich's territory, it would be very dangerous to be here, so he was ordered to run as fast and as far away as possible. But the lich put his finger to his mouth, showing them to be quiet. In the end, Burn was killed. His men were incredibly frightened that their leader was no longer with them, so they started trying to get out of the place in the moment. Of course, they didn't succeed. Leech only said that they could not enter without his own permission. They're all here because he invited them. Today, he was feeling very good and in a great mood, so he decided to have some fun with his guests. One by one, he tied them up with magic chains, preventing them from escaping. The dungeon master thanked them because these people gave him a great idea, and it was much better than the usual chimera in the form of an ogre. Now was the perfect time to show these insects all his strength and anger. Lich approached Sunmin, who was trying to get out of the chains, but they were only binding him tighter, and the day is not far off when all his motives will be revealed. This battle ended quickly, no wonder, because all these people were panicked, and their enemy, though only one, was very strong, and this dungeon was his territory. The Black Mage killed everyone in the cave, including a dozen mercenaries of the SS rank, and he managed to do all this in a few minutes. Burn, who was in front of the big black tag, was cut in half at the moment, and his body rolled on the ground of the dungeon, and even Xian was easily defeated. Sun Ming remained alive all this time, but in his mind, he wanted to die at that very moment. He didn't want to see what was happening and didn't understand why fate was so cruel to him and all this was happening to him. In this life, he thought that everything would be completely different, everything would be better. But now he was back in the role of a victim who could do nothing against his opponent. He thought he was no longer a larva or a cicada, that he had become someone else. However, It turns out that this is not the case. Everything remains the same as it was before. And what was the point of living here now? If everything was repeating itself, if so many people he knew had already died, he was still a helpless larva in the ground, which could be crushed at any moment. The end was near, and so was his death. At least the boy hoped so, because he did not want to repeat the life he had once lived. He ran away from it, but the evil in the form of the Lich chained him to the wall again, making him completely helpless. Only hours later did the young man wake up and realize where he was. The first thing he heard was the voice of the Lich mocking Sun Min. The dungeon master happily welcomed the boy to his dungeon, calling it his own workshop. And as soon as Sun Ming tried to free his hands, the black magician told him not to even waste his own strength, because he would never get out of here. The Lich laughed loudly after these words, and the echo carried it all through the walls and corridors of the dungeon, where only dampness and death always smell. The Lich did not let go of him, but he spoke, and his voice did not sound so ominous. Sun Ming didn't understand what the magician was getting at, but he said that he really wanted to be a woman. He thought they were incredible because they were able to accomplish a feat that many alchemists could not achieve in their entire lives. That's why the magician wanted to do it so badly, but in the end, he still failed. He became disillusioned with magic and sacrificed his soul and flesh to gain immortality, because the magician could have found many answers to his questions if time had been on his side. And eventually, many years later, it turned out that his sacrifices were not in vain. The magician had found the answers he wanted. Even if he could not give birth to life, he could certainly create it himself. When the black magician approached Sun Ming, continuing his story, the young man realized that it would not end well. The magician repeated once again that today was a very good day, and he felt great. And the guy he had met in the past was a monster that Lich could not do anything about. If he'd used someone like him, things would have gone wrong too. After all, that guy was supposed to be for sacrifice and was a person with bad karma. It was only because of small nuances that the Lich did not succeed. But now perhaps he had a chance to get closer to fulfilling his wish and his life's goal. The black mage put his hand on Sungmin's face. He did not move, knowing that it would only get worse. His pupils constricted in fear of what might happen, and his hand lightly touched his cheek. After the black wizard took his hand away, the boy was thrown into a fierce cold, and then he felt his neck being grabbed and squeezed. He almost stopped breathing. He could hardly feel or hear anything, but the echo of the Lich's head said that the black magician was offering Sun Min's soul as a sacrifice. Bloody tears spilled from his eyes, and he could hardly breathe. At that moment, the young man felt nothing. His soul had left his body, and he could not realize what was happening. Lich was very surprised when something went wrong in the middle of the sacrifice. The magician was sure that this time he would succeed and that he had done everything right. But something went wrong. Lich himself did not understand why, but it turned out that he had painted himself into a corner. It was simply impossible. The black magician could not have imagined that this would happen. It was only when Sun Ming was able to breathe in a breath of air that he was able to see everything that was happening around him. Although he was still chained up and couldn't even move, it seemed that the chains were no longer holding him down so tightly. Lich asked him very nervously and confused, addressing nothing whether he was refusing to sacrifice. Hearing nothing at all, the young man gulped for air and then felt the Lich's hand around his neck. The skeleton was squeezing it with all its might, and he felt suffocated again. Who the hell was he that the king of fear demons himself wouldn't accept him as a sacrifice? Sun Ming's soul, so corrupted by karma, was of great value to his dream, but for some reason, the king did not accept it. The black wizard strangled him even harder, looking into the young man's eyes, which were filled with blood. But the black wizard kept up with him. If nothing else, he wanted to at least know why he had wasted his time with someone like this again. Lich looked into Sungmin's eyes to see the boy's memories. He ordered him to show him absolutely everything, even all the secrets he was hiding. His mind was a mess. He was out of it again and didn't understand much. The only thing that seemed certain was that he would not get out of here alive. Sun Ming did not remember what happened next because he simply passed out and fell asleep, and when he woke up again, he was lying on the floor, unchained, and there was no Sasso Lich in sight. Although the young man had not wanted to live before because of the stress he had experienced, he was incredibly happy when he realized that he was still alive, and he felt better. But then, after a few greedy gulps of air, he realized something else. The sounds in his head were incredibly loud. The boy was not recalling images of those he had seen recently here in the dungeon. He remembered the scream of the Lich, which was unbearable, remembered what that monster had done to those Sun Ming had grown accustomed to. He couldn't take it anymore. It was unbearable, and most importantly, There was nothing he could do about it. The images in his head kept popping up. All those people who had been with him in the dungeon were now dead. He was the only one who survived. But those cicada sounds, they were back. Sun Ming hadn't heard them since he had defeated the ogre chimera, but their songs were back in his head. It was incredibly hard to get used to it the second time, but it was even harder to let himself die on the spot. So it was only after some time that the young man was able to move and stand up. This was not because of his own life experience, but because of his willpower as a third-class mercenary in his past life, where he fought for life no matter what, and also because of the promise he made to his friends. He told them all that he would not die, and in his subconscious he knew that it was meant to be. He could not deceive them. Sun Ming told himself and very quietly that he would never die. In fact, he was used to such situations. When he was pitied, shame and self-destruction, self-torture was all he could feel when he went back in time. As soon as he touched his spear, he heard a voice that surprised him. Someone was saying that they didn't know who was on the other end, but they were trying to get through. At first, Sun Ming thought it was sound transmission, but then he remembered that it was more likely telepathic magic. It was the first time this had happened to him. The young man stood up and looked around. He asked the stranger who he was and why he was talking to him. Then Sun Ming heard the answer. The man introduced himself as Lloyd and said that he was the master of the Golden Tower of Magicians, and that he was now far underground in the place where the boy was. Li Sun Ming recalled information from his past life. He remembered this Lloyd. This man was an archmage and disappeared at some point in Sun Ming's past life. Now that he was thinking about it, he remembered that it was around this time that Lloyd disappeared. Sun Ming asked the master what he needed, and Lloyd replied that he needed Sun Ming's help as soon as possible. The archmage was seriously injured. He could not even move. Lloyd begged Sun Ming to come to his aid, but first the young man asked about the lich. He was worried that the black magician had gone somewhere. The lich named Preskin had run away. When Sun Ming heard this, he wanted to make sure that Lloyd's place was safe and that he would not be in any danger. Lloyd assured him that it was safe because all the enemies had fled, but Sun Ming still did not believe him, as he could easily tell a lie. The archmage didn't pronounce it. He just said that he swore by his mana and that everything he said was the truth. And if Sun Ming helped him, Lloyd promised a large reward. Since such an oath was the only thing he believed, Sun Ming decided to help this unfortunate man. He went in search of him deep into the dungeon and fortunately was not too late. Lloyd said that he began to communicate with Sun Ming when he experienced life in the dungeon. He was really lucky to meet this young man. Looking around, the boy saw the traces of a great battle, and Lloyd was sitting next to the wall where the black magician had most likely thrown him. When Sun Ming took a step forward, horror once again appeared on his face. Unfortunately, what he saw was true. The bodies of those who had been defeated in the fight with the dungeon master were lying before his feet. The boy asked Lloyd, a little scared, what had happened here before, but the archmage only said that it was not important now. First he asked for help, and then he would tell him about what had happened in the cave. The guy stretched his neck, looking around at the same time. After that, he asked Lloyd how he could help him and took a step toward the man. Lloyd said that he had to lead him out of the dungeon, and he had one more request. The man pointed his finger at something a few meters away and fell silent. Then he turned his gaze to Sun Ming and asked him to destroy what he had pointed at. A black heart levitated in front of him. Neither of them knew what it meant, but Lloyd said it was something Preskin had created and had to be destroyed. And everything he had created was very dangerous, and the heart had to be destroyed. Sun Ming had no doubt about the danger of the lich, so he simply agreed to do what the archmage said. Aiming his spear directly at the heart, the young man tried to destroy it at the first stroke. He hit the heart, but it was not enough to destroy it. The young man was surprised when strange tentacles appeared and tried to grab him. He certainly did not expect this, so he did not immediately react to the danger. But after standing there for 5 more seconds and plunging his spear deeper, his heart shattered. The aura of his sword turned purple, and the young man lowered his weapon and breathed a sigh of relief. However, it was so strange he could not believe that he had destroyed his heart so easily and began to feel something strange. And no wonder, because he had not defeated it. It was as if the heart had moved into him and was now controlling him from the inside. All this had been planned before. Even a few hours before Li Sun Ming received the black heart. Lich Preskin was completely exhausted when he left this place. All his strength had been dispersed because of this boy, and the mage still didn't know who he was. However, before he left the boy, Preskin used a certain type of magic on him, which has the ability to destroy a person's consciousness and take away his memory. However, somehow the magic was repelled from Sun Ming. Other magic could work perfectly well on him, but for some reason this one did not affect him. And even the Demon King refused to accept it. which was also an indicator. Now Lich was unable to continue the fight because he had used too much mana and was severely injured. When he was leaving the dungeon, he saw the bodies of those he had fought before. They were almost dead, and then he had an idea. He walked closer, looking at the hearts that were above the bodies of the dead. This is what the Black Wizard decided to use to restore himself. He decided to use their energy to restore his own mana. Xion was unable to move, only slowly shifting his eyes to follow the Lich's steps. He pleaded with the Lich to wait and not do it, but he didn't care about their empty words. The Lich had taken all the energy that remained in their bodies. After doing this, Preskin began to feel a little better. At least some of his strength had returned to him. The Lich smiled ominously as he continued to suck the energy from the other people who were left behind. With each successive victim, he only got better. Preskin left Xion for the last one. He noticed that the man was pretending to be asleep and stepped into his blood. Xion clenched his teeth, not about to say a word. He was still hoping that the man would just back off and he would be able to escape the Black Magician's territory. Xion was able to break free of the magical chains, and Preskin had to admit that this man was really strong. Xion didn't want to hear all this, so he immediately asked if the man was going to do the same thing to him as to the others. But Preskin only laughed, saying that he wanted to use him in a more valuable way. It was only because of his soul, which was on another level. Lloyd had already seen many deaths with his own eyes, but sitting behind him, he asked the leader what he was going to do with these people. It seems that Preskin was still conducting his research, which was too dangerous and also illegal. They knew each other, but Preskin never expected to see the man again. 10 years had passed, but he still visited him. Lloyd was an incredibly horrible person in Preskin's opinion. He still haunted him. Lloyd just brought the conversation down to the bottom and asked why his old friend was looking so bad, although it was for the best, because it would make Lloyd's job easier. First, he wanted to destroy his body, and then he would find the vessel of life force. This is the object where the forest hides all the life force, and only after the destruction of this vessel could he die. At the same moment, Xion seemed to come to life. He stood up abruptly when he recognized Lloyd. The leader of the Crown's mercenary guild had planned to help destroy this evil Lich. Lloyd told him that he was too weak to help him in such a matter, so he asked him to just go away and not interfere. Xion was disappointed to hear this, and the Lich was having a terrible day. The Demon King had rejected his offer, and now this monster had found him and wanted to kill him. Lich was in a quandary. He realized that Lloyd was unlikely to be defeated in his current state. Now he simply had no choice, even though this stage was not yet complete. But it was the only way to stay alive. Preskin used one of his spells to keep his old friend away and tried to create a shield. Although Lloyd was an archmage, he did not understand what had just happened before his eyes. There was definitely something wrong with this flow of mana. The man didn't even realize what he had created. Leech couldn't get over the fact that he had managed to do it. It was something he had wanted all his life. Now was the result of his long research, which finally proved successful. Preskin had managed to create a superior being, a Superman who could do the impossible. The light was too bright to see, but out of the corner of his eye, Lloyd could see a human foot on the ground. The man stepped back and Lloyd smiled even wider. Now he was seeing what he had worked so hard to build and had devoted his entire life to. A girl stepped onto the floor. Her eyes were mesmerizing, but her aura was cruel and dark. Although the heart of this creature was not yet complete, nor was the physical body, the Lich had another heart that he was ready to sacrifice. With this heart, the Lich wanted to get out of this dispute to stay alive, and then he would complete the second heart so that it would be completely fresh. However, Lloyd quickly came to his senses and said that all his actions would be a waste of time. He wanted to get rid of what Preskin had created before it could get to him. Using magic and all his powers, Lloyd began to fight his fierce and old enemy. Preskin, who was standing behind the girl, told her in a trembling voice to deal with these people who wanted to harm her. At the same time, Lloyd had just started attacking them with the first spell he had put a lot of energy into. The girl stood steadfastly in place as if she didn't care what was happening around her. But in reality, there was simply no reason for her to care about what happened here. Lloyd's magic shattered into little grains of sand as soon as she looked in his direction. It was beautiful. Preskin couldn't tear his eyes away from what he had created. He wanted to say something else to her, but the girl stopped him, calling the Lich father. At first he stammered, not used to being called that, but then he simply asked what she wanted. The girl spoke calmly, keeping her eyes on Lloyd, and said she was hungry. At that moment, Xion realized that it was time to act. If he did not intervene now, the end of life would come sooner than he wanted. But when he noticed the girl's eyes on him, he stopped. because she said she was hungry again. Then the creature grabbed Zeon by his clothes, beginning to pull him toward it. Its claws were incredibly sharp and dug into his skin almost immediately, leaving a bloody mark on his jacket. It didn't take long and simply tore his heart out of his chest. This is how the captain of the strongest guild in Behanger, who was a master at the peak of martial arts, died. His heart was eaten, and he didn't even have the opportunity to fight for his life and resist. And what happened after that could be considered pure madness. Lloyd watched all of this, and now he realized that he was in touch with it. After several unsuccessful attempts to destroy the lich creature, he began to feel that he was in deep trouble and had come here in vain. The lich started laughing out loud when he saw Lloyd's frightened face, taking small steps away from them. She was a monster that the Black Wizard had created in the dungeon. Trying to forget his fear, Lloyd decided that he had to deal with what had just happened. After that, the fight continued. The Archmage used all his magic on the girl, but it did no good. After that, Prescan and the creature fled. This is what happened in the cave before Sun Ming came there. Lloyd was incredibly grateful to him for saving him, because if it wasn't for this young man, he would have died there. Sun Ming saved his life by coming to his aid. He also destroyed the heart that Prescan had created and broke the chain of evil. Lloyd believed that everything was over. He wanted to believe it and be left in peace and never have to face the Count again. Even though he didn't see it because he fainted right after he asked for help and waited for Sungmin, he was still very happy to be in this world and not in the dungeon. However, the guy just said that he did what he had to do. He just helped someone who needed it. Lloyd thanked him again and promised to reward him. The man promised that he would fulfill his one wish, as long as it was within his power, of course. It was a blank form from the Archimagus where you can write anything your heart desires. But since the boy did not know what he needed, he decided to leave this possibility for another time, when he really needed it. Sun Ming kept silent about the fact that his heart was in it, because there was a risk that Lloyd would kill him as soon as he found out. Prescan was the master of the dungeon in the Black Tower, but because he had broken orders and rules, he was put to death. And the person who was supposed to execute this order was Lloyd, the master of the Golden Tower. And so over the course of 10 years of searching and pursuing, Lloyd accidentally met him on another raid back in his past life. And that's when he died, most likely because Sun Ming wasn't there to save him. He only remembered that this man was missing. The man who was originally supposed to die is now alive because of his regression. And this is not the first time that Sungmin has changed the course of events through his own actions. But not always these actions are for the best. The young man sighed heavily and swallowed his saliva. It still hurt him to remember what had happened, because the one who was supposed to be alive was now dead. Sun Ming walked out of Lloyd's room. All he could think about was that he was the only one who was changing things. He would be happy to change it all, but only if it was a positive change, not the deaths of those who were supposed to stay in this world. Back then, Sun Min was a frog in a well, and the top of his world was Zeon. Zeon, which is now dead and turned out to be completely different from what Sun Min thought it was. All these people he meets, they can live or die by his actions and decisions. Now there are many more monsters that can kill. Sun Ming thought it was the sky, but it turned out to be just a well lid. And it's always like that. There will always be a harder and bigger goal that could not be achieved before. Sun Min always thought about Wee Ji Hyun. He was very curious to know what level the girl had already reached after so many years. Still, he had to admit that he was still just a maggot. He had already known that when he was on Mount Musha. But so what? Whatever it was, and whatever thoughts were haunting him, he didn't want to let despair enter his heart. As he walked, eyes downcast, thinking about the past, someone called out to him. He did not recognize the voice, but the person was very surprised to meet him here. Only when the boy looked around did he see Kim Jong-hyun. He had heard that most of the team had been killed in the raid, so he asked how he was feeling. And he was even more interested in the armor that Sungmin was now wearing. This armor is a valuable artifact. Jung-hyun came closer, keeping his eyes on the armor, and at the same time asked if he could take a look. Of course, Sungmin didn't protest and just let him. Jung-hyun also explained that this armor is a type of coercive contractual instrument. It binds you to the transcendent demon king or demon god. And it is an evil armor that skips the formal conclusion of the contract and forces its wearer to confirm a slave contract. To put it more simply, there is a third-ranked master, and he has the potential to become a master at the peak of martial arts. So if this person wears the demonic armor, then his potential will be awakened, and he will have the opportunity to become a master at the highest peak of martial arts. However, as soon as the person dies, his soul will belong to the Demon King. All this will happen regardless of what the user wants. But Sun Ming said that nothing even happened to him after he put on this demon armor. And this was already interesting because such cases were not recorded. And there are two possibilities here. One is that Sungmin has no growth potential, or he has already signed a contract with a master who is even stronger than the master of the demonic armor. Jung Yun thought it was the second option. That's why he asked if Sungmin had anyone in mind. It was only then that he remembered the words of the Lich when the Demon King did not accept him. Perhaps he was that master. But Jung Yun reassured him and said that even if the contract didn't work, he could still use this armor. It had several types of different magic on it. The young man was surprised to see what he did to the armor. They just disappeared and turned into an ordinary bracelet. The Black Wizard said that the armor could be worn like an ordinary bracelet, and if he directed mana or internal energy to it during a fight, the accessory would turn back into armor. Preskin was going to offer it to the king of the fear demons, but Sungmin didn't even know who he was. Jong Hyun explained that the Demon King is a transcended being of a very high level. He can instill fear in anyone of a lower level. And the fact that he was able to save himself even after meeting him only means that he has the same power as the king and cannot accept him as a sacrifice. And he probably understands what it all means. The young man fell silent when Jung Hyun started talking about this, for he did not know what the Black Wizard was getting at, but he could only suspect that he had a soul higher than the king of the demons of fear himself. He was hoping for a response from Jung Hyun, but he had nothing to say. Sungmin remained silent for a while, trying to realize all this. Something very strange had entered his body. Jung Hyun immediately realized that it was the black heart that Preskan had created. But he wasn't sure if it was true because he didn't feel any alien energy in it himself. But Preskan was conducting research on the ultimate form of life, and the fact that the heart itself it could mean something. But that something could give Sungmin even more than the dark armor. Jung Hyun apologized because he couldn't say anything more. The same thing could happen as last time. But Jung Hyun said that God would be able to tell him more and tell him what he could do. Then Sungmin remembered what Musha had said when she was talking about a test. She had told him to go to Dreammoor and meet Dennis, the god of time. But Sunming still didn't know if Dennis would be able to answer all his questions. It was very informative, but it wasn't hard. Jung Hyun said that the young man could call him at any time. Then the magician added that it was because he really liked the boy. In fact, Sungmin was already feeling a little embarrassed by the fact that absolutely everyone around him was treating him like this, so he didn't know how to react. Eventually, the guy walked out of the place on his way home. Even though Jung Hyun hadn't said much, Sungmin had learned a lot from the conversation, but now he had even more questions. He thought that it would be best to go to Dreammoor now, where he would continue his search and improvement. Suddenly, as soon as he stepped further, he tripped over someone and they both fell to the ground. Scarlet came out of nowhere, immediately reminding him of what she had said about Jung Hyun and how he was a psycho who was not to be messed with. Sungmin doubted that she was a magician at all, because she had beaten him up every time they had met somewhere. But Scarlet was sure that he would have turned to ashes by now, if she had used magic. She emphasized once again that getting involved with this guy would not lead to anything good, even though Sungmin had said that there were some important issues. She was only more offended by his words, because she was an archmage herself, and this boy seemed to ignore her. Judging by the way she was addressing him, she was clearly not old, especially since most archmages looked younger than they actually were. So Sunming decided to ask her age. Scarlet was again offended by this question and at first did not want to answer at all, although Sunming was still sure that she was much older than she looked. But that wasn't why she had come here. Scarlet had heard that Sunmin was the only survivor of the raid, so she wanted to know how he was doing. He didn't want to talk too much about it because it was too painful to remember everything that happened. After all, his friend had died there, so he just said that he was fine. Scarlet could see in his eyes that he was feeling quite differently. She decided that it wouldn't help if she asked him about it now, so she just asked him what he was going to do next. Sungmin looked thoughtful and said, just as calmly, that he wanted to go to Dreammoor, where he had some business to attend to. When Scarlet heard the name of this city, she was incredibly excited and immediately offered to go there with her. She made up a story that she also had some business in Dreamer, and since they both had to go there, it would be great to have company in a strange place. But really, she just wanted to travel with him. When Sungmin didn't say anything, she thought that he wasn't happy to see her anymore. But Sungmin hastily said that he wasn't, and that he was really happy to have someone else travel with him. But that wasn't what he had in mind. He didn't really want Scarlet to travel with him. Knowing her personality, she would just beat him up again, and that would be it. Sungmin didn't like the idea of traveling with Scarlet, only she knew the magic that this girl used. Scarlet was a genius who would soon create the Rasir School and become the master of the Red Tower of Magic. And now was a great opportunity to make a good relationship with someone like her. But for some reason, Sun Ming doubted it. It was because he was confused by the kindness of the people around him. He still hadn't figured out why this was happening, and he suspected that everyone else wasn't acting this way toward him, but toward the person behind him. And all the connections he had made with them before were nothing more than just lies. What was the death of Lud, who decided to take part in the raid because of Sun Min himself? After all, they were good friends. If it weren't for him, Liud would have been alive, as he was supposed to be. He had no proof, just a hunch that Scarlet wanted to be with him in Dreamland. But if he really had something in him like Jungyan was talking about, it could end badly again. If something goes wrong this time, she'll meet the same fate as Liuda in the dungeon. And he didn't want to be the one to lead people who should live to their deaths. He'd already killed one person, and if he continued to do so, Sun Ming would not be able to forgive himself, feeling that he was the one to blame. Back when he saved Lloyd in the cave and received the Black Heart, he decided to search Xion's corpse, which was lying nearby. A man like this would definitely keep all his precious things to himself. But what Sun Ming found on him shocked him. Xion had a small and a large transformation pill, as well as Shaolin martial art techniques. While all of them were indeed incredibly valuable, the most important thing to Sun Ming was the transformation pill. Regardless of his thoughts and the strength he had already gained, he realized that he needed to become even stronger to achieve his ultimate goal. So, to begin with, he decided to circulate his own energy. As Sun Min sat in his room, he focused on this task alone. He sat on his bed, closed his eyes, and thought only about his own energy and how to improve it. But soon he gave up. He got up because he hadn't succeeded despite his best efforts. The young man didn't understand what was happening, because Sun Myung-min felt nothing at all. There was not even the slightest change. Normally, when one eats a small transformation pill, the internal energy of the pill should quickly enter the body. But now he didn't feel even the slightest change, so he could only conclude that it was a fake pill. But almost immediately after he said that, he began to feel something. At first, he was a little creeped out by what he saw and a little scared. But in the end, what he expected from this pill happened. His inner energy increased exponentially. After all, it turned out that it was not a fake pill, and its internal energy was transferred to Sungmin's body. However, this was not the end. To be complete, he needed to strain all the energy to appropriate it for himself, but he didn't need to do anything else. Somehow all the energy had already been absorbed by the body on its own. Usually it was difficult to absorb even a part of the energy. It took a lot of effort and time, but Sungmin managed to absorb it all completely. After the process was complete, he felt something strange, thinking about what could have caused the easy absorption of energy. The answer was the Black Heart he had received when he saved Lloyd. It must have been the cause. As the boy looked around, his eyes were drawn to a small box standing nearby. The young man walked closer, picking up a large transformation pill. Without hesitation, he decided to eat it as well. The energy passed through his body instantly. He managed to absorb everything in both the large and small pills, and now he was almost at the peak of the higher martial arts. But if it was true that he could absorb the energy so easily only through the Black Heart, then this thing was beginning to frighten him. He still hadn't figured out what it was. There was no exact answer, but it helped him solve the problem of insufficient internal energy, which was a problem he had always had, but now he had to do something about it. The young man picked up the books that he had also found at Xion's place and decided to read a few pages. He looked inside and began to read what was written in the book, and that's how he spent the rest of the day. The next day, he met Scarlet. Sungmin wanted to tell her that he wanted to go to Bredan instead of Dreamer. The girl was not happy to hear that, but she didn't seem to be going to refuse. He politely apologized, saying that he couldn't go to Dreamer with her, and he was happy to be rid of Scarlet. However, she wanted to at least understand why he had changed his destination so suddenly. The young man immediately told her that he had received the secret martial arts techniques of the Shaolin Temple and wanted to bring it all back, and that this temple was located in Breda. Scarlet did not understand his thought process at all. If he had already received these materials, he should study them and then sell them for a lot of money, not return them. The young man said that he was already studying them, but it would not be profitable to sell them because many people in the market were selling them. It would be too difficult to sell them for the true price, and a little money for such efforts is not so important. Therefore, it would be better to return them to the Shaolin Temple and get a reward from them, which would definitely be bigger. That was the reason why the boy could not travel with her, because Scarlet, as she said, had business in Dreamer, and that was the next city he would go to. But it wasn't as simple as he thought. Scarlett thought about it for a while and said that she had business in Bredan as well, so she could go with him there as well. Sungmin's whole plan fell apart when the girl said that she didn't really have anything to do. She just wanted to explore the world and travel everywhere, especially since she felt that cities didn't suit her. Scarlett loves to train in the mountains, and after traveling it would be better to settle down somewhere nice. For some reason, Sunming immediately remembered the way Scarlett looked on Mount Musha, thinking that she would look the same again, but she wasn't going to live with these fines. Even then, she felt bad about not being able to bathe. As expected, she hit him again. Means they can now travel together wherever Sungmin needs to go next. And he couldn't even express his joy, so he just nodded his head a few times in agreement. Sungmin had already realized that she wouldn't give up on him that easily, so he simply suggested that they go together, and that was that. Before he left, he needed to pack his things and get ready, so he said they would leave in a week. Scarlett agreed, and she needed about the same amount of time to get ready. Well, since it was happening, he decided not to think of it as a bad thing. After all, he would now have a traveling companion, and it would be easier to face danger together. However, all unnecessary questions or worries dissipated as soon as the two saw an unfamiliar figure come out of nowhere. Sunming finally stood up, crawling back from the stranger and walking closer to Scarlett. Scarlett also stepped back, thinking that this girl could be dangerous. Then she stepped closer again, starting to say something, but very quietly. Her hand turned into large tentacles, which she pointed towards Sunmin and Scarlett. She had a very strange feeling after she met this guy, so she decided that the best thing to do was to just get rid of him. She didn't know they had the same heart beating. She just felt something and wanted to know who he really was. Some time ago, she was still together with Preskin. They ran away from the dungeon for a long time, trying to get as far away as possible so that no one could catch them. Even though they managed to get out alive this time, Preskin could not have imagined that Lloyd would be so strong. Leech had barely managed to survive, and now he realized that the word genius was used for people like this man. And if Prescan hadn't awakened the creature he had created in time, he would not have survived. She was his creation, his child. Leech sat nearby, muttering all these words under his breath, looking at the girl, who was lost in thought. Prescan called out to her, but again she did not respond to him. Apparently, he still didn't have full control over it because he had woken it up too quickly and hadn't done enough. He had to wake this monster up faster than it should have just to survive. It didn't obey his orders at all, but when it did turn its head toward Prescan, Lich noticed that the creature's mouth and hands were covered in blood. This made him uneasy, but the black wizard was confident that she would not harm him, for the seal he had placed had worked well. Lich stood up and stood next to the girl, asking her if she remembered what he had said to her. Preskin wanted her to go to the place where she first opened her eyes to take his heart. She didn't say anything, just nodded her head to indicate that she could do it. Then Leech asked her how quickly she could do it, and she nodded again several times. After a short conversation, she took off, heading for the place Preskin had mentioned. However, when she had gone some distance away, the magician was not so sure that this creature would do what he asked her to do. She didn't go in the right direction at all, but in the opposite direction. Despite the fact that the girl rushed to another place, he did not stop her. And even if he wanted to, he would not have had time to catch up. This creature ran wherever she wanted to go, as if disobeying his orders completely. Even though her father had told her to go somewhere else, she felt something very strange in the direction she was going. As she walked in that direction, she could feel her heart beating fast, and it felt very strange, so she wanted to check it out. The feeling was so strange, and when the creature noticed two people walking calmly in front of her, the feeling intensified, and it didn't like it even more. It was then that Sunming noticed someone was next to them and looked around. It was then that he spotted her. It was a girl, and she looked like she was about to be born. It was a girl. She didn't look very old, but for some reason she made the boy feel uneasy. Perhaps he felt something from her himself, but he did not realize it yet. He just subconsciously moved away from the danger. Sungmin stepped back just in time as she turned her hand into tentacles and took a step forward. His breathing quickened as it got closer, but Sungmin couldn't take a step back. He was stunned when it lunged at him, about to knock him down with its hand. He stood motionless in one place, staring at the monster in front of him. But Scarlett wasn't about to stand there and let herself and her friend die. She immediately decided to start casting spells, trying to wake Sungmin up at the same time. It was only when Scarlett threw a fireball at the monster that Sunming came to his senses. His friend told him to step back and gather his strength if he didn't want to die. Sunming apologized to her, explaining that his heart had suddenly started beating fast. Scarlett decided to try her magic again on the stranger, but this time she noticed that it was not working. When the smoke cleared, all she could see was that she had lightly set the monster's tentacles on fire. There was something wrong with this child. Aside from the way she looked, Sun Ming felt that they both had a connection. It was only after a while that he realized it could be Preskin's chimera. It was probably the one Lloyd had told him about earlier. The boy guessed that this girl had come here to get her heart back, and that's why he was scared. She had killed Zeon at one point, and it would not be difficult for her to finish him off as well. Archmage Lloyd, who was considered very strong, almost died at her hands. Although Lloyd still had Preskin as a rival. Although he was scared and realized that it was far from certain that he would survive, the young man set himself a goal. He must survive and deal with this chimera. Sun Ming stood in front of him, his heartbeat only accelerating as he approached the girl. Turning his bracelet into armor, he firmly told himself that he would definitely deal with her and not let her lose. The chimera was already ready to attack again. Its regeneration was very fast, so now there was nothing to prevent it from attacking again. The girl did just that. She hit Sun Min with all her might while he was barely able to stand on his feet, defending himself. She was even stronger than Sun Min had expected. Moreover, as she got closer to him, the young man only felt worse. However, he summoned all his strength to repel the chimera's attack and survived. Although Sun Min managed to ram its tentacles with his spear, it did not stop being aggressive and attacked him once again. He barely managed to dodge the monster's attacks, but Sun Ming continued to fight, hoping that he could win. The boy noticed that the attacks of this chimera were very unusual. He had never encountered such techniques before. On top of that, its fists were much stronger than the ogre chimera's. And if he hadn't boosted his internal energy with the 2 pills, this battle would have been very problematic right now. Luckily, he had asked Selgaris to make his armor lighter, and now he could move much faster. Scarlet, who was standing behind him, ordered the fool to move away. She could see that Sun Min was about to be killed, so she wanted to use her own spell. She flew into the air and sent another fire attack at the chimera, reinforcing it with her own energy. However, the creature was not frightened for a moment and did not retreat. On the contrary, it decided to take the entire attack on itself. This proved to be harder than the creature expected, but it still deflected its blows. It was very painful, and there were burns on her body, and Scarlet felt a strong resistance to magic from it. Although this girl had a strong resistance to most types of magic, Scarlet's magical abilities were unique. The usual resistance would not work for her because Scarlet herself had created this magic, so she advised her to act immediately if she did not want to turn to ash. However, Scarlet did not calculate Valana's abilities here either. Even though her magic was special, the chimera continued to fight back, and the fire was easily touched. Both Sun Ming and Scarlet recognized the technique. It was the Mystic Fist Step technique that Zeon had mastered. Sun Ming rushed over to help her when Prescan's creation approached her. Perhaps the best way to thank her for her help would be to save her life, so they both decided to get out of here as soon as possible. However, when they were about to leave the place, Sun Ming remembered something and thought about it. Lloyd said back at the hospital that he saw that monster eat Zeon's heart. If it was what he thought it was, then he and Scarlet were in deep trouble. Sun Ming could only speculate, but the possibility that this girl could absorb all the abilities of the people whose heart she had eaten made the most sense. Nevertheless, the young man continued to fight her, hoping to get out of the terrible situation. Now he is facing a monster whose strength exceeds his own thousands of times, and this creature is ready to eat him at any moment. The girl released her tentacles again, trying to catch Sun Min. It was harder and harder for him to dodge. She was nimble. The boy moved backward without even looking back to avoid falling into her clutches. When Sun Ming had gained enough distance, the monster attacked again. But this time the boy was better able to defend himself. He brought his spear up, holding back its tentacles. The young man remembered all of Vid Ji-hyun's instructions and his training, but he could not parry this girl's attacks. She was too strong for that. This time, the chimera managed to get even closer than before. She was very angry when the boy did not answer the question she asked him. She wanted to finally know everything about Sun Min, who he was, what exactly made her feel this energy. After the next blow, the boy was distracted and the monster was just waiting for it. The girl continued to attack him relentlessly and did not allow him to retreat. When he was able to push her away, Scarlet immediately engaged in battle with her fire spell and tried to set the chimera on fire. She was using her own magic, which made her energy even stronger, and Scarlet tried to keep her from getting away. A small part of the girl's body caught fire, and Scarlet told her to count her lucky stars that she had prepared for her. She may not have been able to defeat the chimera, but the witch made her angry. Scarlet just kept making the monster emotional in order to finally neutralize it. The Black Wizard's creation was only angrier when Scarlet spoke to it in this tone. She would have been happy to neutralize it as soon as possible, but something was still in the way. It rose from the ground. Hands grabbed the girl, preventing her from breaking free. Scarlet had no doubt in her own abilities, so she just sarcastically said a few words to the chimera. While the girl's attention was focused only on Scarlet, Sunming decided to act and strike by surprise. He managed to get close to the chimera, but her hearing was good, and at the last moment she heard someone approaching. This was the only thing that saved her from being hit in the heart by the spear, as she was able to escape the trap. The girl simply cut off her legs and got further away from Sunmin's weapon, who was watching in shock. The chimera's arm also flew off to the side, and she fell to the ground, lying in her own blood. Eventually, she managed to get up and turn around, after which her limbs regained their strength. While the severed limb was covered in red fluid, the girl's arms and legs were perfectly fine. At that moment, Scarlet and Sungmin's confidence was already in question, because they had already thought they had defeated this monster. This girl, she seemed invincible. She arbitrarily lost her limbs and then regained them in the moment. What kind of monster is this? Even the parts of her body that Scarlet had managed to burn were restored in a short time. However, this situation was only bothering Scarlet. She didn't feel even the slightest bit anxious, unlike Sungmin. Well, there must always be a way out, and she decided to find it. Even if this monster has the ability to regenerate super fast, it must have some limitations. For example, it could be a mana limit, and Scarlet was sure that they would defeat this creature if they fought with it. All that was needed now was to inflict as much damage as possible on the chimera so that it simply did not have time to regenerate. Sooner or later, its mana would evaporate, and that would be their victory. However, when the girl looked at the creature in front of her, she immediately took back her words. It seemed that the chimera's mana was dimensionless, and this indicated that they were in big trouble. The chimera was back to its old ways and created tentacles from its own hand, then tried to attack. Because its attack was quite unexpected and Sungmin was not expecting this sudden attack, it was successful. Sungmin was hit hard by her, causing his face to bleed. He was thrown backwards with all his might, and his weapon was lying somewhere nearby. When he coughed and was able to breathe in the air with the metallic taste of blood, he immediately stood up, realizing that the fight could not be stopped. I had to change. This is the only way to take the life of this chimera, and he changed. Sunming also changed the world around him. Scarlet didn't let the monster get close to her friend, nervously exclaiming that he had no right to die here. And he became what he is now on Mount Mushi. Only being there with all the penalties that did not allow him to live a full life made him that way. But it was still not enough. He dreamed of heights he would never reach, about the level that Wee Ji-hyun had reached. Right now, he was still just an insect to her. A larva has to crawl. If one step is not enough, then you need to push yourself and take dozens or even hundreds more steps. But he couldn't do it and stopped in the middle. And he didn't do it because he was completely satisfied with one step, which was the easiest of them all. That first and only lesson was Mount Mushi. And the truth is that he didn't leave there just because he wanted to get demon armor. It was because he hit a wall that was too high for him. At the end of the day, he just wanted to take an easier path than one that was more rewarding, but also thorny. So then he simply said that he wanted to get the armor of Devilnark and leave Mount Mushi. And the price for that decision was too high. Perhaps if he had known what would happen, he would never have done it. No one wants a weakling who gives up, even if he gives himself another reason. But in reality, he had chosen to run away. His hands were shaking now, but he knew he couldn't go on like this. He had to act, even though he could feel the heavy weight of the spear again, which he hadn't felt for a long time. Everything he wanted and everything he was doing now was for one purpose. Sunming wanted to stand by her side. He wanted to change his fate and prevent the deaths of the people he had come to care about. And in the end, he didn't want to die. It seemed like he was thinking forever, but only a moment passed. A moment in which the chimera managed to attack Scarlet again. The girl stepped back in time, protecting herself from the monster's blows. Perhaps it had too big a dream for an ordinary maggot, but Sunming did not want to die here. He had promised that no matter what, he would achieve what he wanted, even if it was too difficult a goal for him today. But in this case, the one step that comes so hard will be the greatest value he deserves. All he could say for sure was that he would continue to take steps, no matter how hard they were. Step by step, he filled the end of the spear with chi energy and then focused his attention on the chimera. If you want to win and achieve the greatest goal of life, you need to overcome the one who stands in your way, even if this creature is too strong for him to handle. He confidently pointed his spear at the girl to end her forever. He had only one goal in mind: to keep moving step by step no matter what comes next. He managed to stick the tip of the spear into her fist, and then he never stopped. This attack was the strongest he had managed in the entire battle, but it was a worthy blow. Sun Ming was still holding back that girl's fist as he stood in front of Scarlet, who was speechless after what she saw. It was hard to stand on his own 2 feet, but his own words were echoing in his head that he didn't want to die and wanted to live a better life than his past. The pain coursed through her body, and for a moment she felt the same strange sensation again, and with all her might she shouted out the same question she had heard before. She still did not know who the young man was. Her limb shattered into pieces of meat, and the girl looked at her enemy with an angry look. It might have seemed that he was barely standing up. This was true, but it did not mean that Sun Ming was going to give up. Scarlet hadn't expected anything like this to happen. Even though she was confident in her own abilities, she knew in her mind that her end could come very soon at the hands of this monster. Only when he took a deep breath did he say his name, Lee Sun Min. His voice sounded tired but firm and confident. Once again losing her limb, the girl stepped back. The entire ground beneath them was covered in their own blood. And finally, the girl said her own name. The bloodthirsty creature's name was Ain. The pacing hadn't stopped, but now Sun Ming and Aini stood silently opposite each other, staring predatory eyes. The chimera sighed, and blood spilled from its mouth as well. It stared at its enemy for some time, but no action was forthcoming. Finally, Aini simply turned away from them both without saying a word. After that, the child of evil created by the black magician simply left them. Ain flew in another direction, trying to get away from Sun Min and Scarlet as quickly as possible. And that was the end of their fight today. The young man opened his eyes in a different place. Scarlet was sitting next to him, looking very calm and reading a book with her glasses on. As soon as she heard her friend's surprised voice, she was immediately distracted. Luckily, he didn't die, but just lay unconscious for 3 days. Scarlet dragged him to the village of Nepadilk, where they both received help. Sun Min was examined by a doctor, and then she used a potion to heal his superficial wounds. Scarlet asked how he was feeling, and he told her that he didn't feel any heaviness in his movements. However, she only kicked him for his actions and ordered him to lie still and stay there. Sung Min had more than one broken bone, even though he said he felt fine. In any case, the fact that he could recover in just a few days was very strange, and Scarlet could not believe it easily. It was indeed impossible, but the young man thought again of the black heart he had consumed. Could this be one of his powers as well? He couldn't tell Scarlet about it, so he sat quietly and remained silent, although his friend was waiting for at least some explanation. Only a minute later, she took off her glasses and said seriously that Sungmin was hiding something from her. I could feel it clearly. And about this monster they came across on the way. She was sure that Sunmin knew more about her than she did. She didn't want this to be hidden, especially since they were now stuck in this problem together. Scarlet demanded that he tell her everything he knew. Sungmin wasn't too happy about the idea, but he already knew that Scarlet wasn't going to back down from the topic, so he decided to tell her everything about the Black Heart. Of course, she knew what it was, and now she understood what was happening. And now she understood why her friend had gone to see that psycho Kim Jong-hyun, because he was very good at such things. He'd been through hell and gotten a piece of mana with incredible power. Scarlet couldn't even tell if he was lucky or not. But no, he was definitely lucky. If the girl hadn't gone with him, Sun Ming would have died by now, but he just survived a few fractures. Although his reaction was so-so, he didn't even express any gratitude to her, which made Scarlet look unhappy. Instead, the young man asked his friend something else. He wondered why she didn't just leave him there and run away when they came across the chimera in the forest. In that situation, Scarlet could have died, even though Ain's target was only himself, so nothing would have happened to her if she had decided to run away. The monster would have just gotten what he wanted, and that was that. But Scarlet stayed and fought, which is what Sungmin wondered. So she didn't leave him to die on his own, and gave him a chance to survive without leaving him alone in the clutches of this girl. Scarlet stood up from the bed, looking across the room, and said that she didn't mean to do this to him. The girl fell silent, moving away from Sungmin as if she didn't know how to dare say anything else. She scratched her head thoughtfully, not even turning her head toward her friend, who was still sitting in thought. Finally, after some more time had passed, she asked him if he had been through the war. She didn't speak very loudly, but she could hear him. Of course, Sun Min said that he had not had such an experience as she had thought. Scarlet didn't dare say anything about it right away, but later she spoke up. She said that she had gone through something terrible once, and before she became so sexy and strong, she was just a sweet child. She didn't know where or when, but a war broke out. People were dying every day from brutal killings. War is a terrible thing. It burned everything that was dear to her on its way, including her hometown where she lived. And along with the whole city, the shots took away all the people who were important to her. Scarlet was left all alone in the ruins of the burning city. Then her friend became quiet, as if holding back her regret. She didn't cry, but the memories of that time haunted her so often and caused her great pain. It was hard to get used to the emptiness in her heart, and that's why Scarlet didn't want to get close to anyone, so that it wouldn't hurt later. But what could she do when her friend was attacked in front of her own eyes? She couldn't just leave him there to die. She knew the look on his face. She didn't want to hurt him again, but she could see in his eyes that Sungmin had lost someone before. The guy also did not dare to answer for a long time, because the memories of all this did not leave his head. He slept and woke up with these thoughts. However, Scarlet decided to comfort him and told him not to worry. She was still alive, so everything would be fine. She had survived the war, remaining almost unscathed. Fate is definitely on her dock. Her voice sounded as if she had never seen death, even though she herself had been on the brink of it. However, Scarlet said that she had one technique for such cases that was even stronger than the one she usually used. This technique requires a lot of mana, so you can't always use it, but she kept it for such moments. Scarlet said she would have survived, even if he had missed Ain's last attack. Sun Ming was traveling alone because he was afraid that his loved ones might die on these journeys, so she decided to give him advice as an elder, and she said the same thing that was going through his head. Scarlet said that he just needed to become stronger if he didn't want to lose the people who mattered to him. It was better to become so strong that he would never have to be in danger again. After all, she's been doing that herself lately. It was a really good idea, and Sungmin really wanted to do that, but for a while he just looked at the bed and thought. After a moment, he smiled. I don't think anyone doesn't know that. It was all obvious, even though it was very difficult to achieve this power. Still, he felt better about what the girl had said, which was what she wanted. Well, since Sun Ming understood what she was saying, Scarlet decided to leave him to gain strength. She said that they would be leaving for Bredan tomorrow. The young man thanked his friend in the end, and she told him not to work too hard. He would need a lot of strength for the next few days. He was really relieved to have someone who understood him, and Sun Min realized that he could trust this girl. Becoming stronger is their goal. Soon they set out to conquer her. The boy took the knife from his spear, which the girl had placed nearby. He remembered what happened at the last moment of the fight, as soon as he touched the blade. What was released from his spear at that moment was intense energy. He finally managed to move to the next step. If so, then all was not lost and he must continue. From that moment on, Sun Ming decided that he would not think about such unnecessary things. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to forget about the unimportant things and focus on what would help him achieve his goal. The very next day, Scarlet came to see him. They were both ready to conquer the next city. They arrived in Bredan quite quickly, tired but very happy to be here. It was Scarlet's first time in a city in the Central Plains, and it was good that they hadn't been attacked again. She asked Sun Ming what they would do next, because it would probably not be a good idea to go to the Shaolin Temple right now. Scarlet then suggested that they rest a bit before going to the temple, or at least have something to eat. Sun Ming did not refuse the offer. He was also very hungry from the journey. Eventually, they entered the first hotel on the road, which also had a restaurant, and chose a table. Scarlet asked her friend what he wanted to order, although Sungmin had no idea what he wanted. She was not familiar with the local food, and Scarlet had never tried Central Plains food, so she didn't know what she would like. She also didn't know what to do about the bastard flies that were sitting on the second floor but right above their table. Sun Ming immediately realized that Scarlet felt the same way he did about them. The two looked them up and down as soon as the travelers entered the building. It was impossible not to feel that look. It was so annoying, and most importantly, they had no idea why these people were doing this. Sun Min replied rather thoughtfully but confidently that it was all because of him, although Scarlet could not draw a parallel. The young man explained that at the moment when a martial artist reaches his peak, his essence changes and others notice it, but they do not see another reserve of internal energy. Li Sun Ming met one of the criteria for energy volume, but he was minus on the others, because he had not yet become a full-fledged martial artist. His inner energy was bubbling over and Scarlet could see it too. Then she realized that it was this energy that had attracted the attention of those guys. But now they also realized that they were even more out of luck, because one of the people upstairs had heard Scarlet calling them. Scarlet was incredibly beautiful, but very sharp as a tack, although perhaps it was this spark of enthusiasm that made her so charming. He didn't look too friendly, but the girl didn't even think about using gentle words to these people, so she called them names once again, looking them straight in the eye with a killing stare, and she wasn't going to stop there. Scarlet told the bastard that he was definitely not in his right mind. and then spice things up with a few words that didn't sound too nice to him. As expected, the beautiful flower has sharp thorns. Scarlett just wanted the idiot to shut up, because it seemed that his mother had only taught him to talk in novels. She warned him one last time that he'd better go back to his plate and not talk all that nonsense. Every word brought him closer to death, and her hands wanted to kill the idiot. But with every word, he was getting sick of it. No one would want to endure so many insults. It seemed that this man was already out of his mind, even though Scarlett had said she had only just begun. He took up his sword, saying that he was giving her one last chance to take it back. But she didn't think about it. Especially since this idiot couldn't do anything to her, she continued. Since this warning didn't work, the man decided to do what he said he would. But when he started to attack her, Scarlett stood next to the table with a monotone face, saying that she was incredibly scared. However, Sun Ming already knew that this man was a martial artist and was in the first class. So why Scarlett was acting like this was still unclear to him. But something didn't go according to his plan and he just collapsed. Sungmin watched the whole scene in silence, not understanding anything. An unfamiliar voice came from the entrance to the inn. The man calmly replied that he didn't see the point of behaving like that in a hotel with guests. He said that the man who had decided to attack Scarlett was not that experienced and did not know how to assess his enemies. It made no sense to attack an enemy who was stronger than you. Sun Ming noticed a moment later that was lying near the man. He was already unconscious on the floor. It may sound strange, but this guy was able to put him down with just this small coin. He introduced himself as Namgun Hwan and said that he didn't want the corpse to disturb the waiters. And Sungmin knew him to be the young star of the Namgun clan, the Dragon Swordsman. Scarlett had also heard of this clan. It was said to be full of strong martial artists. In fact, Sungmin said that no one here was going to kill the man. He started the fight himself. Hwan asked if he could join them at the table, and Scarlett said he could if he paid for them all, and he agreed with pleasure. Hwan's attention was riveted on Sungmin. He looked at him silently, as if waiting for him to say something. Finally, the young man decided to ask him why he was looking at him like that. Only then did Hwan speak up and ask how old the younger man was. The young man replied that he was surprised by the older man's age, because Sunmin was already a senior martial artist at such a young age. It was very strange to see such a person on the streets of the city. Hwan thought he was good at it himself, but he met an even greater talent. Sungmin was quietly drinking the drink he had ordered when Hwan asked if he was a little celestial demon named Huichi Ho Young. Scarlett was the worst off because everything in his mouth ended up on her face. Hwan thought so because of all the peers he knew of this boy. Huichi Ho Yan was the only monster with a similar level of fighting skills. Hwan knew about this little demon. He was quite a famous personality, especially here. And there were only 3 martial artists in Korea who were called heavenly demons. The first was the blood demon Baek Wusong, a berserker celestial demon named Baek Wapni, and a little celestial demon named Huichi Ho Young. And judging by his strength and nickname, you might think that he was the weakest of the 3, but that wasn't the case. Scarlett was ready to kill Sunmin for what he did when Hwan approached her. But all that meant was that Sunmin wasn't a celestial demon and that he was just confused. And there were also rumors that he was actually a girl and only pretending to be a boy. In that case, the young man is only the same age as the little celestial demon and is also a great martial artist. Hwan asked him who he really was. The young man told him his name, but the older man said he had never heard of him before. However, all Sungmin was interested in now was the little demon. He asked if Hwan knew anything else about him, but Hwan advised him to ask other people around him and added that the demon was rumored to be very violent. He said that he would like to spar with him. Hwan immediately added that he shouldn't think anything bad. It was just a competitive spirit that came up in him when he saw a worthy martial artist. Sungmin thought about the offer for a while, but came to the conclusion that sparring with a strong competitor could help him overcome the plateau in his development that he had encountered. So he agreed to a friendly match. However, a regular sparring match is too boring. It would be better to bet on something. Sungmin hadn't prepared for this, but Hwan suggested that they bet on something not too serious. He made it sound as strange as possible by suggesting that the loser could become the winner's brother. As a result, they agreed on the terms and went to the battlefield for this duel. There was almost no time to prepare, but Sun Ming did not expect to fight to the death. So, he was not so worried. He didn't believe he would be able to live up to Hwan's expectations, and he warned him about it right away. He just laughed in response. He must have seen something in him that Sungmin hadn't recognized in himself, and he was too modest, even to himself. Jiwon was sure that there was something special about this guy. Otherwise, he would not have been able to achieve such results at his age. Sungmin noticed that Hee-won's energy aura had changed dramatically. No wonder he had become the strongest of the Namgun clan in his past life. He was indeed strong, at least a top-level martial artist. Or even higher. He had an energy that could be felt from a few meters away, and even though it was a friendly fight, Sungmin was still a little scared. Scarlet was sitting somewhere nearby at the time. She was tired, and all she wanted was a break from the road, and they weren't even allowed to eat in peace. Hee-won was moving too fast, creating an illusion that prevented a normal attack. Sungmin immediately noticed that his niche movements were very strange, and if he lost, he would lose immediately. In this case, he decided to use the soul flight left behind by the shadows in his first form. After that, Sunming also used a lightning strike, approaching his opponent. Sungmin increased his speed, and now the illusions he was creating didn't cause any problems, and the young man managed to get so close despite the spear in his hands. Hee-won liked it. It was rare for him to meet an opponent who was actually worthy of his weapon. He realized that the energy absorption technique was also being used, drawing in all the power that existed. At this point, Sun Min began to feel uneasy and realized that he had lost his rhythm and could not go back. He decided to retreat further and tried to fight back against Hwan, who was now acting even more confidently. This time, Sungmin attacked first and almost got a hit, but Hwan managed to take a step back. When he was at a safe distance, Sunming used the Nine Heavens Spear of the first form. Then the young man used the Fierce Spear skill to attack Hee-won again. He almost succeeded, but his opponent's strength and skill were showing, so he was unable to do much. They continued to fight, but very unexpectedly, Hee-won struck Sunmin's spear with his sword and almost knocked it out of the boy's hands. What the young man noticed was the first time it had happened to him. Sungmin had never seen anyone take away a weapon in the middle of an attack before. Hee-won smiled, adding that a real sword would have hit him many times harder. But the older man admitted that he would have been in danger if he hadn't considered his actions. He didn't really want to call someone younger his older brother, even though this agreement was largely beneficial to Sungmin. Since he wasn't the eldest, he had nothing to lose in any case. Scarlet was tired of waiting. She knew that Sungmin would give it his all, because martial artists don't like to lose no matter how it turns out. Well, they just decided to continue the game until one of them fell and finally gave up. Hwan was so close and came so fast that Sungmin barely had time to jump away from him. This guy was really strong, and for some reason it seemed like he wasn't showing his full strength yet. Despite the fact that Sunmin was trying to hit his body, Hee-won deftly dodged and didn't give his opponent a chance. The guy immediately noticed his agility and tried to dodge himself, stepping back. Despite all this, the young man tried to strike again, although Sunming blocked each attack with his own spear. As Sunming tried to take the spear back, he realized that it was stuck. Only now did it dawn on him that Hee-won was absorbing his energy. Just as suddenly, he thrust his sword forward and tried to attack again. Sungmin didn't want to admit it, but this guy's control of internal energy was much better, so he decided to switch to the most effective scheme in this situation. And that was to try to push him away with his own internal energy. Hee-won noticed the young man's plan, trying to move away from him again and get to a distance where he could attack. Sungmin was not confused and decided to use the Nine Heavens Spear technique, namely its first form. His next move was to use a lightning split kick, but just as the young man was about to use it, he realized that something had gone wrong. His spear and Hee-won's sword collided, interrupting his attack. It seemed that this moment was stuck forever. Sunming could almost feel the pain in his body as the energy from his spear was transferred to his opponent's weapon. But in the blink of an eye, the sword was at the young man's neck. There was a lot of movement just on the surface. In fact, the Phantoms had only one original. It was only necessary to find it and meet it face to face. Sunming was lying on the ground, his body pinned down by his opponent's weapon, which meant that he had lost. He couldn't admit that he had lost too much by losing, but he still always hoped to win. He put the sword to his opponent's throat so that the blade almost cut his skin. He still has a very long way to go. He has an incredible amount to go through to achieve his goals. However, Hee-won himself said that Sunmin is very skilled and he sees great potential in him. Although the young man himself said that he lost in a dry spell and saw nothing but a terrible embarrassment. Ji-won added that the difference in their skills was not that great, and the difference in the amount of internal energy was also small. He thought that this guy's spear ability was truly incredible. Sungmin was good at the basic techniques, though he was struggling with the harder and newer ones. Hee-won guessed that the younger man had too little ability to use it in a real fight. The older man also added that his internal energy control was not yet very advanced, which meant that even in light strikes he took a lot of damage to himself. In the end, Hwan won only because of his experience, and added that if Sunmin continues, he will be able to do anything. He was also hoping that Sunmin would keep his older brother company, especially since he had already lost. Sunmin might have wanted to refuse, but Huan immediately told him that he was going to the Shaolin Temple. The young man said he was going the same way and had come to town to visit the temple. It was such a nice coincidence. Scarlet wasn't happy about the company, though. They talked too much and made too much noise, and she didn't think their duel was fun at all. She stood up, glancing back at them as the two continued to laugh out loud. Scarlet didn't know what the hell was going on with them, and she didn't like it. By the time the three of them made up their minds, they could feel a new energy rapidly approaching. The almighty god of chaos was very close. The most puzzling thing was that Namgun Hiwan was also going to the Shaolin Temple. Strangely enough, he said that he had to visit their monk, Master Bullion, once a year. The other three clans had to go there as well, although Scarlet still didn't understand why they had to do it every year. Hivan explained that it was because of an old promise and said he would explain everything on the way there. They were tired and it was hot outside, but they made it to the Shaolin Temple without any incident. The Namgong clan, the Chigal clan, the Moyong clan, and the Tang clan. These are four amazing clans and followers of the same goal. They are all the same age with similar skills. When the door opened, Scarlet almost went blind from the incredibly bright light. More than once, the clan leaders had tried to come to an agreement to unite, but they always ended up arguing about when it would be better to give up leadership. So this issue was closed, because it is difficult to determine this when everyone is almost equal in strength. That's why the clan leaders left it to the next generation to decide, and the judge should be a monk of Bullion. It is he who will decide which of them will take the place of leader and be the main one among the others. He walked over to the people he saw in front of him, leaving Sungmin and Scarlet behind. He apologized for being late because he had to take care of some urgent business. Sungmin took a good look at them all. He had known each of them in his past life, but they immediately claimed that he was late. And the reason was the guy standing behind him. Now they were even more curious to know what the reason was. However, that guy didn't seem to be a good fit for this young man, considering the abilities he possessed at his age. Indeed, one of the four leaders felt something from Sungmin as soon as he looked at him. He finally understood. This young man was not even 20 years old, and he was already almost a supreme martial artist. It really was so strange, because Hivan's younger brother was incredibly talented. And since his brother is like this already at 18, his level of power and status will only grow with age. The leaders were truly shocked to feel such a powerful energy coming from the young man. Sungmin now began to understand why Hiwan wanted him to be his brother so badly. Sooner or later, the young man would definitely achieve greatness. And being his brother didn't have any downsides, especially since that was the reason he had accepted the bet. Sunming breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was true that he wouldn't be in any danger. As the two continued to talk, one of the four leaders couldn't sit still. They had already waited long enough for Hiwan, and they couldn't stand another few minutes. Hiwan said that they were going with Master Bullion so the young man could rest and wait for them around here. When he left, the other clan leaders looked Sungmin up and down as if waiting for him to speak. The girl stayed by his side longer, looking him straight in the eye. Her gaze was calm, but for some reason Sun Ming felt goosebumps run down his skin. But when she turned her gaze to Hiwan, he immediately became embarrassed, standing there, not knowing how to move. It turns out that Sungmin is a lucky man. He lost the battle, but he gained a reliable partner like Hiwan as an ally. One of the men standing nearby called Scarlet and Sungmin over. They told them that they had prepared lunches for them as well, so they invited them to eat. Together they went inside to grab a bite to eat from the road. Although they had hoped to eat well, it turned out that they didn't serve meat, so they had to eat only what they brought. Scarlet tasted a piece of food and it didn't taste too rich, but it was pleasant enough to eat. Although Sunming was also hungry, he was only concerned about what he had come to the temple for. Namely, he needed to return the things he had found at Xion's place, and then he wanted to go to dream more. While they were eating quietly, and Sun Myung-min was sitting in his thoughts, a man entered the room, having knocked on the door beforehand. He came to tell him that the monk wanted to see him. The young man was a little worried, because it was unlikely that the monk would call him to see him for some trifle. The monk was supposed to be Master Bullion, to whom Huan went along with the others. It still bothered Sungmin that such a person wanted to meet him. He didn't know much about the monk, and he hadn't shown much in his past life. Perhaps the only thing he knew about him was that the man had a nickname among the people. People called him the eccentric Buddha. Later, when the young man entered the monk's chamber, he greeted him hoarsely, calling Sun Ming a favorite of the almighty god of chaos. The young man greeted Master Bullion, but did not understand what the monk's name had to do with it. Then the monk replied that the god of chaos is a name for a being that is beyond human understanding. From the very first words, Sun Myung-min was interested in what the man said, so he asked for more details, but the bullion of resentment denied it. It was impossible. If he did tell him and survived, he would lose his flesh and become a god in heaven. The same thing had happened to Jong-yun before. He stopped his story when he realized that it would lead to his own death. But it was very important for Sungmin to find out the answers to all the things he was interested in. So he simply asked where he could get them. At one point, everything around him began to disappear. The young man thought it was just an illusion, not the real world. When he looked back at the monk, he could not understand what had just happened. An incomprehensible fog appeared, and everything around him turned into an unknown terrain. Bullion was sitting in the same place, not far from the boy. Only the monk's quiet words came out of the darkness. He simply said that Sunmin should move north if he wanted to find what he was looking for. And in 5 years, in a place where everything is always covered with endless snow and frozen ground, he would meet someone important. Sun Ming sat quietly across from him, listening to Buyong. He couldn't help but believe what the old man was saying, but he only had more questions. The young man did not receive an answer to the question about what had just happened. It was too meaningless at the time. The spirit was speaking in him. Buyong did not even remember the words he had just spoken. Now it became interesting to find out everything about him. At first, he thought he was possessed because he served the Buddha, and perhaps it was true. That's why he could be called the eccentric Buddha among people. Of course, the monk did not know why the spirit decided to speak to Sun Min through him, but it could be an answer to the boy's question. Buyong had already heard that Sun Ming had come to the Shaolin Temple to retrieve a lost secret order. The old man then asked if the young man wanted to receive anything as a reward for bringing such a valuable thing back here. Well, he didn't expect an answer. He knew he had to reward him anyway, so he held out a large circulation pill and told the young man to eat it. In fact, the young man did not expect to be given a pill for a single order. He was only thinking of a monetary reward. However, the monk said that Sun Ming was making such a fuss about the reward in vain. He was just as Huichi Ho Young had described him. Sungmin thought about what he had said, forgetting for a moment how to move. He looked at the older man, asking again who he had just mentioned. However, Bonyang knew perfectly well that Sun Ming had heard everything he had said. Hearing her name, Sungmin asked if she was here. Although it was very important for Sun Ming to know, the monk was not immediately eager to tell him. The old man smiled and decided that he would ask him for something if it was so important to Sun Min. At that moment, another boy stood behind the young man. He didn't come closer, but stood behind him and kept his eyes on Sungmin. Bolyan then said that he would tell the boy what he wanted to know, but only after he had a duel with this boy named Ji Hak. Not even a few minutes later, Sungmin was lying at his feet and had to admit defeat. He lost again. For some reason, his face was emotionless now. He just knew that this was it. Sun Ming had trained for years, but he still lost. Now he felt so miserable that he couldn't help but think to himself. In the fight with Namgun Hee-wan, he had at least done something, even though he had lost. This time, he hadn't managed anything. Ji-hak seemed to have taken candy from a child, even though Sungmin had never heard of this guy in his past life. The young man didn't know who he was. Then the old monk asked Ji-hak what he thought of his opponent. He still had a lot to learn, and Ji-hak was frank about it. First of all, Sun Min lacked experience. Even though his spear technique was quite good and high, he had not yet been able to realize his full potential. Sun Ming was also not a professional in the use of internal energy. The large amounts of energy he already had were not yet under his control. He felt that the inner energy within him was already balanced, although this is very rare. The monk began to do something, and Sun Ming resisted at first, even though he asked him to stand still and not move. For some reason, the old man tied a staff to one of his legs and told him to try to walk like that. Of course, he did not explain why or how he was supposed to do this. It was hard for him to move like that and impossible for him to even take a step. But then the old man explained that this was the current state of his body. The first is consciousness. He was really well aware of his martial art, and the second was energy. The amount of internal energy had increased dramatically, and the third was the body, and his body was not ready for all this. Despite his high level of understanding of energy, it stopped in the middle of his body. Sun Ming realized that his internal energy had increased because of the pills he had taken. And his understanding of all power had also increased when he learned the improved sword technique the moment he fought Ain. If both of his legs were the same length, he wouldn't have any problems walking. But right now his legs, as well as his body condition and strength, are completely different. Sun Ming was about to fall off his feet, asking what he should do, when the monk said that he should first cleanse his blood vessels. If he does this, The flow of energy will be smooth and the problems with control will disappear. That is, he should improve his body. It sounds quite difficult and complicated, but the old man assured him that it was the easiest way. Then Bolnyan said that Ji-hak should help this kid with martial arts. If he didn't do it now, in years to come, all the energy would get completely out of control. And as a Buddhist, he couldn't let that happen. And now it sounded scary. He didn't even want to imagine what could happen if this energy was not under his control. Besides, a child he liked and respected had asked him to guide Sungmin if he came. He was now referring to Huichi Ho-young. He should have stopped being surprised by now, but Sungmin made a surprised face every time he heard her name. The old man finally let them go, and he and Ji-hak walked out of the temple. When they reached the stairs, Ji-hak asked what Sungmin was thinking about after their fight. The young man was silent for a few seconds and then took a few steps forward again. Sungmin admitted that he was only thinking about the fact that he had become a little stronger. After all, he had managed to reach the level of a supreme master after years of suffering. He had also recently been enlightened and could use this energy to a greater extent. But the fact that he had lost to Namgun Hwan and Ji-hak remained. He still had a long and difficult road ahead of him. However, he stopped the young man and told him that he was thinking too far ahead, especially since it is very rare to find someone of his age who reaches such a level. Maybe he was just unlucky with his opponents who were older and more experienced in this business. He himself was called the future Shaolin, although Ji-hak himself did not think he was strong enough for this. He had been taught by monks since early childhood and knew what he should prepare for. Ji-hak also admitted that he had already eaten dozens of pills. Sungmin thought again about what he had thought before, that they had started from different places, but the young man still couldn't defeat the little celestial demon. Sungmin could tell by the look on Ji-hak's face that he was struggling with her, and he confirmed that it had been the case when Huichi Ho-young had come here. His question still remained open, and Sungmin didn't know why the girl had visited the Shaolin temple. At the time, she explained that she wanted to see Shaolin. This sounded quite arrogant coming from a 17-year-old. However, no one could contradict her, so she calmly achieved her goal and found what she came for. No one dared to say anything against her, because with her temper, it would have been the end of the world, so she just had to accept it. Ji-hak then admitted that he was very shocked by their fight with her. He had no strength left. Ji-hak was defeated before he could make a single move. She didn't even give him a chance. This loss was even worse than Sungmin's. Now he was feeling very uncomfortable. How much more powerful had she become if she could defeat someone who was one of the strongest here so easily? Ji-hak wasn't in a position to judge anything about this. He could tell, however, that this girl had long since crossed the line into a supreme master. His chin began to tremble with fear and admiration at the same time. Of course, Sunming knew she would reach the heights, but not this quickly. Ji-hak asked the young man what they had in common, and Sungmin replied quietly and uncertainly that he was her friend. They moved on, and the young man was finally able to speak normally, so they continued with the topic. He confessed that Huichi Ho-young was his target, that he had promised to become so strong because of her, and that sooner or later, they would have to meet on the battlefield, even if it was a friendly battle. It was actually strange to hear, and Ji-hak didn't move at all as he listened to Sungmin and tried to digest all the information. But then, as if relieved, he exhaled. If so, it was understandable why Sungmin was so nervous right now. Now he decided to start teaching this kid. Ji-hak had already said that what he lacked in the first place was experience, but he would make up for it. Although he had already warned him that he would face many obstacles and despair as he gained experience, he hoped that he was ready. Sunming had become accustomed to despair, and the word didn't scare him at all now. He had experienced something similar on Mount Musha, but he had never let it get too close, which was why he had been rewarded by the goddess. Of course, it was still very difficult to get up from his knees again and again, but he kept doing it every time he fell. At first, Sunming thought he was catching up with her, but he jumped to conclusions. She was still very far away from him. While Sungmin was crawling toward a better version of himself, Huichi Ho-young had long since pulled away. Nothing had changed this time. Sungmin was once again lying at his opponent's feet and unable to strike him once. But it was not the end for him. He wanted to go on, even though he knew how hard it would be. After a few bad moments in the fight, the young man was bruised and beaten to a pulp, but he was going to stay in Shaolin for a while longer. Finally, he approached Scarlet and Hivon, who were playing cards at the time. But when they saw their friend, they turned their attention to him. It was hard to even recognize him with all those bruises, but he soon felt a little better. Of course, when Jiwan heard that his younger self had sparred with Ji-hak, he was shocked to say the least. Master Buyang, that old fool hadn't even raised an eyebrow when Hwan asked for a match with Ji-hak, and then he just let the guy he'd never met do it. Jihak is really strong, but Sunmin hadn't heard of him before, but Hee-won himself said it wasn't that surprising. The four clans have a certain reputation in area, but they were still weaker than dozens of sects. The three rising stars were from Orthodox sects, Chuigul from the Praying One sect, Jongmyeong from the Wudong sect, and Jihak from Shaolin. The site focuses on the training of these people the most, because they are the secret weapons of these sects and will never leave. That's why Sunmin had first heard of them. Well, Hee-won was glad that his younger brother was staying in Shaolin for a while longer, although he wanted to bring him to his clan. However, the young man said that he would find him someday. Hee-won was looking forward to this moment, even though he had been coming here every year. And now it was time to say goodbye to Scarlet. She wasn't going to be here for long. Sungmin hadn't expected her to leave him so soon, but she wanted to travel, even though she didn't have a clear route. It was really interesting and beautiful here, but she was a mage and hadn't studied martial arts. There was no point in staying here and wiping her pants, so Scarlet decided to leave. She started to pick on him, telling him that she could see how he didn't want to leave his cool magician friend and how much Sunmin would miss him. When he was half dead, the girl stopped and her tone became more serious. He was like a punching bag. Every time Sunmin went through grueling training, he always came back beaten wherever he went. And when she wasn't around, he could meet his end very quickly, but Sunmin said he would try very hard to make sure that didn't happen. Well, Scarlet understood him. Finally, she pulled away from him a little, but she looked rather pensive. Scarlet silently put a red bracelet on his hand, and when her friend asked her, she said that the bracelet was connected to her soul. If she wanted to see him, it would send a signal wherever Sunmin was. She gave one to Baeksogyo and never thought she would give it to Sunmin one day. She said that Sunmin should train harder and promised to save her someday, just like Scarlet did in the fight with Aang. Sungmin looked at the bracelet again and then at his friend, and then said that someday it would happen. The next day, she and Hee-won were to leave Shaolin, so they said a final goodbye to their friend. They looked happy, even though they didn't want to leave him so soon. Scarlet added that she would be looking forward to seeing him again. Sunmin came out to see them off and waved back when it was time to say goodbye. But at the same moment, he remembered something. An image appeared in his mind, and then he caught up with Scarlet. He called out to her, which caused her to stop and look at her friend, who was standing a few meters away. He still wanted to know why Scarlet was so nice to him, as were so many people around him. He was never easy to please. Now Sungmin began to make a fuss about her strength of character, as if there were no other problems. When she didn't say anything, Sunmin realized that the question might have been unnecessary, but he was still curious to know the answer. Scarlet didn't know what to say either. She was treating him like this because they were friends, and that made sense to her. Moreover, they had already discussed it, but if he was still so worried, she agreed to say it again. If you think about it now, all these stories may be similar to the truth. From the very beginning, as soon as they met, Scarlet was drawn to him for some reason. And it's very strange. She generally tried not to have close relationships with people, but he was like a magnet, and it's quite strange for her. But Scarlet actually started to feel attracted to him. But there was something she hadn't told him before. She hadn't spent much time with him, but she could tell that Sungmin was a really cool guy to be around. Sometimes, of course, he is very boring and doesn't care about anything, but you want to support him when you see him working so hard. Sungmin is perfect for hitting, and he's also a very loyal friend. He doesn't look like the type of person who would stab you in the back. Scarlet could definitely say that he was very cool, though the boy himself was quite surprised by this. When she said all this, the young man started laughing. He was so flattered, but it sounded so strange coming from him. He didn't really understand what she was saying, even though Scarlet had told him to try living with his grandfather, who was covered in wrinkles first. Then he would understand everything she was saying. So she told him to look with his head held high and not to act like a fool. Scarlet knew her friend deserved better than that, unless he wanted to die of a beating, but Sunmin laughingly denied it. He stood there for a long time, looking at them both. The silhouette slowly dissolved as they moved further away, and he could only see some sudden movements as Scarlet turned and waved goodbye again. She was gone, but Sunmin knew that Scarlet was always there, coming whenever they wanted her. Looking at his bracelet again, the young man touched it lightly with his hand. Juan and Scarlet had long since left, and he could not see anything else. The boy then picked up his weapon, sticking the sharp end of it into the ground. He refused to use the spear and the demon armor. All these things reminded him of his past, which was not good at all. The spear and the armor were symbolic of his search for the easiest way to achieve something. With them, Sunmin wanted to leave his weak self behind. He also decided to put aside the large pill that Master Bullion had given him, for it might have further disturbed his body's balance. He remembered the old man's words again. When the spirit entered him and began to talk about an important meeting in 5 years, in a place where everything was covered with endless snow. At first, the young man thought of Huichi Ho Yaon, but that was not to happen until years later. And in 5 years, the dungeon where she killed by Seogyo in the boy's past life will open. Apparently, the important person in the prophecy was Baek Seogyo and the hint of her salvation. There were only 5 years left. Sunmin did not know how far he would travel in that time and what horizons he would discover. Day after day passed quickly, and sometimes it felt like an eternity. Every day they trained with Jihak, who became his mentor for a certain period. He asked the younger man why he had left his spear and demon armor behind. These were his only defenses at the moment. Sungmin was convinced that it was for the best, and said that these things were not suitable for him now. Jihak said that while studying martial arts, a young man learns to control his own body, but the heart will always remain the main thing in the body. The heart affects the whole body, and it is the key to energy. This is exactly what the Shaolin martial arts were like. Jihak suggested that Sunminho observe the essence of Shaolin on her own to get to know it better. And even better would be to experience and feel everything on his own. Sunmin could still hear that unbearable cicada singing, which would not leave him even for a minute. The sound was stuck in his head. He had been hearing it for so long that he had gotten used to it, but he still believed that he would get rid of it someday. Jihak expressed his admiration again when Sungmin started using the basic techniques. He was really good at them. The young man had done a really good job on them, but the spear technique he'd been practicing for so long looked a little silly, even though it was advanced. The guy wasn't going to hide anything. This was his past, which he could now talk about openly, so he said he had simply run away. No matter how hard he tried and how long he trained, he still couldn't improve his level. Soon Ming ran away from the difficulties ahead and chose to repeat simpler techniques. Every day, he concentrated only on parrying, blocking, and striking. Jihak added that if someone can become an advanced master with the 3 basic techniques, then there is no point in learning advanced martial arts. And for the technique that the young man was avoiding, most masters would have their throats ripped out. Sunming listened to every word of his mentor, beginning to channel all the chi energy into his current weapon. When it came to the end, he used the improved Ninth Heaven Spear technique in its 3rd form. Jihak countered with a hidden snake bite, directing his power at Sunming himself. It was not easy to fight a master as strong as Jihak. The young man had been practicing for days and knew his techniques, but it was difficult for him to attack alone. However, he tried tirelessly and managed to envelop his mentor with energy, locking him in the cage. It was the first time Sunming had ever managed to touch him and hit him with his power. It was hard for him, and it took him a long time to get to this point, but that's why he stayed here. That's why Sun Myung-min didn't want to run away and hide from the difficulties, but accepted them with his head held high. Unexpectedly for both of them, Sunmin won. Jihak's weapon was broken into 2 pieces and he could not continue to fight. He took another look at the staff that had shattered in his hands and several other small pieces. Jihak was really happy to see his students' progress. The path of martial arts has no end. All you can do is accept your own shortcomings and try to correct them. Sunming is not a genius. The geniuses have long since flown ahead, while he was crawling around trying to pick up at least something. It's quite normal for him to feel despair, but his mentor emphasized that he shouldn't let that despair consume him. If you can't fly, walk. If you can't walk, crawl, and if you can't crawl, try again and again. Jihak believed and hoped that Sunmin would succeed, but now he asked if he could fly too. He admitted that he used to think so, but it all came crashing down when he met the little celestial demon, Huichi Ho Young. He could not fly, but if he tried again and again, he could do it. However, the question of himself was still open. What could an earth beetle hope for? Perhaps only to crawl on the cold ground. Right now it can only barely move, but someday it will definitely fly. Sungmin left Jihak and walked out of the room. Huichi Ho Young and Baek Seogyo had never had a talent for teaching. They could only tell everything they already knew and had always known. Geniuses didn't know what it was like not to be gifted. They just didn't understand how it was possible not to be able to do it. Jihak was a different story. He turned out to be the best teacher. He had been taught by dozens of monks since he was a child, and he saw how it was happening. He literally shouted that Sun Myung-min should try different and new things for himself. Jihak studied advanced Shaolin styles and fought using as many implements in martial arts. Now they have switched to sharpened weapons. This is a new level and progress. A small step forward, but a step forward. His senses were still too confused. Only the 6th was sharpened, and all the others remained at the same level as before. And his energy circulation was not so good. Jihak had said repeatedly that it needed to be improved. and his understanding was not well developed. The mentor emphasized that Sungmin had to work harder than the others. On that day, the boy felt the depth of his helplessness and miserability. But this time it was different. He didn't run away. He just continued to practice the improved Ninth Heaven Spear technique, but his progress was stagnant, as usual. Sun Ming tried to train the energy circulation and again found himself failing. The rest of the time, he spent sharpening his five senses and finally felt a change. He found a balance between them. He lacked insight, so he raised the bar and trained harder when he felt it. As the seasons changed, Sun Ming continued to train. However, from that moment on, he was unable to defeat Ji Hak. The experience of all the monks who had trained him was concentrated in this man. He was the true embodiment of Shaolin, and Sun Ming said that he would follow Shaolin. His desire to conquer himself was boundless. The young man said that he would experience it all on his own flesh to achieve the goal, and every time he continued, even though he lost every day. The days passed so quickly that he lost count. The struggle haunted him every day, along with his defeats. One evening, the young man realized that he was just a small grain of sand in a giant world. A larva burrowing deep into the earth would think that the dimension ends at its home, but it did not. He sat on the edge of a low cliff and looked up at the dark blue sky. Sun Ming did not want to be like this, no matter what happened. He wanted to fly. Sun Ming wanted to fly over the world and see it all. As he sat alone in the darkness of the night, someone came up behind him, saying a few words in a calm and rather ironic tone. It was Master Bouillon. He noticed Sun Min and decided to come over to talk to him. The old man had watched him develop, and he could tell that he had changed, even though Sun Ming himself did not notice much difference. In the well, he would have been able to live with his martial arts, but Bouillon did not understand now what he was trying to achieve. Sun Min said dreamily that he wanted to see the world. The old man just laughed in response. Anyone could do that, but Sun Min said he wanted to fly and see it all from a bird's eye view. It was not a bad ambition, but he was still too young for such accomplishments, as the old monk had said. He just wanted to dream, but he didn't want to leave it as a dream forever. In this case, the old man asked Sun Min what he had already learned in 6 months. The young man exhaled calmly, closing his eyes and taking another deep breath. Then just as calmly, he said that he had learned to crawl. Bouillon praised him, a good start in his opinion. But now it was time to learn to walk. With that, the monk stood up and walked slowly back without saying another word. He was probably right. Sun Ming had already achieved something new, so he shouldn't stop. It was better to move on, even though there was no telling what lay ahead. The young man closed his eyes, breathing in the fresh air and concentrating on his inner energy again. Then he opened his eyes and looked at the view in front of him. Everything was so familiar, but for some reason it felt like something new. More than a year and a half had passed since he arrived here. He is now 20 years old and still on the path of improvement. Once, a young man asked Ji Hak if it was difficult for him to help someone like him. Sung Min was too weak and couldn't forget it. Although he had become stronger, he could not get rid of his inferiority complex. He doubted that there was any point in sparring with him and thought that Ji Hak was just wasting his time with him. But he didn't know why the young man held this opinion. For him, there were also advantages. In these fights, Ji Hak can practice his martial arts. This is the process he needs to go through to ensure that these techniques remain in his subconscious. As he said before, there will never be an end to martial arts. Ji Hak wanted to go higher, and he knew that Sun Min was dreaming of the same thing, even though he hadn't heard the younger man say it. It was only after these words that Sung Min realized why he had asked the question. The young man still hadn't been able to get rid of his terrible past, which was binding him. He still doubted people's sincere feelings. All of these people did not even give him a reason to doubt their sincerity after all these situations. He was just afraid to be with them again. But after he got into the past, their support became a pillar of strength for the guy. It would have been unpleasant to find out that it was all because of some surrounding energy, but he never found the answer to that. He didn't want to think even that it might be true. Sung Min had already thought many times about what he wanted to achieve and what exactly was his dream. He had come to the conclusion that he was not currently striving to perfect all of his abilities to the ideal. He wasn't even that eager to be recognized by Huichi Ho-young. The young man went to visit the old monk again, who was sitting in his small apartment as usual. Now it was important for Sun Min to stop running away. That's why he came to see Bouillon, to ask him everything he knew about his blessing. He wanted to change himself and become a completely different version of the previous Sun Min. Finally, the young man mustered up the courage to speak up. At that time, he remembered his first meeting with Master Bouillon. He knew that the old man would not be able to talk about all this directly. The boy had asked him about the creature that had helped him, but Bullion had remained silent. However, he thought that he might get an answer if he asked about the effects of the blessing rather than about the creature. It had been a year and a half since Sun Ming had come here to the Shaolin Temple and decided to stay in this area. Bullion was in no hurry to answer only his questions. He asked why the young man had decided to talk about it only now. They could have had this conversation a long time ago. But Sungmin was afraid of himself. If so, is he no longer afraid of it now, since he is ready to hear any answer? In the past he had been afraid, but now he was curious to know the truth, without which he could not go on. The monk laughed at his expression as the younger man spoke to him. It was then that Bullion revealed the truth to him. As Sun Ming had already guessed, the effect he had was to make other people feel sorry for him. He had thought about it so much and sometimes even convinced himself that it was true, but it was somehow painful to see that it was true. Sun Ming did not show that he was excited or upset, but merely said dryly that he understood and was about to leave the monk. But the monk spoke again. Bullion said that this blessing only changed his perception of himself. He meant that this effect is useful at the first meeting because its effect is manifested only there, and no blessing would help if the person himself had difficulty getting along with others. So the fact that Sun Min received something from them depends only on his character and actions. After all the shock he heard and experienced, he didn't know what to think, but it all meant only one thing. All the relationships he was able to build with people were not fake. The fact that they helped him was because of their own impulses of desire, not because of magical power. He was embarrassed to hear all this. He had hoped that it was true, of course, but it came as a surprise to receive confirmation. Bullion also said that he could deprive him of part of the blessing and that the first impression would depend on him. And so Sungmin would be able to build a pure relationship without feeling any guilt. The boy stood up and looked at the monk for a long time, wondering what decision to make. Soon after, he met up with Haiwan. The latter immediately noticed his clothes, which resembled those worn by monks. So Namgun jokingly asked if he was going to go there as well. But Sungmin's hair was still in place, and he jokingly replied that he wasn't going to join them. It had been a while since they had seen each other, so Haiwan made plans to have a drink, and Sunmin agreed. When he poured him some alcohol, for some reason, Namgun didn't just hand it to Sunmin, he threw it into his hands. He reacted instantly, so he immediately used chi energy to catch the glass. It was probably a little too much for a prank, although Haiwan just wanted to test his reaction time. He could already tell that the young man had grown much stronger since the last time they had seen each other, although Sungmin himself hadn't noticed it as clearly. Haiwan congratulated his younger brother on reaching the higher level that he had managed to achieve in this short time. After Haiwan took a small sip of his drink, he said something about Lady Moyan and how she had married Jigal Taihyung. Although this was the first time Sungmin had heard the names and had no idea what he was talking about. Then the elder said that these were the two leaders Sun Ming had seen on his first visit to Shaolin. Moyan said she didn't like Huan's arrogance and capricious behavior, and Sunmin didn't miss the opportunity to tease him. And to forget her, Haiwan trained like hell. It was a pathetic level he was trying to reach while forgetting about his failed love. He wasn't happy with himself at all, so he hoped that at least Sungmin was doing better. He finished his drink again while Haiwan asked him if he liked training here. Sungmin gave a short answer and said that he was fine with it. Namgun silently took his glass, looking into the younger man's eyes and saying once again that he had changed a lot. He had changed a lot, and the anxious feeling he had felt when they first met, which indicated that his mind was being trained, was gone. Huan had definitely felt that way when he first met him, and every time he saw him, that anxiety would reappear in his heart. But now he didn't feel a single drop of anxiety. At the time, Haiwan even thought he was starting to like boys. Sungmin smiled as he took another sip of alcohol and set the glass aside. They spent some more time together, but then Haiwan had to go back, so he stayed in Shaolin for another year. Only when he turned 22 did he leave the place. Before leaving for dreaming, the young man visited a monk who gave him a letter. It was a message that Bologna asked him to deliver to the leader of the sect in dreaming. He was given another task, which Sun Ming was happy about. Everything was coming together because the temple of the god of time, Dennis, to which Mushi had sent him, was also located in that city. It seemed that it was the power of that prophecy, and that what was happening to him now was happening because of it. Soon Min decided to call Neville to ask him about one thing. He immediately appeared when the young man called him and bowed before him in greeting. Soon Min explained that he would like to buy some information from him, and Neville asked what kind of information it was. The young man replied that he needed to know more about the phantom sword of Dak Bijun and the lightning-fast Baek Sogyo, and he also needed to know everything that was currently known about the little celestial demon Huichiho Yun. Neville immediately gave him all the information he could read. At the moment, Bak Sogyo nobly helps the defenseless and saves them almost every day. Because of this, she has become quite famous and recognized as a hero. A week ago, the girl stopped in the large city of Rubs and is now staying there, and Doc BJ was making a name for himself in a difficult and dangerous challenge, fighting for his life. The old man set out on a journey to find reputable sex and martial artists to compete with. He was now on his way to the Manhwa sect and Dreamer. Sungmin held the orb where he could see Doc Bijun now, and even got excited when he heard the name of the city where he was headed. Maybe they could meet there. Sungmin wanted to stay there for a while. At that time, Neville quietly but distinctly said Huichi Ho Young's name, as if he didn't want to say what was wrong with her now. Now it was the answer to this question that the young man wanted to hear the most, because this person interested him more than anyone else. The little celestial demon Huichi Ho Young, a name that gives you goosebumps. She gathered a crowd of people around her who followed her words and admired her. This was achieved through the charisma and strength she possessed. There are about a dozen of them, but all of them are at least masters of the higher martial arts, which is why many people began to shy away from this company. Perhaps the same fate awaits the bloody sky demon Baek Monsoon. He owns the northern territories. Right now, a group of small celestial demons is heading to his domain, and they will soon face off in battle. For some reason, Neville thought that the bloody celestial demon would win because it was his domain, which he knew like the back of his hand. But Sun Ming knew that it would not be like that. Neville did not understand these statements because he heard Sun Ming's words with great confidence in the opposite. Sun Min was convinced that Huichi Ho Young would win this war, and he did not even allow for other options. For some time, Sungmin sat in silence, watching Huichi Ho Young through the magic sphere. The last time he had seen her was 8 years ago. As expected, she had grown up much stronger than he had thought. She was so pretty now, ... It was hard to look away from her. Looking at her, he could forget about everything he had already planned. His mind was wandering off. However, Sunmin came to his senses, realizing that he was not thinking about what he needed to think about. Another strange thing was that the little celestial demon and the blood demon had never met before. They hadn't even gone anywhere near each other. In addition to that, Huichi Ho Young had pretended to be a boy in his past life, and now she was openly walking around like a girl. Once again, things had changed since then. Now Sungmin wondered if her values had changed since his past life. This is very important to him now. And he was also worried about what would happen after the encounter with the bloody sky demon. Even though Sungmin was confident of his victory, he didn't know what it would mean because the course of events had changed. Now he would have liked to have rushed north to help her, but that was hardly possible. Only 2 years had passed since he had met her, and Sun Ming still felt a huge difference in their strength. 8 years ago, she told Sun Min to make her his goal and follow her to become someone he wasn't in his past life. And ever since that promise, Huichi Ho Young has always been his target. And because of that, he must now do only what is necessary at this moment, and she herself will need to defeat the blood demon, and then she will be waiting for him at the top. Sun Ming wanted to keep his promise to the end and become stronger. As Sun Ming moved forward toward Dreamer, something stopped him on the road, and he stopped on the path. For some reason, he had the feeling that he had already broken one of his promises. While Sungmin was thinking about all of this and slowly moving forward, Huichi Ho Young was not particularly happy. She stood apart from everyone else. She hadn't been able to grow big breasts like she had imagined when she was a child. While Ho Yan was worrying about this, a man approached her. He called her his lady or queen. He also added that it would be better if she slept a little more. It was too early to get up. But Ho Yan coldly replied that this was the second time she had told him not to call her that. She had never taken these people under her care to hear them say that now. The girl said they could follow her, but not to expect any help or mercy from her. Of course, this was not what he wanted to hear, but he just bowed his head and accepted it. Huichi Ho Young looked around at all of the people standing behind her, not saying a word. And those eyes, which seemed to be waiting for something she didn't like at all. Ever since she had become the young leader of the demon cult, they had followed her everywhere. She even thought about killing them all to make it easier. In the end, she just sighed and missed Sunmin very much. But there was no time for sadness or memories. Someone came up to her and asked if she was the little sky demon. When she opened her eyes, she saw Baek Musong standing in front of her. He felt that Ho Yan was full of energy and asked her again if she wanted to compete with him. Huichi Ho Yan replied that as a celestial demon, she was very curious to know how strong another celestial demon would be. It sounded like she wanted to test him. Then she looked up thoughtfully, saying that he might just think he was unlucky. Only Baek was within her range, for she could not find the location of the third demon. He just laughed and called her overconfident. It was unlikely that Huichi Hoyan would say the same thing after she faced him on the battlefield. But there was one more question. It was strange, but she asked him which hand he was using to hold the spoon. After that, a red and powerful aura appeared around her, and the girl said that she would leave that hand intact and would not tear it off. Sun Ming had just approached Manhwa, where the entrance to the sect was located. Of course, no one could just sleep there, so he was immediately stopped and asked to state the purpose of his visit. Sun Myung-min did not spend too much time on the way to Dreamer. He got there quite quickly but said that he was here on an errand from Major Bullion. The young man took out a tube with paper inside and showed it to the guards. When the two men heard the name of the master, their behavior changed immediately. They apologized to the boy and said they would take him to the sect leader. Meanwhile, Sun Ming was thinking that he would need to visit the god of time when he was done with this business. Not far away, a man was sitting and called out to the boy. The boy recognized his voice and remembered that it must be the same young man from Mount Mushi. The boy was happy to see Doc Bijun here, as they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and he had helped him out when they were in the trials together. Sungmin was a little surprised that the old man remembered him. Even though he was visually impaired at the time, he couldn't forget everything that happened on the mountain. It was the most difficult period in his life, so it was unlikely that Doc Bijun would forget it until he died. But the boy still asked him how he recognized him so quickly, even though he had never seen him before. The old man smiled slightly and replied that it was not necessary to see. He recognized him by the energy radiating from him. Sun Ming was just an ordinary child then, but he had really grown and changed since then. The young man came closer. This meeting with Bijun made him happy, because this old man was the only person he knew here. It was nice to see a familiar face. But the old man told him not to waste his time with him if he had some business to attend to and to go finish it. There was an awkward pause between them, and they sat quietly, as if they didn't know what to say. The two guards behind Sungmin were getting angry as they moved closer to him. Eventually, they left him and went off to do their own thing, leaving Bijun alone with his weapon. He breathed out a sigh of relief when Sungmin stepped away and thought. For some reason, the old man's hands were still shaking. It was strange because he hadn't noticed it until he met his old friend. Instantly, everything around him became different. A fog appeared, and Bijun saw Sunmin running in the opposite direction. He could not understand what was happening, but a spirit appeared behind him and grabbed his back with both hands. At that time, the young man was already far away and had just been taken to the head of the Mount Hua sect, where he received him for a visit. He introduced himself as Sung Ha. He was called the Drifting Wind, the Sword of the Immortal. Then the young man also introduced himself and added that he was here on behalf of Master Bullion, but the cultist only laughed at these words. Sung Ha said that the current head of the Marima Alliance had resigned, so he asked Master Bullion to become the new head. Sung Ha was waiting for a reply from him, so he really hoped to read positive words in confirmation, but he only wrote 2 words, "I will not." The man just sighed. In the end, it was all expected. That old man was very harmful, and the chance that he would agree was very slim. What was more important now, however, was that Sung Ha had heard from the students that Sun Ming was familiar with the Phantom Sword. The young man made no secret of it, and said that they had crossed paths in the past. Sung Min also said that the old man was waiting at the entrance and was probably still there. Sung Ha thought about it for a while, and told him that Phantom Sword wanted to fight him, but he didn't want to do it at all. Cautiously, the young man asked if he could find out the reason why Bijun was so eager to compete with him. As a martial artist, he really liked to fight those who were worthy of being his opponent. Sung Ha accepted challenges from those who were strong enough and experienced enough. But when he first heard the challenge from this old man and met him face to face, he knew he would back down this time. Because the Phantom Sword is a strong but very dangerous opponent. After hearing all these stories from Sung Ha, the young man decided to ask the old man directly about such stories, so he left the cult. When Sungmin approached Bijun again, he looked surprised and a little timid, but he still dared to ask him if he used dark magic in his wrestling. He didn't give a direct answer to his question, but instead asked if Sage Sung Ha had told him that, and only now did the old man realize why he didn't want to compete with him. This really made him laugh, and he laughed out loud. Sungmin was also curious about what kind of dark magic the man was using, because he thought he was only focusing on his own sword technique. Bijun followed up with another question. He asked if Sun Ming had ever reached his limits, and he said that he had. Despite this answer, the old man stopped and said that Sun Ming was too young to talk about such things. He had never experienced old age before. Even a user of internal energy will eventually feel the power slipping from their fingers. No matter what you do, you can't get back a year of your own power. Sun Ming hadn't experienced such despair yet, because he was too young to have felt it. And even if he were to practice dark magic, and cast aside his pride as a martial artist. He wanted to know if he knew the feeling of being left with nothing but desperation to reach greater heights, despite all the obstacles that were in front of you. After a few emotional phrases, he fell silent as if nothing had happened. He exhaled heavily while Sungmin remained silent, looking at him. Only after a few seconds did he continue to speak. His voice was tired and he sounded desperate, as if he was going through something. But Bi-jun didn't want to show him that side of himself anymore, so he just wanted to shut up. In the end, Sungmin left. He felt that their conversation would not end well if they continued, so he decided to concentrate on other tasks and not think about it. That same evening, the young man began searching for the temple of the time god named Dennis, whom Mushi had told him about. He knew roughly where it was, but he only came across a small hut in the middle of a dense forest, and it had little to do with the temple. As Sunming was looking around at what he had just seen and wondering whether to continue on, he heard a voice next to him. A young man was sitting on the floor. He looked like a child, but he was the god of time. Sunming turned around and stared at him silently for a while, as if he didn't realize who was talking to him. He recognized the mark. The mark belonged to Musha, but Dennis did not understand the fact that she had sent such a problematic person here. Dennis then asked if Sunming had traveled through time to get to his territory. As expected, the gods noticed such things immediately. That's when the naughty boy confessed that he was Dennis, the god of time. He looked too young for that, but it was the truth. And that's why he wasn't happy with any people who cheated time to get here. And Sungmin was one of those people. Such actions only disrupt the natural flow of time in the world. The young man asked what exactly he meant. The young man exhaled and asked another question, which concerned his past life and whether his current state was the same as it was then. Here it was important that all his actions were similar to his past life, that he ate the same food, slept at the same time, and met the same people. Sun Ming was a little shocked because he had little idea that it was possible to repeat all this exactly. But he also knew that because of all this, the world had changed dramatically, something that should not have happened. Huichi Ho Young was no longer pretending to be a boy and had come into conflict with a bloody sky demon. That's when Sungmin finally realized that it was all his fault, and Dennis confirmed it. The mere existence of a person can change the world in a big way. They talked for a while longer, while somewhere near this small temple, someone's blood was spilled and slowly dripped down the sword blade. Although Sung Ha did not want to see the phantom sword, Bi-jun found a way to get to it and killed it in his own home. And the fruits of his existence were becoming more and more numerous. Meeting new people changed the course of events in an even wider circle. Only now did Bi-jun feel some relief and satisfaction at having accomplished what he had wanted to do for so long. Only Sunmin's existence could distort the world and the events in it so much. It's not that he was happy about it. After all, he did not regress by his own will. When he woke up, something had already stuck to him, and Sun Ming wanted to know what it was, but Dennis denied it and said he couldn't tell. Even they, the gods, were not omnipotent. They were simply beings who could not escape the grip of death. And this is exactly what they should not talk about at all. Otherwise, you should be prepared for destruction. This is not the first time the guy has been denied what he wants to hear. He still hasn't received a direct answer to the questions he was interested in. And they explained it to him by saying that it could be the end of both of them. They were silent for a moment when suddenly Dennis felt something and looked in the other direction. The apostle was already there, though he had only hinted at it. Something began to happen around them, and Dennis asked Sunmin if he could sense anything now. And he did. It was the same feeling that had haunted him with Mushi and Jung-yun. Dennis apologized and asked him to leave. He wasn't going to say another word about it. Once again, Sungmin had to accept the fact that he was going to leave with nothing, even though he had hoped that after visiting the time god, something would change and he would at least hear some new guidance. What had just happened was reminiscent of past feelings and events, but something was different this time, and it confused him as much as it did Dennis. All he could say was that no god could answer his question, nor could any mortal. That sounded pessimistic. And he would have been completely disappointed if Dennis hadn't said that there was still a way to reveal all the cards and find out the answer. But to do that, he needed to find Enverus. The boy did not remember this name from his past life. Dennis said that he was the only one who was able to get rid of the shackles of death and escape. And he also has a distorted causal relationship, although not in the same way as Sunmin. He'd already heard everything he needed to hear, so the god of time simply chased him out of his domain and told him to get out quickly. However, the young man did not want to retreat. He remembered what Mushi had said about his tests and wanted to pass them, so he asked Dennis to give him the tasks. For some time, the time god was silent, looking intently into the eyes of the guest who had come to see him. That was why he was here. Dennis had already guessed that Sunming had passed the Mushi test as well. The boy immediately picked up on this conversation and said that it was all true, so he asked him again to give him the test, but he coldly replied that he refused. Apparently, there are still some things that Sunmin is confused and mistaken about. Dennis's trials were nothing like the training he was doing on Mount Mushi. He was sorry, but those who took this test were stronger than Sunmin, but it didn't help them much either. All of them went crazy after what awaited them there, and as a result, none of them could stand it and died. In the end, Sunmin was simply kicked out. He was sad, but he went to look for the person the kid had told him about. Dennis told him to get out and clear his head before he thought about going back. If the urge to commit suicide persisted, he would agree to give him a trial. Soon afterwards, Sunming decided to stay in the village and rest as the man had said, but there was something ominous in the air. Soon he learned that Dak Bijun had ambushed him at night and killed Sung Ha. The young man tried his best to remember something similar from his past, but nothing came to mind. The duel between Phantom Sword and Sung Ha never took place. Dak Bijun gave up and left the Manhwa sect. A year later, he went to the dungeons and fought with Wichi Ho Yon, where he died. These were the events of his past life, and the reason for all these global changes in the world was just the regression of one person. He kept walking until he noticed that he was at the entrance to the Mount Hua sect. There he was stopped and told that he could not go any further. These people warned him and told him that the grid of inevitability was activated here. They were hunting for a dangerous man called the Phantom Sword. This man had killed their leader with the help of black magic. He appeared at night after he had once again heard the refusal to duel and finished him off. Then Sunming asked one last time if they could give him a way to pass. While one of the cultists was talking to Sun Myung Min, the other one started shouting loudly about the guy who was with the Phantom Sword yesterday. Yesterday, before the leader was killed, he had exchanged a few words with him. Hearing this, the cultists realized that they were facing another enemy and took up arms. Sun Myung Min also knew that there would be casualties. Either he would kill them or they would kill him, and he still wanted to live, so he took out his weapon. So because of his regression, the Taoist Sung Ha died, and the Phantom Sword was now being pursued by an entire sect. The question now was whether he should take responsibility for what had happened. In truth, he didn't know, so he just started fighting. Sungmin didn't know exactly what he was feeling, but either way, he needed to meet with Dak Bijun. One by one, Sungmin tried to at least stun them, but they were still outnumbered. Someone else approached them from the other side, which stopped the fight for a while. This person said that it was very unexpected to meet Sunmin here and that it was a strange coincidence. And if it wasn't a coincidence, it was fate. Jung Hyun calmly walked closer as the fight that had just started died down. The man asked him if he knew the boy, and he nodded in approval. They said that they had been searching for the enemy, but then this boy had imposed himself on them and demanded to be allowed to pass. They were all sure that he had come to help the Phantom Sword, so they decided to finish him off as well. Then Jung Hyun, in his usual calm manner, asked Sunmin about Dak Bijun and whether he wanted to help him. He just said he didn't know. He looked thoughtful and didn't say anything as he stood next to them all. A few more seconds passed, and then Jung Hyun said that he would go with Sunmin. The others were almost speechless when the mage sided with this guy. They were hoping that Jung Hyun would help them deal with him. Jung Hyun said firmly that he would not go there without him, so he would go with Sunmin to the affected lands. He also assured him that everything would be fine, and that if he wanted to help Phantom Sword, he would just kill him. As they turned away, Sun Ming quietly thanked him for helping him out, but it was nothing. Together they moved forward. Sungmin was curious to know why Jung Hyun was here, and what had happened to Dak Bijun. But the magician was in no hurry to tell him. He said that the young man would understand everything himself when he saw it with his own eyes. When they had walked a few more meters, Jung Hyun stopped next to the dead body of a man whose face was forever frozen in terror. Jung Hyun explained that energy absorption can suck all the energy into the goals one sets for oneself. When he was told that magic was used here, he immediately thought it was the art of illusion. What they were witnessing now was done by Dak Bijun. He had crossed the line, and now it was not as if the Hua sect and the Phantom Sword would resolve things between them on their own. Most likely the hunt for him would spread throughout area, and even if he somehow managed to leave this place alive, such luck would not last long. As Jung Hyun sat next to the man's body, a dark blue raven hurriedly flew to his shoulder. The bird calmly landed on the black magician's shoulder. It was Jung Hyun's familiars who had returned from a scouting trip. And he had good news. The bird had located the Phantom Sword. The mage looked up at Sungmin when he heard nothing in response. Then Jung Hyun added that the Taoist from the Hua sect would be late. The boy didn't understand what he was talking about and asked for an explanation. Jong-yun laughed, saying that he had interrupted their conversation a bit and that now Sungmin could go and meet them himself. The young man asked why Jong-hyun was doing this in the first place. The magician replied that the martial artists they would send there would immediately fall to their knees, as they would fall victim to the energy absorption. This would only make the Phantom Sword stronger. Sunming wanted to meet him himself, and the Dark Mage was now giving him the opportunity. He was very curious to know what other changes might occur if Sunmin met with Dok Bijun now, back when the two of them were on Mount. Even though he was sitting on the ground as if defeated, he still had the desire to win. Sunming was already sweating, but he hadn't said he had given up yet, so he charged at him with the spear once again. The young man again used the Ninth Heaven Spear technique in the fifth form, and the fight continued. Of course, the Phantom Sword was no match for him, and by then he was much stronger and more experienced, even though he had lost his sight for a while. At the time, Sungmin was really surprised by how skilled Bijun was in his abilities. He could win with just a few moves without any unnecessary actions, and the younger man began to admire him for it. It was their next fight, and once again he lost. He didn't like it, but it happened again and again. At the time, it looked as if Sun Ming was hesitant in his movements and still had difficulty applying the techniques and practices. Of course, the old man understood why he was in such a hurry, but he said that he shouldn't put himself in such a tight box, and he was still young and naive. He thought he could cover everything quickly, even though it would take many more years of training. He saw it in the middle of the dark forest. The Phantom Sword stood alone, smiling slightly as he turned his head toward Sun Min. The young man stood behind him with a spear in his hand. He didn't come any closer, as if waiting for the first action from Dok Bijun. However, when the pause dragged on, Sun Min decided to break it himself and said he wanted to ask him a question. He asked him what Phantom Sword would have done if he hadn't met him at the entrance to the Manhwa sect. What if he hadn't told him the reason why the Taoist Sungha didn't want to fight him and refused to duel? Silence fell again. Bijun didn't even turn to him and continued to stand away, looking down. Only after a while did the old man say that in that case, he would have given up what he had planned for himself. He would have continued to think that he was not yet strong enough to fight the leader of one of the 10 great sects. But Sun Ming had revealed the real reason why he was refusing to duel. And it wasn't because he was weak, but because he was using black magic. Dok Bijun couldn't fight him fairly, so he snuck into the sect in the middle of the night. The old man turned to Sungmin, who was still standing steadfastly behind him. This had happened again because of him. Because after he said that, the Phantom Sword was finally looking forward to dueling with the Taoist Sung Ha. He had truly become insane after what he had done. Now Bijun was completely insane and saw no limits to what he was doing. It was then that he finally realized how big the world really is. The person Bijun fought was very strong, but he found a way to overcome him. So it wasn't the maximum that could be achieved. And it was an incredible battle. In addition, Bijun was sure that Sung Ha was colored by such a death. Hearing this, Sungmin only became more convinced that the old man had lost his mind. The man he knew on Mount, his values were different, and his morals were gone. He had lost his common sense. It was hard to accept, especially since Sun Ming knew that he was the cause of all this. Because of him, the Taoist Sung Ha died from the Phantom Sword, and he was hunted down. He says strange things now, and Bijun said that even if Sun Min was actually involved in what happened, he made all the choices himself and decided on them himself. It's impossible to know everything about the whole world. Why should he alone take responsibility for it? The young man felt pain. His heart seemed to grow from his own misunderstanding. He did not know what he was feeling, but he knew that he was the cause of the stories that were happening now. He stood up and firmly said that it was not like that for him. Maybe he was not only to blame for what happened, but he was the impetus for it to happen. But in Bijun's opinion, the kid was overconfident. It didn't even look like he had managed to become a supreme martial artist. And Sunmin knew he couldn't beat him, but his desire for justice was greater. Many people's lives were changed by his influence, so it was all directly related to him. The only reason Sun Ming pointed his spear at him was to achieve the same satisfaction he had spoken of. And having learned that he was the only one who had caused the whole thing to spin out, it turns out that Sun Ming was responsible for the corpses he had left behind. He could no longer bear the pangs of conscience that had been haunting him since the moment everything began to change. Of course, Jong-hyun had also told him that the idea was ridiculous because it was too difficult to fight such a force at his level. But Sungmin wanted to buy time. He begged him to contact the Taoists of the Hwa sect while he was holding back Bijun. In that case, Jong-hyun just wished him luck. Bijun has absorbed the energy of many people and is now many times stronger. Well, now it was time to find out how much this kid had grown. The Phantom Sword was ready to start fighting right now. What was happening in front of him now looked terrifying, considering that this old man was out of control and ready to do anything that came to mind. Night fell. A blood moon appeared over the murderer's head. When its rays fell on Bijun's body, he turned into a real vampire. His teeth turned into large and sharp fangs. But it did not seem that the vampire the man had turned into was strong, and it was unlikely that he would have been interested in him. In the end, there was no time to talk, and Sun Ming used the improved Ninth Heaven Spear technique of the second form, which is supposed to reverse aging if you drink the blood of a superior vampire. But there was something about Bijun that didn't seem to be there. He looked exactly the same as before. They continued the fierce battle and were ready to kill each other at any moment. Sungmin managed to get closer, but Bijun blocked the attack very successfully with his sword. But even if he is a mediocre vampire, it doesn't mean that he will be weak and can be defeated in a few moves. Jung Yun warned him not to let his guard down. It was unlikely that Sungmin would be able to start with something big. He accepted that he couldn't just walk up and plunge a spear into the madman's body. So he began to use the technique he already knew so well over and over again in order to achieve at least some result and survive. Sunmin used a furious fatal kick with the hope of hitting the target, but he missed. Now it was Bijun's turn. The boy already knew that the old man was perfect in his abilities, but seeing what he was doing with his own eyes was terrifying, considering that the sword was about to fly into his own hand. When the weapon was in Bijun's hand, he charged. His sword movements were as fast as he was. Bijun moved with incredible agility. At that moment, the young man moved away from him to a safe distance and threw the spear with energy directly into the old man's flesh. He took a quick step forward to fly past the weapon and get closer to Sun Ming. When the phantom sword was very close, the young man again tried to avoid its attack and hit it with his own weapon. At that moment, everything was happening so fast that he himself was not sure where it was going and whether he would be in a winning position. Soon Ming was just fighting to survive and stall for time while waiting for help. He was overcome with anger and began to fight more aggressively, but it was not enough to defeat the experienced fighter. Only the reflection of the enemy was reflected in his sharp weapon, with which he tried to destroy him. He had almost succeeded in doing what he wanted so badly, but Bijun returned to his previous attack. At the same moment, the young man used his body transference skill and appeared behind the old man. This is a magical skill that Baek Sogyo taught him back on Musha Mountain. Sungmin was able to master this skill well. Even though he had made this move and moved to a more favorable position, it was still not easy for him. He had already raised his sword over Sunmin's head, and was only a few seconds and one move away from death. It was good that the guy managed to move away from him in time, and the blow did not directly hit his body. While Bijun continued to frantically try to kill the man who had once been a good friend, Sunmin wasted no time in repeating over and over the techniques he had spent so much effort practicing. After full preparation, he decided that it was time for the hidden snake strike. Bijun looked confused when he saw this burst of energy from him. Everything was happening too fast to know which side to expect the strike from, and he couldn't attack now. Bijun closed his eyes, and at the same time, he moved away from Sungmin so that he couldn't hit him. However, right after Bijun took a step forward, he was attacked by Sungmin. He never thought that the spear would jump out of the ground. The technique this guy used was truly bizarre. If Bijun had been just a second too late in dodging, the spear would have been able to ram through his head. He laughed slightly, as if to mock Sungmin for failing, and tried to stand up. But what happened might have been a good start if the old man hadn't been a vampire. The wounds on his body began to heal quickly. Bijun would never have thought that a child from the mountain would grow so much in just a few years. To be completely honest, he was even envious of him at the moment. The old man's words sounded incredibly crazy, and the tone with which he said them only frightened Sun Ming. Because of his vampiric abilities, he was instantly able to be near the boy, and repeated once again that he was very jealous of his talent. Only reflexes worked, and Sun Ming threw the old man away with all his might, hitting him in the stomach with his spear. But at the same moment, Bijun attacked him himself, and this attack was successful, because he managed to hit his arm quite hard, and he didn't seem to be going to stop there. Bijun took a step forward, staring predatory into Sungmin's eyes, keeping him in even more fear. The young man still couldn't understand when he had become like this and what had caused him to behave like this. The old man wondered why he didn't even attack him for a moment and stood still. Later, he said that he had become like this when he came down from Musha Mountain. He felt incredible despair when he realized his limits in strength. He was so disgusted by his old age, he wanted to do more and go further. But his body was covered with numerous wrinkles and was not as strong as it once was. And this began to irritate him greatly. For 50 years, Bijun had been swinging swords and hoping to become stronger, but it was very foolish to wish for someone who could not cross his own boundaries. He would never have been able to transcend age and age-related changes on his own, so he chose another way to defeat old age. That's the only way the Phantom Sword became a vampire. Well, he wasn't going to talk for long, and he even hoped that the reinforcements the young man was waiting for would arrive very soon. He would become incredibly strong when he drank all their blood. And with that, it would be possible to get his youth back. But even after hearing these words, Sun Ming did not want to give up and retreat. Even though he had truly respected the Phantom Sword before, when he was on the mountain, he was a different person now. Sun Ming used an enhanced sword technique that surprised the old man. This was simply impossible to do at the highest level. Their fight was becoming more and more intense and exciting, and he didn't want to stop. The thing is that when a martial artist reaches the highest level, he is able to put all his power into his weapon. This is called sword energy. This is how you can multiply the power of destruction and cut through steel like butter. In the future, it may be possible to learn how to give another form of sword energy, called enhanced sword energy. In this way, the weapon could be made even stronger and could kill with a single successful strike. Of course, there was a way to defend himself, and Bijun only liked it more. He used an amplified defense energy. Like armor, it would cover his entire body, and it would also allow him to resist even the amplified energy of the sword. Only Lee Sun-ming had not yet fully mastered this ability due to his understanding of enhanced energy and could not use them in a similar way. Now the boy realized that he had lost his way and there was no clear path to victory. At the same time, his despair was as strong as his desire to win, so he gathered all his strength and concentrated it in one place and tried to attack again. However, the old man was more agile and did it first. The shockwave threw Sungmin back a few meters. He really didn't want to give up, but he couldn't help but recognize the fact that Bijun, who was much stronger than he was, would definitely not be able to handle him alone. When the Phantom Sword was about to attack again, Sun Ming had already recovered and was trying to defend himself. But as he thrust his spear forward, about to receive the attack, he noticed that Bijun had simply disappeared. Now he had no idea where he was, as the Phantom Sword quietly walked behind him. After that, the old man didn't wait any longer and hit Sun Ming hard and close. His blow was so hard that Sun Ming was unable to stand on his feet, and this time he fell on his back. Despite all this, he still tried to defend himself. The young man did not lose hope that help would soon arrive and they would get out of here. With the last of his strength, he touched Bijun's leg with his sword, trying to transfer all his energy there and stop him. At this point, the sword demon stepped back, even though he knew full well that a new opportunity had opened up before him. The Phantom Sword Demon's face once again had that crazy, goosebump-inducing smile on it. Lee Sun-ming only now realized that the demon had been merciful to him, that it had just not killed him and let him go. It was really annoying, and Sun-ming couldn't accept what was happening for a long time. There were so many battles, but Sun-ming could not win and always came second. For 4 years, he practiced and fought with new people to improve his skills, but it was all in vain. Nothing seemed to come of it. He had spent those 4 years in Shaolin, and now it seemed like a waste of time. His fighting skills stabilized after daily martial arts training with Jihak. Slowly but surely, he was moving up the ranks. This level of strength was really rare at his young age. Therefore, Lee Sun-min was not objectively weak, but he met 2 strong opponents. He had encountered too many strong personalities on his way, compared to whom his strength was at the bottom, and he would never be able to catch up with these geniuses, even if he trained until he lost his pulse. He also developed a large inferiority complex due to memories from his past life. He was just unlucky. It would have been a simple life if he had lived in a small town and paid attention to only small things. However, this frantic Shaolin training was able to cure him of his inferiority complexes, at least to some extent. Perhaps if he had met a Bijun like this a few years ago, he would have died almost as soon as he attacked. But now Sun Ming was truly stronger than he had ever been. But he still considered himself too weak to conquer the geniuses he had always looked up to and wanted to catch up with. But such thoughts are no longer the fault of an inferiority complex or underestimation of oneself. Unfortunately, this is an objective assessment of reality. He is weaker than the Phantom Sword, although the problem was not only weakness, but the fact that he took on an incredibly heavy burden and took responsibility for the lives that were destroyed because of his actions and decisions. For the vampire, everything that was happening now was nothing more than a fun game. He knew he was stronger, and he knew that Sun Ming was no match for him, so he was just playing with him. And to feel that your enemy perceives you as an empty and weak point was an incredibly terrifying feeling. That's why Lee Sun-min trained relentlessly and tried to become even stronger. He trained because he didn't want to be a weakling anymore. He didn't want to feel ashamed in front of anyone because he wasn't strong enough. He just wanted to free himself from his inferiority complex and become someone who would be feared by his enemies. With these thoughts, he rushed forward. Knowing that he was weaker than Bijun, he still didn't give up because he was ashamed to admit it. In his eyes, he was not sure of victory, but Sun Ming was sure that he had to try. Without it, he would never forgive himself. He took one more step forward and approached the vampire who had been waiting for this moment. The next moment, Sun Ming fell to the ground, and for a moment he thought he would never be able to get back up again. However, he got up anyway and made another blood sacrifice to Bijun. He wanted to change and never be the same person again. All his energy was now in the weapon. He wanted to use all his strength to finally kill this old man and end all horrors. As he waited for his victim, Bijun gripped the dagger with his hand and watched Sun Min's movements closely. He was ready to fight back, and he had no doubt of defeat, but something else happened. Sun Ming plunged his spear into the vampire's body and rammed it through. At that moment, he himself did not understand much of what was happening before his eyes. The young man had wanted to do this so badly, but he hadn't even expected it to happen right now. Now Bijun's face was frozen with fear and pain, and his eyes were empty. He staggered backward as he felt a very sharp pain and tried to breathe in. Sungmin didn't leave his side until Bijun grabbed the bloody spear in his body. Now there was only one question. How had he done it? To defeat someone who was many times stronger than he was. The young man let go of the spear and backed away from the unexpected turn of events, but kept his eyes on the phantom sword. How this happened and how he managed to do it, he did not know. Sun Ming didn't even feel happy about it because he was too shocked. No one knew how he did it, including himself. It remained a great and unsolved mystery. There was no way out of it. It appeared only when Sungmin's consciousness was shut down and he started acting instinctively, without thinking about how it might end. He didn't think about fear. He just knew that he had to survive and kill. The spear that flew out at that moment was much faster than Bijun and was able to pass even through the enhanced defense energy. However, the young man still couldn't recover and understand what had just happened. He stared in horror at the half-living Bijun, who was bleeding to death. Sun Ming had already thought that he had been swallowed up by enlightenment when he awakened the enhanced energy, but he did not have any particular feeling at the time. Meanwhile, Bijun was standing in the same place. He was breathing heavily and coughing while his body was clenched in pain. But Bijun still had the strength to laugh. He was laughing because he was amused that a weakling like Sun Ming had defeated a master as powerful as himself. His laughter grew louder and louder, echoing throughout the forest as Sun Ming watched in horror. Bijun equated what had happened to him to tripping over a stone on the ground. This is simply impossible to do at Sun Ming's level. This is how he was affected by enlightenment and became stronger in a short period of time. Now the old man once again recognized that the young man had incredible talent. He pulled the spear out of his body, spilling more blood on the grass, and repeated that he was very jealous. This spear simply rammed through Bijun's body, even though he was wearing armor. The boy's weapon was stronger and faster than Bijun's. He already thought he wouldn't live long. Sun Ming's intense energy had completely destroyed his meridians, and there was not enough blood to regenerate. For the last time, the old man thrust his sword forward. He already knew that these were the last minutes of his life. So he said that he wanted to see more from Sun Myung-min. He wanted to know all the energy of this young master. Bijun turned and calmly walked a few meters in the opposite direction from the boy before looking back. He told him that he wanted Sun Ming to show him a level that he could not have reached in his entire life. He wanted him to show him everything he was capable of. The young man could see that the old man was only holding on by using his innate life energy and standing on his feet because of it. He wouldn't last long, even if Sun Ming decided to run away. But his eyes were filled with admiration, majesty, and respect for his opponent. And it was his gaze that prevented Sun Ming from running away and started the fight anew. One who uses magic, even if it is black, does not become a bad person. Bijun was just looking for ways and opportunities to cross his own boundaries. He was different from himself. I should have guessed it when I first saw those eyes shining with infinite honesty. Bijun lied about admiring and envying his youth and talent. And pretending that he was going to overcome his inferiority complex, he ran away. Sun Ming wanted to put all his strength into the spear to finally kill the phantom sword. He wanted to repeat the furious blow that had happened due to a mere accident. He wanted to give the worthy master an equally worthy end. Almost with his last breath, Bijun spoke to Sungmin again. He could barely hear what he was saying because his voice was too quiet due to his weakness, and Sungmin managed to deceive him at the last moment. The ghostly sword fell before his feet with the spear stuck in its body. In the end, though, Sun Ming was capable of such a thing. The blow that managed to kill him must have been faster and more interesting than the one that took the life of the Taoist Sung Ha. Bijun did not want to die and was in death agony. He did not understand why he had to die in this way and so early. He wanted something completely different and knew that it should be different, but one stroke brought him to this end. His arms were already down. He was unable to get up and had no strength to speak. It didn't happen the way he wanted it to. And now Bijun, who had already taken more than one life, was paying for everything he had done before he died. Sungmin was supposed to live up to his expectations after all. He was the one who created them. But everything changed after he returned. He remembered how Bijun died in his past life. It happened in a dungeon after he fought with Wichi Hoyon. But it was because of Sungmin's return that the experienced master was able to die with a smile on his face. He breathed his last, and now there was complete silence. The boy leaned over his body, which still had his sword in it. It was really hard for him to realize that he had killed another man, and someone he respected and who had helped him in the past. But in a moment, his sadness came to an end, and he stood up. Sun Ming heard a sound behind him and looked around, peering into the dark depths of the forest. A short time later, Bak Sogyo came out to him. Without a word, she walked over to Sun Min and hugged him. He was still in shock, and with every passing minute, he was more and more surprised. Too much had happened to realize everything now. He almost fell to the ground, and Bak Sogyo gently held him up so he wouldn't fall. Sungmin was actually very surprised to see her here. He asked her one question. He asked her what she was doing here, looking into her eyes. She did not answer immediately and stood up silently, keeping her eyes on the young man. Then she took the flowers that were lying nearby in her hands and looked away. Bak Sogyo had heard the rumors about the Phantom Sword and decided to come here. The young man stopped talking and just watched Bak Sogyo walk closer to Bijun. She placed the flowers she was holding on Bijun's chest. After all, they had spent a lot of time on Musha Mountain, and she considered him her friend. It hurt that he was going to meet such a sad end. She looked at his emotionless face, remembering how brave the old man had once been. It had been so long since they had seen each other. It had been 5 years since Bak Sogyo had last seen him. It was scary to think that they had been brought together for such a terrible reason. The girl also said that Sungmin had gotten stronger. Otherwise, his corpse would be lying here right now. It may sound cruel, but she had only watched them fight with the Phantom Sword. Even in the moments when Sunming was losing to him, she had a feeling that she shouldn't have interfered in all of this, even if Sungmin had to die here. But it hadn't turned out so badly, and Sunmin was fine now. But for some reason, he was haunted by the feeling that he was supposed to die in this battle. It was supposed to be his last. All this time, the young man had been running away. Despite the difference in strength with Bijun, he won. He won by chance and nothing more. The Phantom Sword used all possible methods of augmentation because of its own intentions. He wanted to overcome his limits. He didn't run away. He fought. But Bak Sogyo, who came up to him again, said that Bijun was very wrong. However, Sungmin himself could not find anything wrong with his desires. This man wanted to become stronger and overcome the limit of his own strength. But what she meant was that it was wrong to do this to innocent people. They should not suffer because of his desire, and there was no excuse for it. She didn't know about his problems or any other things that made him want to do this. But Bak Sogyo was very much against innocent people suffering. All the reasons he would give are unimportant. The Phantom Sword's actions were wrong and immoral. Therefore, he received in return the same thing he had done. For a while, they stood silently next to each other. Peck also had a hard time accepting what had happened, and her sense of justice was completely different from his. But she wondered what thoughts had made Sunmin stop Bijun. He answered almost immediately. Sungmin felt responsible for what had happened because of him and wanted to stop it. Now it all made sense. The girl didn't show any emotion. Afterwards, she looked at Bijun's body in silence and looked very thoughtful. She also added later that she was part of Muram's alliance. It all suited her because she could do justice and was able to get information about the Phantom Sword through being there. They were familiar with him, so she wanted to be one of those who would stop him. In fact, she hadn't expected to meet Sungmin here at all. The boy said her name very softly as she sighed once again, looking at the old man's body. He asked her a strange question, but one that was very important to him. Sunming asked what he looked like in her eyes. The girl thought for a moment and gave away that he had changed a lot. Since she had seen him on the mountain, he had grown even more by climbing a clique of levels. Back then, she had noticed a lot of pessimism and hardness toward himself, and she was glad that he was changing, even though the young man himself realized that this was not the case. She was really sorry, but now that it was over, it was time to leave him. Sogo said goodbye and added that she had to abandon her mission to come here. Sungmin stood up and started asking about the mission she was supposed to have completed. And as he guessed, it had to do with Wichi Ho Young. Bak Sogyo was currently transplanting a small celestial demon. He remembered what happened in his past life after the two of them met in the dungeon. This was also his goal. He wanted to stop it all, and now he had a chance to do it. The girl said she couldn't tell him the details, maybe another time. She turned back and said that someday they would meet again. Of course, she couldn't promise anything, but she was sure that they would definitely see each other someday. Sungmin wanted to stop her and do something to convince her to drop the idea, but she disappeared as suddenly as she had appeared. If Baek Sogyo is pursuing Huichi Hoyan and it's an order from the Murim Alliance, then none of this will end well. He realized that the same thing could happen as in the past. And did she follow Huichi Hoyan because she died at her hands in a past life? If that's the case, he's not going to be able to make her forget that idea. Baek Sogyo had just said that she had joined Murim's alliance for justice, but a sense of justice is not a feeling or a belief that can sway someone's intentions. This was what the young man feared most. He would fail to convince her, and everything would go back to the way it had been. It was still night. It was dark, and in the morning a thick fog descended on the ground. The rumors of the victory over the evil demon who used dark magic and the young warrior who defeated him spread quickly. This hero defeated the vampire at the highest level of martial arts under the full moon. Almost immediately, he was called the Spear of the Demon. After all these events, a few days passed and Sun Ming visited Dennis again, having rested for a while. Dennis had already told him that going through his trials would only lead to madness and death, but Sun Ming firmly told him to shut up. Dennis was shocked at his insolence, but now there was no doubt about the kid's serious intentions. He just wanted the god of time to give him this damn trial, even if it ended in death. Dennis could see that he was better prepared than the last time. Sun Ming came rushing in like a madman to take the test to the death, where he would lose his sanity first. This young man is really very funny. Dennis had already spoken and repeated his words again. He warned that Sun Ming would only feel pain, and that this pain was completely different from the pain he had felt before. However, he didn't care anymore. It was none of his business at all, and Sungmin didn't want to be convinced otherwise. What he needed from Dennis was permission to try the test, nothing more. Well, the boy realized that Sunmin was not going to be convinced. He had made up his mind that he had to pass the tests. There was no point in saying anything else, so Dennis finally agreed to let him in for the test. He fell silent when he saw where they were now. This place was definitely not earthly. The young man looked around him, and Dennis told him that they were now in Sunmin's consciousness space. The thing is that the training here should not affect his body in any way. That's why Dennis brought him here. It can only affect his consciousness. And there were no advantages of people from another world, like this window of status or skills. It was important to get out on your own and train using your memory and talent. Until all the sand in the clock is poured out, Sun Ming must stay in this world. Then the young man asked about the time he would have to spend here, and the answer was truly terrifying. Dennis said that he would have to stay here for 100 years. He also added that he could not take it back. At the very least, Sun Ming should spend these 100 years in oblivion. Such rude behavior should be punished, Dennis thought. Indeed, this number is very large, even though Sun Ming was full of enthusiasm and determination. In the beginning, everyone was like that. It changed later. In general, Dennis allowed him to stay here as long as he wanted. And when the sand runs out, he has two options: finish his training and return to the real world, or turn the clock back. With each turn over, another 100 years will be added to the previous term. If you turn it once, you'll have to spend another 200. If you turn it twice. And after the coup, there will be no turning back. We'll have to stay here until we run out of sand. Dennis just lied because he didn't want to take the body. After all, not everyone who passed his tests died. Only 3 out of 10. Most of the people here survived the first 100 years. They are confident, and because of this self-confidence, they turn the clock over again. And then the real horror begins. During these 200 years, they can't stand the tension and go crazy. Dennis asked how long Sun Ming planned to stay here, but there was almost no enthusiasm left on his face. He was beginning to regret coming back here at all. That was the last thing the time god said. After that, Dennis simply disappeared and left Sun Ming to survive in the world of his consciousness. He began to explore new horizons here, and at first he felt quite well. Sun Ming was full of energy and believed that he could easily pass this test. Now he had so much time to become stronger that he could only dream of. And most importantly, this time would be reflected in the real world in a completely different way. The young man didn't feel tired, hungry, or in need of sleep, but it didn't take long for it to become a real hell for him. Sun Ming longed for hunger and thirst. He missed the pain he used to feel all the time. But nothing was happening to his body, no matter how much he wished it would. In fact, he didn't think that losing his senses would be such a bad thing for him. But Sunming really started to go crazy because he didn't feel like a living person when he didn't have all these senses. And it really wasn't just pain. It was much worse than Sungmin could have imagined from what Dennis had said. The young man doubted that he was doing the right thing at all. Here no one would point out his mistakes. He is his own mentor in this world. Huichi Hoyon, Baek Sogyo, and Ji Hak were not here. He was alone with himself. And if he just stabbed himself with a spear and didn't change anything in himself, didn't improve anything, or went down the wrong road and did everything completely wrong, no one would tell him about it. Then Sun Ming thought that he didn't need this spear anymore, and that it was all for nothing. Little by little, the young man began to go crazy when he thought about something like that. All he needed was a little self-confidence. Then everything would have been better. He needed to be sure that he was on the right path, but there was no answer to that question anywhere. He was here all alone, and there were no senior mentors he could meet to ask for advice. There were no answers to his questions and doubts. He glanced at his watch as a hope flashed through his mind that this hell would end soon. But from that moment on, not a single grain of sand fell down. A little more time passed and Sun Ming met Dennis at his temple. For the whole time, the young man just stared at the god of time in silence, as if waiting for him to say something himself. However, the god only squinted his eyes and smiled at the boy. In the end, Dennis just sighed and said tiredly that he needed to prepare for the new corpse. He closed his eyes for a moment and looked down at Sungmin again. 10 people have already taken the test. According to what Dennis said, they all passed the first 100 years with flying colors. But then what was wrong with him if he was already starting to feel terrible and go crazy? He was afraid that compared to those people, he would lack not only talent but also strength of mind. But then he remembered once again the events that had happened to him recently. The sight of Bijun's mangled body was in his mind for a long time. He also remembered the past events in his life where Huichi Ho-young had killed Baekseok in the dungeon. As he thought about all these things, he realized why he couldn't give up. But he wasn't a worm to begin with, so he couldn't despair just because he was moving so slowly. After all, he had already made his decision when he was on Mount Musha. Yes, he is a worm, but he will continue to crawl until he catches up with all the geniuses. And even if he has chosen the wrong path, he will be able to find a new one if he does not stop moving. And the training that Sun Ming had received in Shaolin was not in vain. He could quickly come to his senses and resume the exercises. But can someone who has lived no more than 40 years, taking into account his past and present life, even imagine how long that is? Even a firm belief will become shaky and diminish with the passage of time. In the advanced Nine-Heaven Spear technique, no progress was visible after so much training. He had once again drifted away from parrying, blocking, and attacking. And this could not go on. But Sun Ming realized this too late. People don't change after all. That's why they could only put on a mask and try to play someone else. But his hands didn't get calluses, and Sungmin never got tired no matter how many times he repeated the training. He had lost count of how many times he had done the lunges. Neutralization with a spear is one of the best defenses in the world. The spear is for attack, distance, shadow, spearhead, and stamina. All these techniques for weapons in Shaolin were the same, but he is not a monk. Sun Ming laid down on the ground, closing his eyes and wondering why he was the one who got this fate, why he was the one who was like this. There was less than half of his term left, but he had accomplished almost nothing in that time. There was only a little time left before he could leave, so Sun Ming wanted to make the most of it. Right now, his skills weren't enough to make a difference outside. He thought he should kill himself. Such weak garbage needs to be killed. The young man really regretted killing him. He didn't think he was worthy of it. Sun Ming knew that he was deprived of talent. Even after 100 years, there was no change in his abilities, even though he had been swinging his spear continuously all this time. It was very difficult to change all this, and he wanted to kill himself for showing weakness, even though he had come here to get rid of it. Still, he hadn't made any progress. The thought of stopping it all just wouldn't leave him. Sungmin thought about it every day, but then something else would come into his mind. He must not give up. All this happened again and again. No matter how much practice he did, his abilities remained in the same place. Even if he trained for years, he would not achieve anything. Sun Ming was classless and had no class privileges or skills. This place was perfect for him. Sun Ming couldn't even remember the number of times he had gotten discouraged and given up here in a short period of time. And perhaps he would achieve nothing again when he turned over this clock. But most of all, he didn't want to run away, even though he thought that everything would be the same as before. It was so heavy. Even though it was a small hourglass, it was incredibly heavy. Now he realized how much his indecision in his own actions weighed. Instantly, he broke out in a sweat, and the clock began to feel even heavier. His whole body began to ache. When the pain in his muscles began to subside, he grabbed his arm and looked at the damned hourglass again. It was only when he came to that he noticed how much sand had fallen since the last check. Most likely, he had spent a long time in the insane asylum before he came to his senses. Sun Ming had experienced this 1,000 times before, but once again he felt self-loathing and disgusted with his weakness. But he still managed to regain consciousness, and everything would be fine if he continued to keep himself sane. You just have to try and hold on. You shouldn't worry about time. There is even too much of it here. So far, only half of it is left, and 100 years have passed. This century was much harder and more intense than the previous one. This time he was able to make a few steps forward, albeit small ones. Sun Ming felt inspired and energized in his body again, so he decided that he would now train the art of mystical purple dawn, followed by the flight of the soul without shadow. This way, he could keep himself sober. He set himself goals, and for the first time in years he was pleased with himself, so he continued in the same spirit. As expected, again there were no achievements worth mentioning, and that was really quite unbelievable, he thought now. Without thinking, he turned the clock over again and continued to exist here for years to come. Sun Ming was going to do his best here. The first century had been terrible, but things had only gotten better from there, or maybe he was just going crazy. But the young man was sure that he had made at least some progress, so he thought about more ambitious goals. First and foremost, Sun Ming wanted to repeat the move from the battle with the Phantom Sword. So another 300 years have passed here. If you count the total, he had already been here for years, and as he expected, he was unable to repeat that spear move. Sun Ming is not someone who succeeds after a few attempts, so he started the next 400 years. Somehow the 1,000 that he spent here passed, and finally something changed. The young man stared in awe at what he saw in front of him. He could not believe his eyes. He had crashed into a higher level wall. To think of it, after 1,000 years, he had managed to find something different than he had seen before. Sun Ming reached this wall, so he continued his training in oblivion for another 500 years. It took him many years to reach it, and how long would it take to overcome it and enter further? This remained unknown to him, so the young man just kept practicing and finally made it. He repeated the same move that had killed Doc Bijun. It took him 1,500 years to do it. Of course, it was all just a copy. Sun Ming could not use this technique with the same strength and speed, as was expected of him. He's just a pathetic idiot. He hummed a tune to himself, thinking all the while about when he would finally become a martial artist. Maybe he needs even more time to do all this to become the person he dreams of. Dennis was shocked to see Sun Min in front of him, who kept staying here longer and longer. He thought he was an inadequate idiot who did nothing but mock himself. This was true, but Sun Min was not going to leave without achieving something. And yet there was something that Dennis was hiding about his ordeal. In the space of his own mind, the effect of training was much less. And even geniuses who mastered everything much faster than ordinary people had a very hard time. And all the previous subjects were much stronger and more talented than Sun Ming himself. But no one stayed here for more than a year. For Dennis, Sun Ming was a real discovery, because with his abilities, he was still alive. This guy was able to live here for 1,100 years. It was really a record. How he could stay here for so long was a mystery. At the same time, however, Sungmin's nose began to bleed. He wiped it away with his hand, not realizing what had happened to him. Dennis explained to him that his brain was very overloaded because of the unexpected memories that had come up during his time here. And if not for the blessing, things could have been much worse. Over these hundreds of years, Sun Myungmin's consciousness has fallen apart many times, but he has done the impossible, putting it all back together again and again. But a person like him, who lacks talent, simply cannot survive here for that long. Dennis could only explain this by one factor. Perhaps it could be because of his ordinariness. All the other people who took Dennis's tests were incredibly talented. They were all unaccustomed to crawling slowly like maggots. But Lee Sunmin was one from the very beginning. He moved many times slower than all of them. This guy was used to getting up after falling down, and despair was always his companion. And it was all of this that played an important role in his being here. Dennis thought about it. If it was just what he was thinking, then he could explain Sungmin's resilience. But it seemed to him that these were not the only reasons he was thinking of. The guy's body was very heavy, although he was a real lucky guy if he could still feel it. It is very easy to disconnect from your body during this time. One young man who was here couldn't even recognize his limbs after 1,000 years in consciousness, and Sun Ming had miraculously retained his own identity. Most likely he's feeling out of place right now, All of this is just a backup of his memories. They should help him feel better. Dennis helped him a bit to make Sungmin feel at least a little better. And indeed, at that moment, dozens of memories from his life appeared in his mind. They were memories from when he had first come to Area or when he was more experienced. The young man recalled all this without a single emotion on his face. He simply did not know what he was really feeling. All this reminded him of a time when he was miserable, but still, it was a period of life that should not be forgotten. And by the way, he didn't like this body at all. It was weak, like an insect. In the end, there were only tests here, and they trained only the consciousness. However, as long as he has the same mindset and remembers the experience, the young man can quickly return to the same level. Then the boy said he wanted to stay with Dennis for a while, although he was not very happy with this proposal. He had nowhere else to go, so Sun Ming wanted to get used to his body. Dennis just didn't know where all the boy's manners had gone, even though he hadn't been very polite before. However, Sun Ming had spent more than 2,000 cut off from society. He needed to get used to his previous life at least a little bit. Dennis realized that he could not be persuaded, so he said that he did not care about any of this and allowed him to stay. Another year passed, and Sun Ming finally decided to return to Shaolin. He went there with one goal in mind. He wanted to see a certain person. Jihak was not very happy to see him at first, because he immediately took him for an enemy who had sneaked up on him. But when he looked around, he saw nothing. He only heard a voice from behind him. Realizing that it was a familiar voice, Jihak became calmer and then noticed Sunmin standing next to him. He was really surprised to see this guy here and immediately felt that something had changed in him. Sungmin became more confident and no words were needed to show it. His energy had changed a lot. Jihak asked what had happened to him during this period and came closer as if he was worried. Sungmin didn't know where to begin. There were so many things that had happened, it would take a long time to tell them all. He had also heard that the boy had defeated the Phantom Sword, although Sungmin himself had put it down to sheer luck. However, the victory of the assassin of the leader of Manhwa could hardly be a mere fluke. In the end, that was not the main question. Jihak asked how long it had been since Sunmin had reached his peak. The young man calmly replied that 6 months had passed. Hearing this, Jihak did not immediately believe that it was true. It was indeed a unique case, even though he had already realized that Sunmin was very unusual. And yet, when Jihak looked into his eyes, he felt as if much more time had passed than 6 months for him. The boy fell silent. He couldn't talk about Dennis's ordeal yet, and he didn't really want to. Then Jihak suggested the following. Since everything had changed, he suggested repeating the past. He suggested that they spar again so that they could feel the changes in him. Sungmin was not against this idea. He was interested in trying his skills in a real fight himself. But before they could even begin, someone shouted, stopping the duel. They had barely had time to cross their weapons when a stranger approached them. The old man's voice became even more tired. Boulogne only wanted to say that if the two of them competed now, Shaolin might lose his future. Perhaps the monk had overestimated Sun Ming's abilities by saying this, but he was not willing to take any chances. In addition, since their last meeting, Sun Ming had learned a new martial art and had become more animated in conversation. The boy said frankly that he had come here precisely to check how close he was now. Bouillon guessed who the young man was talking about. He was talking about Wichiho Yon. The monk didn't know exactly what level this girl had reached, but given her unique talent, she had grown a lot compared to the 1-year-old Hoyan he had seen in Shaolin a few years ago. Jihak remembered sparring with her very well. It was a quick and miserable defeat for him. They could both assure Sun Ming that he was still standing behind her, as expected. All of this was still his dream and goal, no wonder. In fact, he didn't think that his current level could even come close to what she had achieved. In the world of creation, Sun Ming was making more progress, but he was not yet able to achieve the same with his body. It was even amusing to him. Sun Ming was used to being second best, knowing that his target was still much better than him. Now there were still months to go before the opening of the dungeon he wanted to check out. Jihak had asked him to stay overnight before leaving Shaolin, but he had too much to do, so Sun Ming took his demon armor and spear and left the place. He wanted to learn as much as he could about the black heart in his body. Sun Ming has to prevent Bak Sogyo from dying in the dungeon, find the Anvaris that Dennis was talking about. He also needs to restore the martial prowess he had in his subconscious. There is still a lot to do, and time is short, so he needs to use it very efficiently and wisely. To begin with, Sun Ming recalled Dennis's words about the only god who was able to escape from the chains of death and who also had a distortion of cause and effect. Dennis emphasized that the young man must find him if he wants to go further. Only he can give answers to all the questions he is concerned about. And according to the information that Sun Ming had bought from Neville, a trader by that name had been seen in these woods. Of course, it could be a different person, but this forest is quite unusual. It was known that here, in the sleeping forest, people go crazy because of the screams of the spirits and ghosts that roam here. No one knows what sleeps in the forest. People try to avoid this place because it is filled with monsters in every corner. And there is no way that anyone who visited this place was an ordinary trader. As soon as Sun Ming entered the forest thicket, he immediately heard the moans and lifeless screams of souls. This screaming would destroy a person from the inside out because it would drive them crazy. But for him, who had spent more than 2,000 years in consciousness, these sounds were no more of a problem than an annoying fly. Sun Ming continued walking, trying to concentrate only on the things that mattered to him. But behind him, the first monster suddenly appeared. It didn't look like the others. It was a strange chimera that he had never seen before. Without hesitation, Sun Ming quickly hit the monster and smashed it into pieces. He hadn't expected to encounter them so quickly, but it didn't matter. But who was he to be able to defeat forest monsters with such ease? It could only mean that he was a supreme martial artist, and they all doubted that he was from an unorthodox faction because there was no demonic energy. This team was not enough to stop him, so the team decided to call for reinforcements, but Sun Ming suddenly disappeared. He stood behind them and calmly said that he wanted to ask them something. The men were very frightened when they heard the boy's voice behind them and wanted to run away. But the young man asked them his question about Enverus and whether they knew the name. Instead of answering, one of them started actively trying to hurt him. But Sun Min had no trouble dodging the man's fists. When the man threw his dagger in his direction, the young man barely stepped aside and stopped him. He didn't want to fight them. He just wanted to ask them something. While Sun Ming was trying to simply talk, the gang became more and more convinced that he was their enemy. With fire magic, the leader of the team created a sphere. More and more insistently, the man tried to neutralize Sun Min and sweep him out of the way. It was hard to believe what he saw when the young man deflected the blow with a single flick of his hand. Eventually, the young man walked toward them, starting to say something at the same time. He did not like the fact that these people did not listen to what they were told. He asked him why they were treating him like that and not respecting his words. But the man shouted that they were all deaf, and if he wanted to tell them something, he should write it on the ground. Then everything became clear to him, and he decided to find a stick. Taking one that was lying under his feet, the young man wrote a few words on the ground to find out who they were. The two men replied that they were from the tribe. However, their conversation had to be interrupted because suddenly, the silhouette of another man appeared above the trees. He landed right next to them, kicking up a pile of dust. Sun Ming quickly grabbed the two and dragged them along while the stranger scolded them with all the words he knew. How dare they even divulge tribe information to a stranger? He didn't even know the guy, but he assured him that he would not leave here alive. All this made Sun Min more interested, but the two unfortunates were almost trembling with fear. Well, it turns out now that they are not deaf, but Sun Ming didn't care much about the lies and their tribe. He just wanted to know something about Enverus. This man knew some things about him, so Sun Min hoped for at least some answers. But the man said only that he would not tell the stranger such information, and he looked very aggressive. The young man already realized that a fight was inevitable, although now it would only be a waste of time, which he already had. The young man did not want to take someone's life, and he did not want to fight. But what he was looking for was most likely connected to their tribe. Sun Ming was easily able to defeat the elder, who was a superior martial artist, so it was scary to cross him. All he asked was to show him the way to where he needed to go. Perhaps they would have met the same fate if they hadn't, so the two began to worry about their own lives. This tribe has set up camp in the sleeping forest, and the people there use a special drug that makes them deaf, so they don't hear the strange and eerie sounds of the forest ghosts. They decided to take Sun Min where he was going and soon reached their village. The young man wondered why these people decided to live here because this place did not look like a peaceful place to live. Immediately, the young man met the tribal leader named Kazuya. He sternly told him that they were here because of the desire of the tribe itself. He felt the power he was endowed with. It was hard to describe its scale. The chief was strong. His energy was at the level of a supreme martial artist who had completed transformation. He asked Sun Myung what he wanted because he had already caused a lot of damage. The young man had killed one of the elders of the tribe and threatened two younger members. However, the boy had already said that he had no intention of fighting. The initiative was only on their part, but if they were going to attack him, let them know that he would attack them back. The chief fell silent, as if not expecting to be threatened, but Kazuya decided not to create a conflict at this point. He already realized that many of his men would die if they tried to stop Sun Min. They decided to accept the boy as a guest in their village. He liked that better, because he would not have to waste time on a fight that would not know the outcome. The deal was done, So now Sunmin was no longer perceived as an enemy of the tribe. Of course, the first question was about Enverus. Now he was the one who needed to be found, and Sunming wanted to know at least some information about him. Kazuya looked surprised at first when he realized that the young man wanted to meet him, and then added that Enverus had left the forest 2 months ago. Then the boy asked about his current whereabouts, but Kazuya didn't know that much about that. He also did not know if Sun Ming was the visitor that Enverus had spoken of before he left the sleeping forest. But he had said that someone would come here to look for him and ask for as much information as possible. And finally, Enverus said that this someone should be brought to the place he had appointed. It looked like a large cave with giant trees covering the outside. The whole thing looked like a wall with countless trees intertwined. Then Kazuya suggested that he break down the wall. Sunmin had no hesitation and decided to try. He focused all his energy on the blade of his spear and concentrated on the task at hand. The next moment, he stabbed the spear into the tree trunks, trying to split them. A strong gust of wind and energy nearly blew away everything in its path. Boy was shocked when he looked at the place where his weapon had just been. He thought that everything would be easier. But nothing happened this time, and you can't break this wall by force alone. Kazuya said that even Enverus could not do it. Only the tribal leader can open the wall, so now he decided to do it himself. If it was that simple, Sunming didn't understand why Kazuya was asking him to try to open the cave, and he was using magic to get inside. All his energy was concentrated on breaking the wall. Sunming watched in fascination as the tree trunks parted to form a small passage in front of them. Later, the trees parted and a larger cave entrance opened up in front of them, but even the chief did not know what was inside. All he knew was that this cave contained the same loud and unbearable sound that echoed throughout the forest. Even the highest martial artist could not pass through this area unharmed. Well, upon hearing these words, Sunming rushed forward to examine what was inside. This shocked Kazuya even more, because he hadn't even flashed a doubt in his eyes before entering. This screaming and moaning of the ghosts could destroy the mind of any person who heard it. It's an incredibly powerful psychological attack, just like Kazuya said. Even a supreme martial artist who has mastered the mind, body, and energy will not be able to resist such a scream. Sunming had lived for years in the realm of his consciousness. His consciousness had already been destroyed and restored numerous times. And in the process of all this, his consciousness was in a strong spiritual state, even though he had become insane. All this was confusing him. It was a difficult place to be. But Sun Myung-moon stepped forward. He saw a small light glowing purple in front of him. As Sun Ming got closer, he heard a voice coming from it. It was rare to encounter beings with distorted causality, so he mistook Sun Ming for someone else. He thought that the guest was someone who had recently entered the room, so he let him in again. But now the unfamiliar entity asked him a question. The being had already guessed that Sun Ming was one of those who had regressed in time. The young man did not know whether to speak to it now and whether to reveal anything about himself. But soon he heard another voice telling the monarch of the void to stop asking these questions. A beautiful girl with cat ears came out of the void. She noticed that Sun Ming was confused about where he was and what questions he was hearing. Everything that was happening now was only making Sun Min more confused. He had no idea who the two of them were or what they wanted from him. Then the girl walked forward to Sun Min and said she would introduce herself. Her name was Rubia. She was Enverus's family man and said that she was waiting for Sun Min here on the master's instructions. Everything cleared up a bit, but it was still strange to see a family man take on the form of an animal man. But even stranger was the thing behind him. Of course, he didn't exactly like this treatment, but Rubia told me that he was the monarch of the void, the echo of all demons. Years ago, he was a powerful demon who became the head of 100 of them, but now he is just a soul without a body. As the disembodied demon grew angrier, Sun Ming asked why Ruby was waiting for him in this place. Then the girl told him that Sun Min had been chosen to find Enverus. He would be the only one who could answer his questions because of the same distorted cause and effect. It was strange because since she was his family name, she could have located Enverus, but Rubia said she couldn't. He didn't say anything to that, just realized that he was stuck with it. Rubia added that Enverus had the ability to reveal her location, so if Sun Ming went with her, the master would eventually find them both. Sun Ming didn't really understand why he had to go through all the trouble of having someone look for someone when it could be done much more easily. It turns out that he only needs Ruby. And what's this thing for then? Although after these words, the demon began to get even more irritated. He didn't know why he was chasing after it. All he knew was that some regressor would be looking for him and Enverus, and he needed to leave this forest with him. What he heard surprised Sun Min, because he thought that this spirit was behind the screams that were spreading throughout the forest. It was also said that the tribe of this forest prayed a lot, so the young man assumed that this demon was the result of this prayer, although the spirit considered them to be miserable vermin. They were the tribe that was woven into this forest, and as long as their blood exists in this forest, at the end of this path, the seal will continue to exist. Their prayers must reach the end of this path, and even the demon didn't know what would happen at the end. He just existed somewhere in the middle of the path. Sungmin had so many questions but no answers, and in general, these creatures looked very strange. Ruby could only say one thing for sure: if Sunmin did go with them, he would eventually meet Enverus. These words did not sound very encouraging, but he had nowhere to go, so the three of them had to go, but he did not know how the demon would move. Enverus didn't say anything about it, didn't even say a word, but at one point the monarch of the void disappeared somewhere. He suddenly appeared right in front of Sun Ming's face, scaring the living daylights out of him. Because of this, the young man backed away as soon as he saw the monster in front of him. Suddenly the monster started doing something strange, as if it was trying to enter Sun Min's body to become his body. Ruby looked at them in shock and was about to stop what was happening in front of her. But it was obvious that he would try to steal this idiot's body. He had lost his own flesh and had been locked up for years. Even though this body was trash compared to the one he had, the demon was going to use it as it was. Finally, he would be able to walk around this world on his feet again. For a while, the demon just laughed ominously, until he couldn't stop rejoicing in the fact that he had taken over someone's body. Sun Ming didn't even know what to say to all of this, but the situation looked very ridiculous. All the demon could manage to do was to become a bracelet on Sun Min's hand, although he still couldn't stop laughing. Neither of them could understand what was happening. This just can't be happening. He's such a powerful demon, but he can't subdue this little guy's body. It's unbelievable that he's just locked in this bracelet. The demon didn't think that Sun Min's consciousness would be so strong that he could do this to him, although he already knew that he had been training for a long time. Or there may be another option. For example, the blessing of the one behind him. And right now, there was no way to find out, and the only clue was Enverus. Sungmin's memory still often included the days he spent with Lud. No matter how much time passed, he couldn't let go of his friend. There were so many other memories associated with this thing, it was a shame to have to throw it away. The demon was disappointed to hear that they were going to throw it away. It wasn't like they were friends or anything to throw him away. Sungmin just didn't want anything to do with him. At the same moment, the demon started apologizing for what he wanted to do to him. Apparently, the only thing that stopped him was what the demon said about the treasure he could give him. He was a very powerful demon who had received many trophies from warriors over the centuries of his reign. His treasury full of mysterious and wonderful treasures that no one had ever seen. It was clear that the young man was hesitant, but Rubia confirmed that he had been an important person in the past. Then the boy started to think, it would be nice to get some extra rewards. Sungmin thought about what to do for a while, but he still needed to follow these two, so he agreed. In the end, Ruby and the Void Monarch became his friends. Later, they came out of this cave where they were greeted by a dim sun. Rubia suggested that they go to some place with fresh air and beautiful nature and wait for Enverus there. That would be great, but Sun Ming had to visit one more place. Ruby was only concerned about whether it would be safe. She didn't want to go anywhere else. Sungmin thought about what she had said. The place he wanted to go was hardly a safe place where they could just rest. He wanted to visit the dungeon he had been thinking about for so long. Of course, Rubia had already changed her mind about going with him because she knew what might be hiding in the dungeon. There were several secret locations that appeared throughout area, and there could be several types of dangerous spells in the dungeons. That's why there are different laws in caves than in our world. In area, when you kill a monster, people collect food from them as prey. But in dungeons, it's different. As soon as you kill a monster, its corpse disappears and a reward appears in its place. It can be quite different. The stronger the monster you killed, the more valuable the reward will be. And if you defeat the dungeon boss, you can get an incredible reward and the dungeon will be closed. Sun Ming had long ago decided that sooner or later he would get there. But Ruby still doubted that she should go there with him. In the meantime, she turned back into a small creature. Of course, the boy replied that he had no other plans, he had to go there. And soon a giant crystal was on their way. 2 months had already passed since Sun Ming had met Ruby and the Void Monarch. He was able to find out the exact location of the dungeon thanks to Arabrisa's information. It would be his second dungeon, the first time he had gotten the regression stone and started a new life there. Sun Ming thought that the stone in front of them was the entrance to the dungeon, and if he touches it, he will instantly move somewhere in this cave. Now he has to do something that should have been done long ago, but he was haunted by different thoughts. He could not be sure that he would be able to prevent Bak Seogyo's murder. He often thought obsessively that it was useless. But that was a pointless question now. He had already come so far, all to prevent what he had been so worried about. It was the last straw, and he touched the crystal with the thought that he didn't want to go any other way. It happened suddenly and quickly. They were in the dungeon at the same moment. Ruby was still in shock and very worried while Sungmin looked around. Something caught his attention the moment they got here, and that something was behind them. They had just arrived, but there were already monsters here, very negative towards the guests. It was obvious that this was a common ambush, and they were waiting for their victim. However, the big man stopped talking at once and just looked him in the eye. The man asked him who he was and what he was doing here, even though he was the first to attack and start fighting him. He had heard of this guy and knew that he was the demon Spear who had killed the Phantom Sword, although Sun Ming himself was not so fond of the nickname. At the same time, the man sincerely apologized for attacking him and justified himself. He said that he thought the young man was from the demon faction and introduced himself as Grismo, who was a mountain yokeball. Sungmin had heard of him before. His martial arts skills were at the highest peak level, and he was one of the martial artists who had been killed by Huichi-ho Yeon in his past life. Grismo had already guessed that Sunmin had come here to stop the little celestial demon, and he thought he was a very noble and naive warrior. Huichi-ho Yeon was very dangerous. Not only was she nicknamed a celestial demon at such a young age, but she was also the leader of a powerful group. The rewards of a dungeon are very valuable. If they are left as they are, a great demon will emerge that no one can defeat. That's why Grismo wanted to stop her for the sake of the whole country. Several other people also entered the dungeon. The sword demon Dako, the lonely grandmother, and the demonic Iron Fist. All of them are at the highest level and are followers of Huichi-ho Yeon. There were also a few people from the Murim Alliance. There was Baek Sogyo, Friday from the Inferior Sect, the Peerless Frenzy, and a Supreme Celestial Swordsman. They were all here. Sun Ming was indeed so close to stopping all of this, but he still hadn't figured out how to do it. Grismo knew one thing, however, and that was that Huichi-ho Yeon had to be stopped, so he hoped the young man would help them. For some time, he digested the information about what was happening, but he said that he would definitely help and do everything he could to ensure that justice was done. This is exactly what a young hero who has killed the Phantom Sword should do. Grismo asked if this was Sun Min's first dungeon, and he nodded, hiding a fact from his past life. All dungeons are different, but this is where the monsters are incredibly strong. It's better to be very careful and cautious here. Suddenly the man stopped. He had goosebumps because of what he saw in front of him. When Sungmin got closer, he froze in his tracks. To be honest, he hadn't expected this moment to come right now. From the depths of the dark cave came a voice that Sun Ming had long held in his head. The voice he had been following all along. Many years had passed and they had met. It wasn't the place they had agreed on as children, but now they met again. For a few more minutes, Sun Ming was silent. He didn't even know what he was feeling, like joy, but also a lot of tension because of what was about to happen. Now he saw her in front of him, and his heart sank to his heels. Grismo hadn't expected this meeting to happen so soon either, after they had only been walking for a few minutes. And at the same time, another silhouette appeared from the dark passages of the cave. It was Baek Sogyo. On the other hand, he was actually excited. He had been uncomfortable since the moment they entered the dungeon and got separated, but Sungmin saw her as a danger and stopped Grismo, who was about to run toward her. Indeed, if you look closely, it wasn't her at all. Her face was not human, or rather only half of it. The other half looked more like a zombie. This creature was not confused and quickly attacked Grismo, throwing him away from the others. He was lucky to escape with only minor injuries, flying into the stone walls of the cave. Ruby yelled that it was a doppelganger and that something had to be done immediately because they were going to die here. It was the monster that copied her attacks and strategies of its target and its appearance. Grismo was out of luck again because this creature was not going to keep up with him. The natural flight of the soul, the stealthy moves she had just used, the monster had the ability to copy combat skills with precision. At that moment, the doppelganger turned its gaze to the others, for the first victim was almost defeated. It seemed that this creature was ready to crush everyone here into dust. What was happening was an unexpected turn of events, but Sun Ming was not at a loss and was going to end it. He was furious that the monster was so brazenly using his girlfriend's appearance for its own purposes. Ruby noticed that Sun Ming was very restless and tried to calm him down, telling him to stop and take a breath. If you look closely, the emotions or movements and behavior of the double were still different from the original. But he quickly forgot about it when he noticed a whole gang of shadow clones above him. Right now, the creature's target was Sun Ming, and then it was going to move on to everyone else. As the clones were closing in on him, he remembered what Bak Sogyo had said the day Phantom Sword died. She had said that Sungmin had matured a lot and that she still saw great potential in him. It was very difficult for him to accept these words as true, and for a long time in the realm of his consciousness, he fought against them and pushed them away. But he lived for years. Sunmin was proud of himself for getting better, and now he wanted to hear it from her again. But he didn't want to hear a single word from a monster like this pathetic copy. It only took one punch to kill the doppelganger. He was so angry and concentrated that he managed to do it well. Grismo stood up and looked a little fearfully into the battle beside the dead body. Compared to the average Lady Peck, this doppelganger was weaker. But when you think about it, he was even able to copy her fighting skills. It was strange to realize that such a thing existed. Usually doppelgangers only copy appearances and can't adopt techniques, but this was knowledge from the outside world. In any case, Rubia didn't want Sun Ming to worry, because she had already tried to explore the dungeon. The girl could become a guide, so they would just have to trust her words and show them the way. Of course, there were always some quarrels and arguments between her and the Void Monarch. He always said that she could not do anything worthy, and she told him the same. That's how they lived together. He promised that he would deal with her as soon as he got his own body back, even though Rubia was sure that he would not be able to find it. They would have continued to argue, but Sun Ming told them to be quiet. They listened to him and quickly fell silent, not understanding what Sungmin was getting at. But just then, a very terrible thought occurred to him. They had just defeated Lady Beck's doppelganger and had done so successfully on their own. However, this was only the beginning of a long journey to be traveled through the corridors of the dungeon. The worst part was that a doppelganger might appear, copying their appearance exactly. They were worried that they would not even be sure who to kill. The first thing Sungmin thought of was Huichi Ho-young and the possibility of her double appearing. This was the last thing he wanted. Meanwhile, some people from the Muriam Alliance were already dead. The Supreme Celestial Swordsman was already lying in his own blood under the wall. The monster that met them quickly killed him and left him no chance to live. Another member of the Alliance, the Peerless Frenzy, was full of strength and anger to avenge his teammate. But he still did not dare to attack the little celestial demon alone because he knew what fate would await him after his attempts to attack. Then the girl turned to him with a face that showed no emotion, and her behavior was more like that of an inanimate being. It seemed that she had learned a new martial art, and he was ready to give up, saying that he could not defeat her. Even though he knew that victory was beyond his grasp, he was fighting for justice and could not give up, especially since one of the people closest to him had died before his eyes. He cursed her and wished that Huichi Ho-young would burn in hell, and now he only wanted revenge, even if it ended in his death. All the while, she stood motionless in front of him as if he posed no threat. He knew he was going to lose, but it all happened incredibly fast. Soon, only drops of blood flew around them and hit the demon's face. His body was already doomed to death, with only his limbs moving slightly. As the girl coldly watched his death agony, he slowly said goodbye to this world. Her eyes were full of indifference, as they usually were when she did this to people. A year had already passed. The time flew by very imperceptibly and quickly, though it was productive for both of them. Ho-young continued to stand still, keeping her eyes on the body. It wasn't long before she walked closer to Sungmin's flesh. In fact, she was glad that it wasn't the real him, but just a copy. Perhaps she should have dressed more festively for this, but it was too late. She adjusted her clothes as she stood over the lifeless flesh. He had worked hard and gotten stronger, it was true. The girl noticed this, even though she was only looking at a clone. But she would really be disappointed if someone like him allowed himself to die here, in a cave that always smelled damp. She walked past his body, giving him one last look so he wouldn't dare die, he promised. Meanwhile, Sun Ming continued to move along the cave corridors with Grismo. This dungeon could be called a real hell. It actually left people without common sense. Bak Sogyo was already looking tired after several hours of this ordeal. Who would have thought that a doppelganger would show up here, and one that was strong enough to be a copy? The good news was that it was a doppelganger of the Supreme Heavenly Swordsman, who was the weakest of the team. But there was one more thing that had fallen from the corpse of this doppelganger. It was an elixir, and it was quite pure. But she didn't even know where to go from here. She needed to join the Muriam Alliance as soon as possible. If she encountered a small celestial demon, or more than two of her subordinates, then Bak Sogyo would have no chance of winning. But as soon as she decided to move forward, she was stopped by other people. At first, she was even happy to see someone else there, but her joy was cut short when Bak Sogyo realized who they were. They were Huichi Ho-young's followers, The demon sword Dako and the demon iron fist were here. What she had been thinking about and worrying about had happened. She's alone against Hoyun's minions. Meanwhile, Sungmin took another look at the crystal that had fallen from the corpse of the Baek Sogyo replica. The crystal contained a large amount of crystallized mana that could be obtained by eating the thing. The demon inside Sungmin's armor still didn't understand why he hadn't eaten it. He explained that his mind, body, and energy were currently unstable. It was possible that after he ate it, he would be in even worse shape, but the spirit assured him that this would not happen. He felt that Sun Myung-min's heart was something unique. Even among those known as great demons, he had never met anyone with a heart as special as his. Except for himself, of course. They continued to move forward a little at a time until Grismo stopped. He spotted Chue-gul in front of him, and he didn't look good. His arm was torn off, and he was sitting against the wall, trying to stem the flow of blood. If he could talk to Grismo, he wasn't a doppelganger, which was good. Chue-gul was a member of the inferior sect. He was one of the top rising stars of the Orthodox sect. Sungmin had heard of him and knew that Chue-gul was one of the strongest of the sect, just like Ji-hak. And the reason he lost his arm was because he met with Dako's doppelganger. Dozens of units of sword energy were released in just one strike, and no one could prevent it. Actually, he was already waiting for his potion, because he was already dying here, and Sungmin just watched him suffer. It was only when he pointed this out that he handed the medicine to Chue-gul to ease his suffering. It was this that saved his life, though it did not restore his limb. Unfortunately, that was the only medicine they had, but if they had the elixir, they could have restored his arm. Now he finally asked about Sun Min, since this was the first time he had seen him. Grismo readily told him that the young man was the spear demon who had recently killed the phantom sword. If so, he had heard a lot about the boy. Lady Peck had mentioned him many times, and Chue-gul thought he was only helping out because he was worried about her. It was strange that the older and younger had such a relationship, as if they were family. For Sungmin, it was absolutely normal for the younger one to come to the aid of the older one. In fact, he wanted to ask him how he was related to Baek Sogyo. He replied a little nervously that they were very close friends, although Sunmin was also very close to her. All of this led to an awkward pause between them where they didn't know what to say. They were both angry with each other, although they did not understand what was causing the emotions. Now it looked like they were going to confuse each other because they liked the same person. Ji-gul apologized first, saying that he was being rude to the person who gave him the potion. Sungmin also apologized, and that was the end of their little quarrel. Indeed, all negativity disappeared between them, and soon they heard someone approaching from another cave. Such ardent love of the young people pleased the eyes of the old woman, who was not approaching them very quickly. The lonely old woman was also one of Huichi Hoyun's followers and asked to join them. Of course, this alerted Grismo, who jumped away in a moment. The voice was so loud, like a pig about to be slaughtered. She saw that these people had been fighting with someone and were in such a depressed state, so she decided that she could take care of them herself. This lonely grandmother was also a top master at the peak of the martial arts. Just as a new fight was about to break out between them, Ruby returned, happily announcing that she had finished analyzing the dungeon. It was bad timing as the young man was about to fight a new opponent. However, Rubia immediately showed him the map she had created based on the dungeon's passages. She explained that the blue dot was Sun Ming, and the yellow dots represented other people. The red ones symbolized the monsters of the dungeon. This was enough for now. Now he needed to focus on the battle. But before he took his eyes off the map, he noticed that those yellow dots were moving very fast, as if they were fighting. Of course, the scenario in his mind was the same one that had ended Baek Sogyo's life, and he couldn't think of anything else. Their location was now outside the wall where Sungmin was, so he decided it was time to act. He was too worried that one of those yellow marks would be Baek Sogyo. What if she had met Huichi Hoyoung or someone else and was fighting alone? He only had one question. Is it possible to break down this wall? Rubia couldn't answer that. She just said that he would know after he tried. The wall was quite thick according to her detectors. Although Chue-gul was already without an arm, he took the weapon in his other hand and was going to fight. This old lady was ready to take them all down, and they were even afraid of what might happen now. For a moment, even Grismo was silent and stared at Huichi's ward, Ho-yun, with a glassy gaze. He had an incredible amount of internal energy, and all that power was concentrated behind him. Grismo was already excited that the spear demon was preparing a powerful attack, and he decided that he would buy him some time. Normal enhanced energy would not work here. Sun Ming had to act with more concentration. There was still very little time left before his main attack. Now all the energy he had gathered throughout his body was at the end of a sharp blade. But this was not a technique that could be used at Sun Ming's current level. But he didn't care what anyone else said. He had already tried it and knew that now he just had to do it again. Just a moment later, what he had just been working on happened. An explosion, and a burst of strong energy would be decisive. Finally, everything was completely ready, as Gizmo had said. He moved to the side to get out of the way, and Sungmin was already preparing for his attack. The energy was powerful, but it was too much for him to handle and was affecting his health. The lonely old lady didn't really expect to find someone worthy of being an opponent here. She had already relaxed, but in vain. But the young man didn't bother. He focused all his strength on the wall next to him. And he succeeded in doing what he wanted. Baek Sogyo was truly shocked that Sungmin had burst in on the three of them so suddenly. Wichi Ho-young's followers also didn't seem too happy to have their fight interrupted. They could sense a strong aura from him, but it didn't stop them from winning. Baek was already almost exhausted when Sungmin appeared, and he stood in front of her to give her some time to recover from the fight and take the hit. To say that she was shocked to see him would be an understatement. Peck hadn't even thought about seeing him again after her encounter with the demon's wards. Gizmo said he was buying time for Sunmin to save her. Sungmin prepared for the fight, even though he knew he would be up against strong competition. In fact, these two were a bit confused by Sunmin's appearance. They didn't know who he was and didn't remember anyone in the Murim alliance using a spear. Baek Sogyo was incredibly happy to see her friend's familiar face here. But her worries were not lessened. Sunmin kept his eyes on his opponents and said that he had come to help her. He still had the great circulation elixir that Master Bunyan had given him with him. Sun Ming had been hesitant to take it for a long time, afraid of getting an energy deviation. But in a situation like this, he had no other options, so Sun Ming ate the pill. At that moment, his power increased to heights that he could not afford all this time. Sun Ming was a stranger to them, but the two of them could already feel a very powerful energy from him. He had only eaten half of it, and he had already filled more than a part of his energy core that was left without strength. He did not show any symptoms of energy deviation, and it turns out that the Void Monarch was right. Dako decided to take on Sun Ming and Iron Fist to deal with Lightning Sogo. 2 against 2, but this fight was still not equal. Huichi Ho-yan's followers didn't hesitate to attack them first, leaving them in a hopeless situation. Dako almost managed to touch Sunmin, but at the last moment he managed to move away. A fierce struggle ensued between them, with no one willing to give in. Sogo was surprised that Sungmin had become so strong in a short period of time. Last year he was much weaker. Of course, this fight would not be easy for him, but he had a chance. Dako also did not expect to meet a strong opponent in the caves. Sungmin didn't seem as experienced, but he wasn't easy to overcome. And in those eyes, he could feel that there was an endless flow of time inside him, even though this young man hadn't gone through age regression. Sungmin tried to attack again while Dako was still in a state of shock. The man defended himself, protecting himself from the spear of the enemy. Sungmin's movements were really fast. He had become much more agile this year. Once again, they fought without saying a word, only their weapons showing their emotions. Sun Ming was determined to do whatever it took to get his way, even if it was his last. Their fight was intense and sharp. Dako was more confident in his movements. He knew he could not lose to him. Using various techniques, he continued to attack Sunmin. The latter could hardly contain himself. It was really hard for him to resist such an opponent. As it turned out, the man enveloped him in magic and Sun Ming was trapped. It was already looking like fun and games for Dako. But Sun Ming was not at a loss in this situation and used the third form of the Ninth Heaven Supreme Spear. The opponent easily fought back when he used a hidden snake strike. However, Sun Ming's movements were very unusual for him. He could not even understand where they were coming from. As a result, the young man was able to hit his shoulder and sever his arm. He fell to the ground in front of him, almost helpless, from the sharp pain and shock. But Dako still didn't say it was over. The spear came from below very suddenly, and he slowly began to learn Sungmin's techniques. This fight was just great. He had not been able to find a worthy opponent for a long time. Judging by Sunmin's martial art, he was a master who had trained for a long time. Dako now wanted to know his age, because this warrior was so experienced but young. At the same time, Baek Sogyo also began to struggle. They would like to enjoy this fight for a long time, but Sunmin's spear technique is impossible to predict. If it drags on, there will be problems. They need to deal with them as soon as possible and get back to Huichi Ho-yan. There were 3 things that Dako didn't know. The guy in front of him is a close friend of the Senora, whom she loves and respects. The spear technique he had just praised in his mind was the same technique his lady had used. Meanwhile, Ho-young fought with the others she met on the path. She attacked sharply and quickly, as was her style. However, Ho-young's face was different as she killed her enemy in cold blood. His lady had taken his own life without any emotion. Daki did not know why this happened, and he was bidding farewell to life in confusion. For some time, no one dared to say a word. They were just silent. She didn't attack him anymore. They just stood motionless opposite each other. Iron Fist was desperate when he saw Dako's murder with his own eyes, and did not understand the reason why Huichi Ho-young did it. And even if she didn't like them, they called her their senor, because she would rule the world in the near future. They sincerely wanted to see the Demon Master rule the world, but it was not to be. However, the murder of Dako, who had followed her wholeheartedly, was still a mystery to him. Ho-young bowed her head slightly, smiling, but she didn't show any obvious emotion. Iron Fist tried to speak to her, but it looked like he wasn't even worthy of the conversation. Seeing all this, he sincerely began to wish her death, saying it to her face. Of course, within seconds, Iron Fist died at her own hands. But Huichi Ho-young was her doppelganger. Of course, Iron Fist and the dockworker couldn't have known that. They had never met a doppelganger in a dungeon before. The demonic martial artists who followed Huichi Ho-young could have died at this moment, choking on their anger. Sungmin remained silent for a long time, but then turned to Sogo. He wanted her to leave this place to a safer place. Sungmin was going to die here alone. He told her that he had made a hole in the back and that she would be able to get out and find other people. This was so that she could bring them here and they could fight the doppelganger together. Only then would they have a chance of winning. Sogo was against it, but she was faster than him, so Sungmin insisted that she lead them. And he was counting on her and her talent. He trusted her. Sogo just couldn't accept the fact that she was going to leave him now, as if to die. But she realized that this was the only way she could help him now. So she simply gave him the elixir she had extracted from one of the doppelgangers. She told him not to die and to wait for her, and then ran to the others. Sungmin repeated his words after her that he would never die. In the meantime, he was left alone with Huichi Ho-young and the bodies she had callously deprived of their right to live. In his past life, Huichi Ho-young left the dungeon alive. She had one answer when asked what happened. She said that everyone was dead. That's when everyone decided that she had killed them all herself. Everyone thought that she was the cold-blooded killer, but now Sunmin has discovered the truth. It wasn't her who killed all those poor people, but her double. He noticed that cloth on Huichi Ho-young and thought it was an artifact that had the ability to stretch and fly forward at high speed. He was powerless against the real her, but he doubted that he could do it against the doppelganger. The demon's eyes still stared soullessly at him, telling him that he would be the next victim. It didn't wait any longer and started attacking Sungmin. All he needed to do now was defend himself and hold out until Sogo returned. He couldn't follow her attack. His arms just wouldn't obey at that moment. However, the young man fought with all his strength and tried not to be lost and at least survive here. He tried to convince himself that he could do it, even though it felt like his arm was going to fall off. Even though it was a copy, it was very strong, so he could only hope that he could withstand its next blow. He calculated that it would take Sogo about 5 minutes to bring Drunken Lower and Mountain Yakbal, who were currently fighting Lonely Grandmother, here. He felt a little uneasy when he realized that he might not be able to make it through those couple of minutes. But then again, he didn't know what would change when they helped him fight against Ho-young's doppelganger. While Sungmin was thinking about all this, she ruthlessly pushed him away from her. He really wanted to live. He wanted to live and move on. Sungmin had promised many people that he would not die, but now he really didn't know what he needed to do to survive. He needed to fight. He needed to hold on and not let himself and the others he had promised down. Sun Ming knew for sure that he could only survive if he won. His current body might be weak, but not his mind. At this moment, he thought back to the years he had spent inside his mind. He needed to recall everything he had learned during those damn years and smash his enemy into ashes. Of course, all of Ho-young's words were always in his mind. Sungmin remembered her telling him that if someone attacked from the front, they would be weak from the side. She gave him some advice for when he was fighting someone strong. The girl said that he would need to parry the enemy's attacks and turn them against his opponent. Now was the time to put all her words into practice against a really strong enemy who had the same abilities as her. He had already gathered his strength again and wanted to continue the fight. But each time he realized that his opponent was too strong. Ho-young was too good at what she was doing. Realizing that he was just a copy, the boy tried to imagine how powerful the real Huichi Ho-young was. There was no emotion in her eyes. Perhaps this was the main difference from the real her, because she always struggled with confidence and had fire in her eyes. This time, Sungmin decided to attack her himself in order not to miss the opportunity. He did not know what to expect from his attack, but he knew that he would not rest until he tried. At the same moment, there was a surge of energy that momentarily eclipsed everything. Sun Ming did not yet understand what was happening. He was just trying to do something. He managed to get closer to her, but the shield that Ho Yan had was too strong. She didn't have time to strike, so Sungmin moved back as quickly as possible. Finally, the Void Monarch spoke to him, as if to try to help him, at least now. He had already noticed that this girl was not using any footwork, palm techniques, or martial arts. She just waves this canvas. To begin with, it's not a very powerful tool. She is so strong only because she is very experienced and has tons of internal energy. Duplicates are able to repeat the movements and strategies of the original. Sungmin remembered that Huichiho Yeon doesn't usually use martial arts, but rather uses canvas. Slowly, he began to figure out how best to defeat her. She really doesn't use martial arts on people who don't deserve it. At least he could now be congratulated on having been identified as an opponent worth using them against. It seems now that she had been playing with him all along. Sungmin thought of Sogo. She would be here any minute now. But even now, he was mentally begging her not to. What they were facing was a real monster. Beck quickly got to the right place where she found Dokgo and Chui Gul. She told them that they urgently needed to go to the aid of Sungmin, who was fighting the clone Hoyan alone. Grismo could barely speak now. It was hard for him to even move his fingers, and he wanted to tell her something, but there was no time to discuss trivialities. She simply asked him to tell her if they were coming with her. If not, Sogo intended to leave alone. She would not leave her friend to fend for herself. At the same moment, the drunken inferior blocked Sogo's pain point, causing her to faint. If they had gone where she said, they would have died for sure. First, they had really miscalculated the enemy's combat readiness. To subdue a small celestial demon, they would need 5 times the strength they currently had. Right now, it's better to retreat rather than engage in a pointless fight. Grismo wasn't sure that there was any way out of this other than defeating the dungeon boss. But Chui Gul reiterated that they had luck on their side. He had found a scroll from the lonely grandmother that they could use to get out. It was not an easy decision, so he thanked Grismo for agreeing. He looked at Sogo. She was still not in a good mood. Looking back, Chui Gul noticed the bright light in nature that Sunmin had made. Once again, he wondered if he was doing the right thing, but it was already decided. He simply apologized for having to make this decision, and they disappeared. Sungmin fought bravely. He would have been glad to hear that Sogo would not put himself in danger now, but his fate seemed sealed. It wasn't the first time he'd felt the pain of Ho Yan's blows as she fought him mercilessly. The Void Monarch was already supporting him, telling him to pull himself together. The clone of Ho Yan was indeed too strong and agile. It was hard to follow her movements. With the support of the demon, Sungmin was able to pull himself together and continued on for a while. The monarch was guiding him, loudly shouting out what to do next and suggesting something all the time. However, it cannot be said that this changed the situation too much. Sun Ming was frustrating him, and the monarch simply ordered him to follow the instructions. This irritated the boy, but he did not want to die either. His new house could have been destroyed. And if he hadn't blocked the blow, Sun Ming would have been lying in his own blood. If he died, he would have to rot here for the rest of his life. And then there was that girl who was supposed to be here by now. Sogo was still not here, even though a lot of time had passed. The monarch was surprised that Sun Ming was not angry with her for her betrayal, since she had simply run away. He was surprised that Sun Ming wasn't angry with her because she had simply run away. It's like he's dying for her, but he really didn't care about that at all. Sunmin knew that she couldn't have betrayed him. And if Beck was still missing, then something had happened there. After all, now was not the time to think about such trivialities. He didn't want Sogo to come back here in the first place. To begin with, Sungmin would have died on Mount Mushi without her help anyway. The monarch had nothing more to say. This young man is senselessly laying down his life for the sake of a man. Only later did he laugh out loud as if his sober mind had left him. He even began to like it all. The monarch wasn't going to let them both die here so easily anyway. The demon smiled and said that he would help him a little. After saying that, the monarch did as he said, giving Sunmin additional powers. The boy was a little scared by what was happening, but the demon just wanted to help him, so he told him to come what he was doing. Now it was a real god of chaos. Even Ho Young, who was standing next to him, was silent, looking at what was happening. It would have been easy for the demon to gather his powers if there had been an intermediary, but he said that Sunmin could use them for his own pleasure now. Still, he had no choice. He had to fight or give up right now. Means that now all of these are part of his demonic powers and Sunmin's heart has been able to accept them. The wounds healed and even the broken arm was restored. Right now, the young man felt incredible strength. The doppelganger had taken on the arrogance and curiosity of the original, and so the copy stood watching Lee Sunmin. Now it could be recognized that he was indeed a worthy competitor. This force within him was incredibly powerful. It seemed as if the meridians were going to break now. But the monarch was still in control and warned that the demon was approaching. The doppelganger attacked again, being close by in milliseconds. It was the first time she had attacked him in this way, and his strength was still not enough to win. Then the monarch suggested that he transfer control of the body to his hands. In this case, it would be easier, but the young man refused. He told the demon to give him his power, but the demon immediately objected that he could not handle it. Lee Sun-min had achieved this before. It was a power that he could not use because of his weak body, but he still didn't know how to use it. With the level he had reached in the realm of consciousness, he would be able to defeat the doppelganger standing before him. Sun-ming stood his ground and once again told the monarch to put his demonic power in his hands. He had already channeled all his energy into the spear and had one last step left. Finally, the demon listened to him and gave him his energy to strengthen his talent. Now he was many times more powerful, and without waiting or hesitation, he rushed forward. The doppelganger himself did not expect such a great power to appear before him. This time he actually managed to do something, and Sun-ming was in a favorable position. The walls of the cave shattered into hundreds of stones, and the double was lying there. It was a strong blow, but it wasn't enough to finish off Ho-yeon. At the same time, Sun-ming used the ninth heaven supreme spear in the fourth form and attacked. He reinforced this technique with the reflection of the 9 dragons to make the attack even more powerful. This was a power he had never released before, although it had been inside him for a long time. It was not the end of the fight, but they had now reached a higher level. Ho-young's double tried to attack again, starting to use any other tricks and techniques. Sung-min was still impressed by Ho-yeon's talents, which the clone copied very well. She was again approaching him at such a high speed that he didn't even have time to realize anything. However, Sun-ming now realized that he was capable of wielding the most powerful technique that the Void Monarch had given him. He used the Spear of the Ninth Heaven again, enhancing it with the abilities of a demon. His eyes were filled with anger and a desire to win. Sun-ming knew that this could be a fatal move for him, but he was not deterred. This time he decided that he would use his power to the fullest and use the path of nothingness. Now it seemed that he and Huichi's doppelganger, Ho-yeon, were on equal footing, as Sung-min was striking her more and more often. But her face still didn't show even the slightest emotion. Compared to the clone, Sung-min was already tired and ready to give everything just to destroy her and end this hell. The doppelganger was lying in front of him as if he had already given up, and now was the perfect time for Sun-min to put an end to it. It was really hard for him to do it. His emotions were overwhelming and he wanted to scream. Finally, he did it. He was able to win a real fight. He was able to release his inner strength. Years have passed since then. Everything has changed so much, but not his principles and goals. But for him, tens of thousands of years have passed, accompanied by suffering. He came so far because he thought about his goal, Huichi Ho-yeon. Whenever things got tough, he would think of her. But he still could not determine for himself whether he had become even a little stronger. The monarch immediately asked how Sun-min felt after borrowing his strength to defeat the demon. The boy seemed so funny to him now. He could say now that he was colored, but having power and knowing how to use it were two different things. The demon was able to control his abilities, which were several levels above his own talent. However, there was still an important fact that the end was not in sight. Now he was about to take his power away from him, and the payoff would be very powerful. If he did not concentrate, he could die, even though Sun-ming was used to pain. It was an interesting specimen, but the demon was not convinced that Sun-ming would ever get used to it. What was happening made him look pale, and his face was even more drenched in sweat. The pain that the monarch was talking about was indeed incredibly intense. It was very different from what he was used to. The young man screamed as loudly as he could, though he did not know where he got the strength to do so. From the incredible pain, he fell to the ground and lost consciousness. He woke up when Rubia saw him and tried to bring him back to life. She did everything in her power to keep him alive. An hour had passed since she found him. All this time, Sun-ming had been writhing in excruciating pain in his body. Rubia used the elixir that Sogo had given him, and only then did he feel better. But then Rubia added that she had gone out for a while. In the end, that elixir saved his life. Although he was feeling very sick now, if it hadn't been for it, the young man wouldn't have opened his eyes at all. Once again, he owes Sogo a debt of gratitude. It was the second time she had pulled him out of the clutches of death. Sun-ming felt as if he was dying. All the muscles, the energy core, and the meridians, they were tangled. As soon as he stood up, Rubia called out to him and ordered him to lie back down. He was still strictly forbidden to get up, although he said that he had to move on and could not wait. Rubia asked him where he was going in such a hurry in his condition. He didn't say anything yet, but with sluggish and uncertain steps, he moved forward. He looked back and saw the lonely old woman lying under the rocks. When Sun-ming approached her flesh, He felt a strong concentration of mana where teleportation had been used. It must have been the same scroll from the dungeon escape. 3 people were teleporting. One of them was definitely Sogo, and as Sungmin suspected, Grismo and Chuigul. And you see that Beck has successfully gotten out of here. He had already achieved 1 goal when he came here and successfully rescued her. Looking at the map, the young man moved forward again, where the location of the dungeon boss was marked. If he could win the fight with him, it would be a clear victory. Despite his terrible condition, Sun Ming continued to move forward. He had the zeal, but almost no strength left to accomplish what he had planned. He could barely stand on his feet. How much stronger Huichi Ho-young had become over the years, he could not answer. He only knew that this bar was still beyond his reach. The way she walks, the way her voice sounds, the impression she gives of herself. All this is a mystery that should be revealed in a year. Sunmin could not even know if she thought as much of him as he thought of her. He wanted to believe otherwise, but he doubted it. Years had passed, but for him. And what she said when they met gave him the incentive to move on, no matter how hard the path seemed. And Sungmin wanted to show her the result of his hard work. He wanted to shout that she had made him stronger. Just a little bit more. A few steps forward and the danger he was trying to reach would come. The boy looked up when he got a little further and held his breath. He truly forgot how to breathe when he saw her in front of him. Huichi Ho-young appeared very suddenly, immediately starting to fight the monster behind her. His childish desire to show off his height disappeared in the moment. Her every move was perfect. It was even better than what he had imagined during the test. The doppelganger could not imitate her technique at all, and that was what the young man wanted to get to. She was truly unbeatable, reaching incredible heights. Everything that came her way was not a problem. She could easily get out of here alive and unharmed. And that was probably what the dungeon boss was. He really was quite strong. Ho-young wasn't sure that her past self would have been able to defeat him. She also met a monster that looked like a boy. He used the 9th Heaven Supreme Spear technique. This copy was an interesting opponent for her, albeit a weak one. Huichi Ho-young could really expel that Lee Sunmin had become a stronger warrior. He didn't even want to hear her say that. He felt completely satisfied then, but he finally answered her. Until now, the young man did not know what to say after a long separation and hid behind the wall. And it was only because he was still not good enough to meet her. Then Ho-young asked him who he had met on his way and why he had come here, and he replied that he had seen her. He must have been suffering a lot at the time, but he made it here anyway. So he had already won, even though he couldn't say he did it alone. Ho-young was really happy to hear him say that. Even in his words, she could feel how much he had grown. He was finally able to make his dream come true, and she congratulated him on that. Ho-young still remembered his words that in 10 years, he would stick a spear into her heart, even though Sunmin himself did not want to remember it. They never looked at each other while sitting behind the wall. It's been 10 years. It really meant a lot to him, and he had achieved a lot. It was a valuable time, but he also suffered a lot during his many training sessions. Ho-young sighed. She was also looking forward to this meeting, which was still a year away. Then she paused and asked if he would come with her. She had said before that she hated being the object of someone's expectations. That was true before she came into this world. But even after she was summoned here, the gazes of high expectations followed her everywhere. But she wouldn't have been disappointed if they were his eyes. Sungmin remained silent, his mind too dazed to comprehend much right now. But Ho-young apologized. She had thought that he just didn't want to travel with her, but that wasn't the case at all. He just realized that if he went with her, he would only be a shadow of Huichi Ho-young. He didn't want that. He wanted to be on her level. It was not enough that he had become much stronger than she had expected. Maybe it was greed, but she couldn't convince him, and she didn't want to force him. A year had already passed, and only one more was left to their agreement. Another year, and he was going to get to where she was now. And in a few months, they would meet again. Even then, he would have to go with her, and there would be no excuses. The girl laughed. In fact, it was hard for her to let go of her friend, whom she had not seen for a long time. Well, she understood him, so she decided to hold back her greed for him for now. But Ho-young assured him that it wouldn't be easy for him, because she would become even stronger during that time than he had been this year. Sungmin knew this. After all, she was the one he had made his target. In every word, she seemed to feel a strong change in him, and that was good. They stood up. It was time to say goodbye again, but not for so long. In a few months, they would meet at the promised place. It was a big challenge for Sunmin, but this meeting seemed to give him strength and confidence. Ho-young was already looking forward to the moment when it would happen. In fact, she wanted to take him with her. Even now, she was dying to turn back the clock and look at his face, but she was reluctant, because she didn't want Sungmin to hate her. They would talk when they met in a year. She wanted to drink and eat together and talk about everything that had happened. But there was one thing she had forgotten to tell him before she left. The girl smiled as if remembering something. After a short conversation, they parted ways. Bak Sogyo was in despair as she looked at everything that had happened. She couldn't forgive Sunmin for fighting for her. She overreacted, even though she was known for her emotionlessness. She called them both cowards. None of this is being a warrior. Chuigul tried to calm her down, but it was no use. Bak just said she was leaving the alliance. She didn't want to be in a place like this anymore, so she decided to just leave. All of them were incredibly disgusting to her now. She couldn't accept what she saw and found the only way out for herself, which was to run away. She was really sorry, she thought to herself in front of Sunmin. Bak felt guilty and her priorities changed drastically and shifted. She wanted to become even stronger. Only now did Sogo realize that her strength was not enough to protect all the people she loved alone. The elf continued to do her favorite blacksmithing and made wonderful weapons. Scarlet, as she said, traveled in search of a beautiful landscape where she would feel at ease. Jihak and the other monks at Shaolin continued to train tirelessly to become the best future for the temple. Lich, who had created a new life in the form of a beautiful girl, inside of which was a real monster that ate people's flesh. He now got his comeuppance because he became a toy in her hands. All this year, everything was different. He had changed and the world had changed, even though Sun Ming had been growing and improving himself tirelessly. Perhaps this was just the beginning. After meeting the little celestial demon, his outlook changed again, even though she herself was still his unattainable goal.